Good morning, everybody. We are back at Al Ain Raceway, the international kart circuit in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, just about an hour and a half's drive southwest of the city of Abu Dhabi. My name is Joe Bradley. We are going to bring you all of the action today, day 2 of the first round of the UAE RMC. And alongside me as ever is my good friend Henry Baudet. Henry, it's hard not to get excited this early in the day, because after yesterday's effectively what was round 1 of the series, we've got another day ahead of us. That's pretty much going to be copybook.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, everyone at Karting Live TV. This is round 1.2. It's a completely clean piece of paper. It's a fresh slate for everybody. Even those who did well yesterday. We've got some new entries today. We've got 3 additional drivers, potentially 4 additional drivers. There's another one en route, I am told. This is effectively the second round of what promises to be, what start of yesterday, it promised to be a good season, and we already know after yesterday that this is going to be a very good season of racing.
We certainly had drama, we had intensity, we even had controversy.
Yes.
And which we'll probably, back mention as we get across the day. We have got qualifying sessions coming up next. It's going to be 6-minute sessions for all of our Rotax classes. We're going to kick things off with the Micromax class. That is, of course, for our youngest drivers, the 8 to 11-year-olds. We then go into the Senior Max qualifying, Mini Max, Junior Max, and then finishing with our Gearbox class, the DD2 Rotax class. So 6-minute qualifying sessions, that will set the grid for the heat phase of the event. And we will be able to chat about what happened yesterday. There was a lot, as I say, there was a lot of excellent racing, primarily.
Yes, there was.
Racing motorsport, any kind of motorsport, will always have drama. I've got to sing. There's a soap opera behind every garage door. There's a soap opera underneath every awning here in the karting paddock here at Al Ain. And there'll be more chat about that once we get things underway. I think for me, looking back at the first round yesterday, the standout thing was the quality of the racing and the racecraft that we saw.
Yes, indeed. In conditions, and this is going to sound very strange, in conditions that were less than ideal. And when you consider that yesterday the temperatures were in the mid-30s, skies were blue all day, and we say less than ideal conditions, well, sand. We are in the desert, and of course every time a kart goes off circuit into the gravel, as it were, they bring back on lots of dirt, sand and detritus. That situation is going to be exacerbated today because we have what is known as a shikari, which is the hot desert wind.
So I'm from the northeast of England,
yes,
as everybody, and I know a strong wind when I see one.
Yes.
Standing on that northeast coast where I live.
Bracing.
So I said to one of the staff here at Al Ain, wind's really strong. He goes, yes, when it gets stronger. And I was thinking, stronger?
Yes.
But apparently, the wind will whip up. We're in a very flat area. We've got mountains, literally mountains on the horizon, but we're in a pretty flat area, so the wind does pick up speed. And we can get sand onto the track, which makes, for me, Henry, it makes the line, the racing line here, or the track width, even narrower, because you step a wheel offline onto the sandy offline part of the track, and you are off the track.
Yes, and of course we've got karts on track, so this is the start of Micromax timed qualifying. There's no morning warm-up. This is the first time that karts have been on track all day. So we're going to start seeing, maybe little bits of sand. This is going to be very, very treacherous for the youngest members of the Rotax family. You will see the flags around this 1,380 meter circuit. The flags are all standing to attention because of the stiff breeze. At the moment, sand isn't being brought onto the circuit just by the wind itself. Although, yes, as you will see, the drivers now start their first flying lap. This is the class where we had 18 drivers yesterday. We've got 21 today because the 3 Almeida brothers, the family of 4, Dad, Faisal Almeida, he's here but not racing. He's not feeling wonderfully, he's not 100% race fit today, but he says he'll be back at the next round. But his 3 sons, Rashid, Saif and Ahmed, all out on their trio of CRGs. So we've got 21 micros at the moment.
Healthy grid. Remember yesterday's final won by Adam Al-Sheikh. It was a very, very tight race, though, wasn't it? And
it was.
We expect the likes of Al-Sheikh, Sama Chopra, Liam O'Hanlon, Saif Al-Khalifa, and then the Rudra Pratap Shekhawat as well from Mumbai Falcons. He's not going to be that far away as well. Don't rule out the people that are already posting times. And there's Sama Chopra, first lap out, and he goes to the top of the screen. Quickly deposed, however, as that timing screen in front of us, Henry, is as organic as it is.
Yes, indeed. You'll see the names and the order change very, very rapidly at the start of this session. In fact, I think you'll see pretty much across the board, I will hazard a guess that the fast times will come right at the end of every session as karts continue to clean the overnight dust, the overnight sand off the race circuit.
And you know what, Henry, the tyre pressure is a very important factor as well. We haven't, it's the cool of the morning. I say cool relatively, of course. The track temperature isn't anywhere near where it's going to be by mid-afternoon. So the tyres on these karts are going to take at least a lap or two to come in. So we're going to see, we're on now their second flying lap. Perhaps the tyres are there, depending on how the team have pressured the tyres. So we're going to see these times come down. I've worked with drivers that can perform instantly in the lap that you need them to. But there are other drivers who just get quicker and quicker and quicker the more laps that they get under their seat.
Yes, indeed. And Liam O'Hanlon getting quicker and quicker and quicker. He is now top of the charts ahead of Enzo Falzarano. This is a single fastest lap. It's not the best 3-lap average. It is your single fastest lap. Please keep your comments coming in on the live chat, both on the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel and, of course, the Karting Live TV YouTube channel. We enjoyed having you all on board with us yesterday, and of course the good-natured chat and the support that you show our ability to be able to bring you into the broadcast regardless of where you are watching this from around the world. So please keep your chats coming in.
So we're just watching 2 karts there, Henry, and then a train of karts. It's the number 33 that we're watching, Jensen Kelly. Now he's being followed around by, I couldn't quite see the number on those karts. So we've got a train of Micromax karts there. Are they being assisted? Are they assisting each other to go quicker? We talk about the science of a train of karts performing and going quicker than maybe one kart alone because the way that they're cutting through the air. And I think this is what we're seeing in this Micromax qualifying.
Yes, they are assisting each other. The wind, which is sort of blowing broadside across the circuit. So as you go down the start-finish straight, the wind is blowing from left to right. As the drivers head up, as the drivers come down this straight here, the wind is coming from the driver's left to the driver's right, which does mitigate the advantage of the slipstream a little bit, but there is still advantage to be gained by being in the slipstream.
So that Mumbai Falcons orange livery there,
that's
is
Rudrapatap
Shekhawat, yes. He is leading that train of karts around. He's just gone quicker. However, as he did, the karts that are coming, that he's dragging round with him actually went quicker than him. So he's dragging a train of karts around. He's ended up now dropping to 12th place. So it's not the ideal place to be. The karts behind Shekhawat are the karts that are benefiting from that hole in the air that he's punching through.
Yeah, indeed. Rudrapatap is where nobody wants to be. But of course, you've got the threat of, being admonished by race director Ken Potter and Paul Heath for rolling over in qualifying and suddenly slowing down. So the Micromax drivers have done exactly what they've been told to do. Go out and just drive. Don't slow down. Just go as fast as you can from the minute you get out on circuit. The Micromax drivers have done that, and the checkered flag is going to be waving at the moment. Liam O'Hanlon has provisional pole. Will he have provisional pole when everyone crosses the line?
Well, Samar Chopra didn't quite deliver a faster time. He's currently second. Pretty much everybody now taking the checkered flag, but it's Liam O'Hanlon who has been left with that fast lap there, right there at the very end of the session, a 1 minute 4.662. That's the provisional pole time. I say provisional, he's got a clear technical inspection, of course, so all of the results that we do shout out, they are provisional. After scrutineering, that's when they're being made official. So Liam O'Hanlon on the pole position. Samar Chopra will start alongside. Yesterday's winner in the final, Adam Al-Sheikh, he will start second row of the grid with Anmar Tabatza alongside. Let's have a look at the times that these karts developed then. So the best lap for our pole position, 1 minute 4.662. Samar Chopra, 1 minute 4.865. Adam El-Sheikh, 1 minute 4.983, and then it's Amar Tabatza with a 1 minute 5.765. Sorry, I've missed that. 1 minute 5.157 so that's a little bit off, only 0.2, just outside the 1 minute 4s. The third row of the grid, that's Tadeusz Prakacha with Ivans Voronins alongside him on the third row. Starting on the fourth row will be Alexander Freinstein with Jensen Kelly, who we watched for a little while there on the stream. He starts on row 4 in 8th. In 9th is Enzo Falzarano. He'll start alongside Cameron Harvey on row 5. And then we have Vaibhav Ponna with Taihab Haroon starting on 6. On row 7, Saif Al Khalifa will start alongside Adrian Farah Vignoli. In 15th, Abdulaziz Al-Saref with Rudra Patap Shekhawat in 16th alongside. Row 9, Hamad Almina with Saif Almina, two brothers there starting on that row. Felix Souza Jebjerg will start in 19th, and rounding off a 20 kart field, Rashid Almina, the other novice driver there, starting in 20th. So that kicked things off very, very nicely. We saw some very tactical qualifying there, didn't we, from these youngsters? Just to remind everybody, they are the 8 to 11-year-olds, the youngest drivers that we have here in the UAE RMC. They're on the Mojo C2. They've got a minimum weight of 105 kilograms, which they are now being weighed for to ensure that everyone meets that weight requirement. And when I say 105 kilograms, if you weigh in at 104.9, then you haven't made that weight. It really is as strict as that, because a kilogram of weight is costing you time out there. That's why we have a minimum weight. So Liam O'Hanlon, he will start the day at the very top of the timing screens for Micromax. Next qualifying session will be for Senior Max. That's our senior Rotax Max category, the unrestricted 125cc water-cooled Rotax engines on those karts. As Henry said, nice to have you along at, I know it's a very early hour in Europe, but it's nice to have you along. Gavin Hill, good morning guys, have a great day. Yes, the wind is as strong as it was yesterday morning. It did die down in the afternoon, and that is probably going to be the forecast going forward today. At the moment, as you can tell by our flags out there on track, it's very, very blustery, and anywhere on high on the stairwells and the verandas where people are standing and watching over the track, it's very, very blustery. Just watching people's shirts there almost being blown off their backs. It's a warm wind though. Don't think Whitley Bay on a November morning or even an October morning. It's not that at all. It's a very, very warm wind. But as we speculated as well, sand being blown onto the track, and you can see from the picture there, the rubbered-in racing line, but just off that rubbered-in racing line is a very sandy off-line. So when you're defending or when you're trying to do that overtake and you have to go off that racing line, it becomes a very, very tricky a very, very tricky deal for you completely. You've got to really be careful where you position the kart. And even just a half a kart's width and your grip wheels on the outside of the corner, they have got no contact with that tarmac, a layer of sandy dust. That will evolve though going forward. We've got a very green track here, overnight wind bringing a little bit of sand on, but that will surely clear away, and we will be getting down to some really competitive lappery, as we saw there with the Micromax qualifying karts going faster and faster every time by. Let's head down to Parc Fermé, where Henry's got Liam O'Hanlon, I believe.
Thank you. Yes, Liam. So, another day starts very well. Missed out on qualifying yesterday. Now, you've got pole position for the heats. Does that give you an extra element of control over the racing?
I mean, yeah, we're starting pole. Hopefully we can finish pole in the heat and the pre-final, get maximum points, and then in the final fight it out.
Now, exactly. Now, yesterday, Samar and Adam Al-Sheikh, they sort of gave a little bit of their secrets away, but you know what their game plan is today. Have you got a game? I'm not expecting you to blab any secrets to me, but have you got a game plan for how to battle anyone that may team up against you?
Yeah.
You have you? But you're not going to tell us, you?
No.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay. Who would you like to thank for this pole position?
Connor Clancy, my dad, my mum, my sisters, my whole team, Zavir, George, and Jacob.
Excellent. Now, one last question. The wind today, did that affect you out on the track, and how greasy and slippery is the track this morning?
Yeah, it was pretty slippery, just got my head down.
But so the draft, you can still get a nice slipstream, and the wind, once you're out there, that doesn't affect how the kart performs?
No, the wind's okay, it's just the track's a bit slidey.
Track's a bit slidey, there we go. Bit slidey, but still absolutely fine for Liam O'Hanlon.
Yep, that is a technical term there from Liam O'Hanlon. It's a bit slidey. I'm not sure they can dial that out. That's just got track evolution. That track's going to come back to these drivers. Senior Max out next with perhaps our biggest group of drivers, over 30 in the field. 31 competed in yesterday's event. This class is all about that young man, George Nasser, who was, I very rarely use this term, dominant, but that is perhaps the only way that I can describe what we saw in the final. Now, that was probably exacerbated from what we could see by the fact that everybody behind them, Mohammed Menemene and Rayan Demadassa, Nathan Kaplan, Zan El Homasani, they were all scrapping quite readily with each other, and that kind of helped George in his in that win yesterday. Remains to be seen if we're going to get a complete repeat of that. 6-minute qualifying session about to get underway. 6 minutes, which I can honestly tell you, 6 minutes will ebb away very, very quickly. By the time you come around, having been released from the collecting area, by the time you come around to start your first flying lap, you are well under 5 minutes remaining. So you've got to absolutely get on with it. Now, we saw a little bit of tactical news coming to the fore in yesterday's sessions, not in this class, not in the seniors. It was more so in the juniors, where we had drivers backing up the field and waiting for a gap, I can only presume. Not so much in the seniors. The seniors tend to get on with it. And as I say that, they've come out, certainly not at racing speed, they've come out onto the track, and they are perhaps just waiting, going half speed, just going very slowly now as we go onto track. Not really getting things going, and everybody just taking their time. In fact, taking their time to the point of almost stopping there as they came through turn 6. That's turn 6 there. They're on a short burst of a straight towards the kink at turn 7. There's a kink here through the left-hander, and then the hairpin at turn 8. This hairpin is turn 9, and then through the very fast right-hander at 10. This is where they're getting their foot down. Through turn 11 here. This is turn 12, all important, because this leads onto the back straight towards turn 13, towards the end of the lap. People pulling over, letting carts through, and then getting their foot down through 13 here. It's a sweeping 180-degree turn where you've got to keep the cart over to the left on the exit. And then the all-important right-hander at turn 14. Beginning their fast laps now.
Yes, I was about to say the behaviour has been much better at the start of this session than it was at the start of yesterday's session in terms of drivers going out. And the last group of drivers that are still on their out lap, they are not going to get caught by this group. So this is the first group, to start the flying lap. And you know something? I think, I say this very, very occasionally, well done to the senior drivers, because they did listen. None of the drivers that went out at the start of the session, the very front of the group, and just got their heads down and went, none of those drivers are going to have their fast lap ruined by other drivers at the back slowing down and messing about. And that's a good thing.
It was a close run thing, I've got to say.
It was a close run thing, but they did manage to do it.
The pack that had got their foot down was looming large. If these carts had mirrors, it would be looming large in the pack that was going slowly. But thankfully, they got things underway, and we've had some first fast laps being posted. Rayan Damadasa has put the quickest time in so far, 57.785. That's the target time after only one lap. Of course, we're going to see karts going much, much quicker than that. Lewis Hartman in second place. Lewis, the XL driver, with a 57.913. Not that far away is Jagrat Detroya, who's from Axel GP. He's put a 57.947. And then right on the cusp of the 57s, a 58.057 for Jan Zigangarov. He's with Telios.
Alicia Canessa, Enzo Tesluk, Arav Duan, all briefly showing in the top 10. Now it's the turn of Omar Ganoum, the reigning champion, to go fastest of all. Oscar Lambert now quickest for the Mumbai Falcons in kart number 327. Jagrat Detroya up into second position. Lambert back to third because Rayan Qureshi is now fastest. And they have managed to... we've got... I'm just trying to see how many... I think, is there 34 or are there 37 drivers on track?
37.
37 drivers.
That's pretty much the limit, isn't it, that we can have here?
It's one over... Well, yeah, it's
under.
One over the limit.
All right.
But, they're going to split them for the heats. But for qualifying, it's every man, woman and child for themselves.
We're watching the 331 just trailing around. The kart there being driven by George Nasser.
Yeah, so we're looking at yesterday's winner.
He was the man to beat yesterday. Not quite featuring in this qualifying session, I've got to say, Henry. I'm looking for him on the timing screen.
But didn't have a great qualifying session yesterday.
No, because he had to come through the field, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he kind of left his powder dry right up until the final.
In his own words, his kart was ripping yesterday.
Well, he's 17th at the moment, and his quickest time is, I've just lost him again, 56.5. So he's got to find a half a second to get on terms with Damadasa, who's on the provisional pole with a 56 dead. So we're already a minute away from the checkered flag.
Yep.
So George needs to get and as I say that, he crosses the line and goes up to 5th, which quickly becomes 7th.
Yeah, Lambert is now fastest. Alessandro Bighi. I've been impressed by Alessandro Bighi so far this year. He's really sort of taken a step up compared to where he was generally in the running order last year. He's now a regular threat inside the top 10 every session he is on track. Lots of warning flags going out, but that was it so far. Oscar Lambert is not one of those that's had a warning flag. Omar Ganoum has had a warning flag, but it's just a warning. They haven't taken his best lap off him yet. Andrea Remy in kart number 345 for JNKD, up into third place. Andrea Remy, I believe he does an awful lot of iRacing, does Andrea.
Well, I'm in that group of people as well. So the checkered flag will fly, and it's Oscar Lambert who crosses the line first to take the checkered flag. That's not ideal, and already trundling down the order. He was very at the top, and he's trundled down to 7th. Nathan Kappen is the driver with a 55.692. We wait for Alessandro Bigi to come through. He's currently 5th. He's still out there on track. Another Jeremy Montgomery Swan, George Nasser, they are also out on track. We'll see currently Jeremy Montgomery Swan for the JNKD team. He's down in 12th. George Nasser just behind him in 13th. Alessandro Bigi is in 5th. As they come through to complete their lap, Henry, we'll see if they can improve on those positions.
Yep, they're coming around the final corner now. Nassar will be the first across the line, closely followed by Montgomery Swan.
Oh, yes, that was very, very impressive. BG goes to the top of the screen, right there at the very end, 56.668, 24 thousandths of a second. He beats Nathan Kappen to the pole position. And there, Alessandro Bigi. Is it Bigi or Bigi? He's Italian, so it might be Bigi, yes. Bigi,
the notorious B-I-G-I, yes.
Yeah, well, he's on the pole position for Senior Max, that's for sure. 56.668, 55.668, 55.692 for Nathan Kappen. He will start alongside him on the front row. Mohamed Menemene, he will start 3rd with a 56.6. Where's that lap gone? 55.723. Jeremy Montgomery Swan there right at the end, loomed up the order to 4th. He will be happier with this starting position than he was yesterday. His time, 55.732. That was an incredible time. George Nasser just behind him on track, behind him in the order as well. 55.775 was yesterday's final winner, George Nasser's time. He's with the M&M team, of course. Rayan Damadasa will start alongside on row 3. Amani Kanyua, he will start 7th. Zain Al Homasani will start 8th. Arif Diwan will start 9th. And Oscar Lambert rounds off the top 10. These are, of course, provisional results. We have to get through tech. We have to be weighed. Henry's already heading down to Parc Fermé to watch that process underway. And it will be Alessandro Bigi who we will get to speak to, our provisional pole sitter at the moment. That will become official very soon. But this bodes very well, doesn't it? Look at the gaps in that timing. If you have got the timing and scoring up, you can find it on the UAE RMC website. Access to live timing to just enhance your viewing pleasures out there on YouTube. Obviously, if you're watching YouTube on your computer, you might need to open another screen or put the YouTube on your telly. Most TVs these days have got internet and have it in glorious 60-inch HD quality as well as you keep a tab on the timing. So very, very close indeed, literally. I mean, for instance, Rayan Damadasa in 6th. He's 1,000th of a second ahead of Amani Kanyua. That's how close we're going to be. There's only literally thousandths of a second between the top drivers, drivers in the top 10. That's how close this is going to be. And when we get under race conditions, people like George Nasser, who will start in 5th, Rayan Damadasa, they will invariably want to move forward. The likes of Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Mohamed Menemene and Nathan Kappen. And of course, Alessandro Bigi. He will want to hang on to that lead from the pole position. So understandably, another exciting day ahead in the world of Senior Max. So while we wait for Henry, just to remind everybody that Karting Live TV and the UAE RMC live stream are available on the YouTube channels as well as the chat. Please keep in touch on the chat, ask us questions. Henry and I will endeavour to answer them. If we can't answer them, we'll find people who can. So it's always great to hear that whether or not you're enjoying watching our coverage, asking questions. Tell us who you're supporting as well, of course. Which drivers, which class, who are you supporting out there today on the UAE RMC? This is, of course, round 2. Event 1, round 2. Round 1 we saw yesterday, kicking off the 2025-2026 series. The calendar going forward in a month's time, or so, 16th of November, we are across to the Al Fassan circuit. A completely different track with lots of undulation and quite a different track in character and nature, as we will find going through the calendar of the UAE RMC. We come back to Al Ain for a round in December, and then in January we're off to the Dubai Karting, another track completely different from the others. And it's great to have such a varied mix of tracks, none more so than perhaps where we will be in February for the Yas Marina circuit, using the West Hairpin section of the Grand Prix track, the Formula One Grand Prix track there, that which will be where the Formula One World Championship will conclude in late November, early December. Is it, Nick? It's early. Is it the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? Late November, early December. Yeah, it runs late now, the Formula One Championship, doesn't it? But we will be there in February, and we'll be using part of that track to form our UAE RMC karting track there, using part of the West Hairpin. A very, very fast and flowing track, and everybody looking forward to that visit there. In March, we go off back to the Dubai Karting, and then back to Al Ain for the remaining rounds. 29th of March, we're back to Al Ain, and then the championship rounds off rounds 11 and 12. Will aptly on the 11th and 12th of April, would you believe, back here at Al Ain to crown our UAE RMC champions, and of course tickets for the all-important Rotax Grand Finals, which we have more information on as we get through today. So we await Henry down in Parc Fermé. He will get an opportunity to speak to our provisional pole sitter, Alessandro Bici, with that time of a 55.668, just 24 thousandths of a second quicker than Nathan Kaplan. There will be our drivers that we will see, but perhaps it's Mohamed Menemene for the XL team who may be able to capitalise on that inside row going forward into those all-important first few corners when we get to racing conditions. We're about to get going with our Minimax qualifying. Yesterday's winner with the British team, the Sam Pullet Racing team, coming across here with British driver Albie J. Stubbs and taking the win in round one in the final. Albie beating to the flag Benjamin Kračović, who finished second. A very fine third, which was taken in the very late stages of the race. Attica Meir there showing a bit of girl power there. We have a lovely interview with Attica where we talk about her aspirations to become a career racing driver in the world of motorsport. That will come up in our paddock show, which will go out as usual in the lunch break. Got some interesting technical feature with our chief scrutineer, Gary Walker, who takes us through some of the interesting aspects of the sort of checks that are made to ensure that people are inside within the technical regulations. That's all coming up at the paddock show, and more, of course. There's more of that, more drivers being interviewed, and a little bit of insight as to what's happening in the teams. So Minimax are out. This is our 10 to 13-year-old category. They're exactly the same carts as we've just seen with Micromax. They're exactly the same size chassis, same tyres, the Mojo C2. They're slightly heavier at 115 kilograms, about 10 kilograms heavier than what you're allowed in Micromax, so 115 kilograms. The engines are a little bit more powerful, and we are able to do that by restrictions on the air intake and the exhaust system, which is what we talked to Gary Walker about in the paddock show. We talked to Gary, and Gary explains exactly what's required to meet the regulations in this class, the Minimax class, actually. So you've got a very heavily restricted 125cc Rotax water-cooled engine in Micromax, less restricted for that same engine for this class in Minimax, exactly the same chassis and tyres. However, when you then move from Minimax into the Junior Max category, that's when you move up to the 1050mm chassis, the bigger chassis, the wider tyres, the much more grippier, much more physical, and of course a little bit more power with a little less restriction on the motor. And then of course the senior category, which is open to 15-year-olds and over. Well, 15-year-olds to 90-year-old, I think, is the age restriction, I would say, maybe even more. Well, then those engines become completely unrestricted, and you can optimise the power output. So one flying lap completed. It's the JNKD driver, Benjamin Kračović, who puts in his initial 61.181 is Kračović. Oliver Butchard, he has posted second, 61.333, about a tenth and a half the difference. LBJ Stubbs, yesterday's winner, he's taken third with a 61.423. Early days, Austin Gray fourth, William Mazzali post fifth. Attica Meir, she has posted a time that has put her sixth, but of course, very, very early days. Second flying laps just being completed here with trains of karts. We're seeing this a lot, aren't we? We're seeing the slipstream coming into play as that body of Minimax karts come through. Paul Schutzman to the top of the screen. He's quickly demoted to second, though, by Oliver Butchard, who comes through at 61.036. As expected, we're seeing green and purple sector times all around the lap. Austin Gray has gone to third. Kračović, his second lap, not as great. 61.163 is quickest time. He went quicker, but not quick enough, I'm afraid. In fact, no, he did not go quicker. 61.419 was not as quick as his 61.1. So Kračović there being delayed somewhat. Attica Meir drops to seventh. Charlie Page has moved up to fifth. With under 90 seconds remaining in this Minimax qualifying, it's still all to play for, plenty of time. And here's that body of karts coming across the line now. Let's see how this pans out. The timing screen moving around like a... And it's Attica Meir to the top of the screen. Attica's time, 1 minute, 60 seconds. 60.692 for Attica Meir. Axel GP at the top of the screens. There's time for that to change yet though. Charlie Page, he's gone second at 60.802 for Charlie. Rivan Dev Preetham, he's up to third with a 60.944. 60.949 for Oliver Butchard. Kračović, he goes quicker. 61.079. Not quick enough to get onto the front two rows of the grid. And it's Paul Schutzman in sixth place. The main train of karts there down the back straight through turn 13. Here they come. They've got time. They will get across the line for another fast lap. Still 10 seconds on the clock here. So a time for another fast lap. Everybody goes slower that time. I see no improvement from anybody whatsoever in that train. So as the checkered flag is readied, Keir Ivanov, the first driver across the line. He's down in 10th is Keir. 61.343 for Keir. That was his quickest time of the session. It's all about Attica Meir at the moment. She is the driver on pole. It's all going to change though, isn't it? As the tension builds. They're getting towards the final stages of this qualifying session. They're on their last fast lap here. Their last flying lap. This is what it's all about. Who's going to be on the pole for Minimax? As the field come through, Gleb Obukov down in 13th. His session is finished. Right then, who is going to be where? Who is at the top of the screen as everybody takes the checkered flag? It's LBJ Stubbs. Starting where he left off for Sam Pollitt Racing. LBJ Stubbs, winner in the final of the Minimax class yesterday. And he will start round 2 of the UAE RMC at the top of the timing screen there on the pole position. But who is that alongside? Attica Meir for Axel GP will start alongside. And the second row of the grid, Paul Schutzman, went straight up with a 60.707. Attica Meir, by the way, did not go quicker on that final lap. It was LBJ Stubbs, though, on the pole position with a 60.669 there right at the very end. Attica Meir alongside on the front row. Paul Schutzman will share row 2 with Rivan Dev Preetham. It will be Oliver Butchard and Benjamin Kračović on the third row of the grid. Row 4 will be Charlie Page and Austin Gray. Row 5 will be Max Payton and Rian Khan Rashid. Kurt Evanoff and William Mazzali share row 6. We are down at the Parc Fermé with Henry. We'll break into that. We'll come back to you later.
Well, Alessandro Bigi, our senior Rotax pole sitter, he was the 36th out of 37 karts to come in and line up for the weigh scales, which is why we weren't able to bring you his interview. He's just gone to get his hat, apparently. He's coming back with his team hat on. So we thought I'd take the opportunity to speak to one of the very few independent drivers we have here. In senior Rotax, Alicia Canessa. It's just you, your mum and your dad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
How difficult do you find that compared to all the big teams?
Honestly, it is pretty difficult because we never have the right setup. We're always changing in the race and always having mistakes, and we don't know much either, so we're just trying to do the best that we can.
But you're learning, that's the thing. So you're always, and yesterday, where did you finish yesterday?
Not so good.
You were inside the top 30?
Yeah, but we had problems with the kart yesterday.
But that's okay, okay. Well, do you know where you qualified just now?
I'm not sure, maybe around P15.
About P15, so there we go. That's really, really good. So there we go. There's one of our few independent drivers in senior, Alicia Canessa. But now we'll bring in our pole sitter. Well, the first time the notorious BIGI is on pole position in seniors. Alessandro, well done.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit about that. You were right at the back. Who were you getting a slipstream of?
I wasn't really getting a slipstream because I prioritize kart temperatures, and when you follow someone, it really heats up everything. So I was just kind of by myself. I just had a reference, but no tow.
Okay, how do you feel now? You're starting from pole position for your two heats.
Excited. I'm excited to see what I can do. Hopefully, it goes a bit better than yesterday. Yeah.
Hopefully it goes better yesterday. But for Alicia, last year, Alessandro, we had a joke all the time because you were, a proper P17 merchant last year. And yet, bit of practice, bit of learning over the off season, and you're here on pole position.
Yeah, just a lot of hard work, a lot of laps over the summer, and yeah.
See, so a lot of hard works, a lot of laps, and it could be me speaking to you in a couple of rounds, Alicia.
Yeah.
Maybe, okay, so there's senior Rotax. Alessandro Bigi will start from pole position. But if you like an underdog story, and if you want to see, one of like in the UK, we love an underdog. We love somebody that is, punching above their weight, so to speak. Alicia Canessa is one to watch.
Cameras.
We're going to speak to some Minimax drivers very shortly.
Thank you, Henry. That is a great interview with one of our independent runners. Always great to get a chance to get some insight down the grid as well. And congratulations to Alessandro there for pole position in the Senior Max category. We've got perhaps one of arguably the most intense classes about to qualify. Junior Max, Conor Clancy and Mitansh Jain for Mumbai Falcons. They swept the board yesterday, didn't they? And it was a case of, can Mitansh get his elbows out and keep Conor Clancy behind? I know that was a big ask. I know Henry was asking that question of Mitansh. Are we going to get a chance to get our Minimax interview in, Nick? We'll wait for Henry's word on that. We've still got Albie Stubbs and Attica Mir to potentially have a chat to about Albie Stubbs' pole position. Attica Mir just missing out on that on the very last lap when Albie was able to post that time right at the very end. And cracking job from Sam Pollard Racing. I know Sam Pollard himself isn't here. He's busy crossing the UK with the final round of the UKC over there. Let's head back down to the Parc Fermé where Henry has got other people to chat to him.
Thank you, Joe. Yesterday, LBJ Stubbs finishes round 1.1 on top, and you start round 1.2 in the same position. But, this is Minimax. It's not going to be that easy for you, is it?
Yeah, of course, micro's a little bit easier, and now mini, they're a lot faster and a lot more aggressive.
How did you cope with the wind out there this morning? Because this is obviously being from the UK. Where occasionally we get nice hot weather, occasionally we get very blustery weather, but we don't get 30-degree heat and heavy winds, do we?
No, I just had to put my head down, get in a good track position, and hope that I could do something good.
Now, I think you've got Atkamir starting alongside you, and then the JNKD guys sitting not far behind you as well. Have you got any tactics? Not that you're going to give away your secrets, but have you got some tactics in mind of how to manage your rivals?
Not really, no.
We're just going to see what happens.
Yeah.
See what happens. Okay, anyone you want to say hi to?
Hi to all the people at PF and hi to everyone who's supporting me.
Excellent, there we go. That's RBJ Stubbs starting Minimax from P1, but there's more engines. Oh, he's off already. Busy man, he's got a lot of places to go, people to see, debriefs to do. There's engines fired. We're up the next qualifying session already.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, we've got Junior Max that are out for their qualifying session. And as I said, arguably one of the most intense classes of karts that we have here. Conor Clancy, the man to beat yesterday. Let's see if Mitansh Jain, Via Chopra, Oliver Spencer, Leo and Anna, Jaden Hidding, Ari Kallenberg, see what they've got in the toolbox to maybe. And now this is what we had yesterday. This is what we had yesterday, and it causes a lot of confusion here as the field are in a pack of NASCARs up towards turn 11, doing about, they're all in slow motion, aren't they? I yet to get my head around what they're actually trying to do here. The clock is ticking. We're inside of 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 50 seconds left. So the clock is ticking. In my day, you would just get on with it and get those tyres up to operating temperature and try and get the clear lap. Somebody's pulled the trigger, a couple of drivers pulling the trigger and blasting off. Now we've got one driver on his flow, a couple of drivers on a fast lap. This pack of juniors needs to hurry on and get on with it, and so they don't trip up the driver who was pulled the trigger first. If anything, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that pack because I'm going to be delayed and not be able to optimise my lap. Here we go. 4 minutes on the clock now, and the main body of competitors just coming through now on their first flying lap. We're inside of 4 minutes, so we've wasted 2 minutes already. Maybe the karts are set up for that one lap of qualifying where they're going to put in the fastest lap. That's what it's all about in this qualifying session. It's not like a 3-lap average that we may be more familiar with in, say, the British Championships or other RMC Championships. This is all about the fastest lap. Here we go then. The main body of karts going through. Flora Schenkenberg was the first driver to post a time. Let's wait and see how this pans out. At the moment, Via Chopra, he's the driver with the best lap of a 58.450. He's gone 3.5 tenths quicker. That's reduced to 2.5 tenths quicker than Jack Doe. Jack Doe from Motorscape, he's gone second. Savali Kojai, Savali 58.797 for GGM. George Gibbons Motorsport there for Kojai. Schenkenberg, second flying lap for Fort, and he's gone second. Via Chopra coming round with the main pack of karts here in Junior Max. And we're ready for our second batch of flying laps. Conor Clancy currently 7th, yesterday's winner in the final. Ari Kallenberg up to 2nd. On to the top step of the timing screen. Jaden Hidding. Jaden, 57.7 for Jaden. He's gone 62 thousandths quicker than Mitansh Jain. Mitash, remember, 2nd in the race. He's gone quicker than his teammate, Conor Clancy. So the two Mumbai Falcons, second and third at the moment, and reverse order to what we saw in the final yesterday. 2 minutes on the clock. Clock is ticking down. Well, they didn't really need those first 2 minutes, it seems, as the pace is already there. Everybody showing purple and green sectors. Everybody going quicker every sector that they are out there. Here they come again then. This will be the third flying lap at the moment. Jaden Hiddings 57.7. That's the target time. Giuseppe Montanari up to 7th. Gabriele Baracordi up to 9th. Harry Kallenberg drops to 10th. Oliver Spencer 7th. Drops to 8th. Coming up to the 1 minute board now. Mitanj Jain goes quickest 57.242. 64 thousandths of a second ahead of his Mumbai Falcons teammate Connor Clancy. What has Connor Clancy got in his toolkit? Can he pull something out here at the very last couple of laps of Junior Max qualifying? Jaden Hidding third, Via Chopra fourth, Jack Doe down to 5th, Harrison Stevens up to 6th there for M&M. Aran Qureshi, he is 7th, the Mumbai Falcons driver there, 57.682. As we're already coming through. They'll get one more lap, 30 seconds on the board, so one more lap in an attempt to go even quicker. Four fastest laps and everybody going quicker. However, not as quick as Mitanj Jain. Mitash 57.078. He's gone over a 10th quicker than his teammate Connor Clancy. Can Clancy, can Chopra, can Hidding, can Brando Londono, who pops up into 5th place there? What has Jack Doe got in the toolkit? What has Harrison Stevens got? Everybody chasing that time there, 57.078. Still not as quick as we saw yesterday. They were dipping into the 56s. However, it's morning. The track is still green. Zero time on the clock and the checkered flag has flown. Floris Schenkenberg, the first driver. Harry Kallenberg takes the checkered flag. Via Chopra is at the top of the screen and he has just demoted the fellow Indian driver Mitanj Jain to the 2nd spot on the grid. As everybody has taken the checkered flag now, it's M&M that will be on the pole position in the form of Via Chopra of 56.975, a 10th quicker than Mitash Jain. That's your front row of the grid. Second row of the grid will be Jaden Hidding, 57.162 there, fastest lap right at the end. Connor Clancy did not go any quicker on his final lap. So first 10 in Junior Max. Via Chopra on the pole, Mitanj Jain alongside Jaden Hidding in 3rd, Connor Clancy 4th. Row 3 will be Jack Doe and Brando Londono. Aaron Mason is 7th with Pierre Abu Diwan in 8th. 9th is Leo Anya and Faris Haroun rounds off the top 10. We were talking about this earlier. The UAE RMC is all about, yes, the accolade of becoming the UAE RMC champion, but also it's a ticket to those grand finals, isn't it? That's what it's all about.
Driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal because you are number one.
Let's head straight down to Henry Baudet, who's got our junior Rotax qualifiers.
Well, you know how quickly the whole TV interview, get a bit of press coverage thing catches on. We're waiting for Via Chopra to come out to meet us now. He's our junior Rotax pole sitter. But while we be waiting, more and more people are sort of hanging around and waiting and asking, oh, any chance of an interview? One of them was Revan Dev Preetham in Minimax P4 for the Axel GP team. So Revan, new team, you're new to the championship. You had an interesting day yesterday. We learned the one golden rule about motor racing, which is don't crash into your teammates. We've learned that, and now we've come away with a top 4 finish in Minimax qualifying. Well done.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy with my result, and I'm looking forward to the races.
You are indeed. Now, again, Axel GP, new team. You got a first podium yesterday with Atacamia in your class. But I think one of your junior drivers has just done very well as well.
Yeah, congratulations, Brando, for your P6. The team's done very well in qualifying today, so let's see how it does in the races.
He does. Now, you represented India in the Rotax Grand Finals, which is where I met you and your mum a couple of years ago. That's the goal, isn't it, to get back to represent India there again?
Yeah, it is.
It is. Now, Via Chopra, another driver sporting the Indian flag on there. So, Rivan, we'll just leave you there for a minute. Via, P1 for Mateus Leger Motorsports. Talk a little bit about how nice it is to see more and more Indian drivers coming and racing around the world.
It's really nice. It's really nice, and obviously it's really great seeing many Indian drivers in the UAE as well performing. Yeah, and I'm just really happy.
And now, of course, Reeve, when you see like drivers like Via and Nathan Kappen, are they people that you could look up to? Bit of inspiration?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
They are indeed. Okay, well, thanks, Reeve. We'll get on to you, Via. Talk a little bit about qualifying there.
Qualifying was pretty tricky. I had to find the right track position, and I also had to overtake on my last lap, and I made it work and just put my head down and focused.
So, of course, you were a bit frustrated yesterday and not being able to beat the Mumbai Falcons, the de facto Indian team here, with Connor Clancy and Mitan Shaheen. At least you've done the first bit. I got that out of the way. You're going to be starting in front of everybody. How do you plan on staying in front of everybody?
Obviously, look at my team for any signals, think strategically, and yeah.
We'll go with them. We're not going to give away too many trade secrets. So there we go. Well, there's Rivan Dev Preetham, one to watch in Minimax, and our junior Rotax pole sitter. What's that coming over the hill? It's
Via Chopra.
Via Chopra.
Great stuff. Congratulations to Via for planting that cart on the pole position as well. Great driving from all of our juniors there, even though I can't get my head around why they go so slow at the out. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe, Henry, while you're down there, ask that question in the paddock. We're about to get going with our final qualifying session, the last qualifying session of the day, indeed of the weekend. It's our DD2 and DD Masters that are out, the gearbox class. Going to take the opportunity to say good morning and hello to some of our viewers. Priyanka Mehta, good luck to all of the drivers. Looking forward to a great racing day ahead. Cheering for Senior Max 310, which is Adash Mehta, a family member, no doubt, I would think there, Priyanka. Great to have you along. Hello to Raffaella Menagoni, who says good morning. And then the Hyper Hollands, go Austin Gray in Minimax. Your family in Qatar are watching. Elisa Gray, well done, Austin. Yeah, he did do very well there, very much up to the front of the grid for young Austin Gray. And we look forward to continuing and watching his progress as we get through the day. We have got karts on track at the moment. Tyler Harris is the man to beat in DD2. Young man just stepping up from the other Rotax class. Adam Malik was second on the overall podium. Third on the podium yesterday was Maritz Knopsiet, who was the first of the Masters. So an overall podium in third place and top step the podium for the Masters for Moritz. And then we had Hamza Hashisho, who finished in fourth. Kyle Blockley was fifth. Sami Al-Assad sixth. Greg Watt was seventh. And Bernardo Del Castillo was next up. So the same 8 karts that took place in round 1 yesterday, out for round 2. And we are just on our first flying lap. We'll see the field come through. And we'll get an idea of how the DD2 drivers are getting on with it. This is a gearbox class, remember. I'm going to explain what we mean by that. It's a 2-ratio gearbox that sits underneath the Rotax 125cc motor, just on top of the rear axle, where it drives directly to. We've got brakes on the front of these karts, and we've got a paddle shift system of engaging the gears. The left-hand paddle shift will engage first gear. When you click to second gear, it disengages first and engages second. And from second to first, first to second. It sounds quite a simple process, but I'm very doubtful whether it is simple out there, trying to just drive these karts flat out around this track, Henry, and then consider what gear do I have to be in.
Well, when you consider, it's hard enough driving a Rotax kart anyway.
Physically.
Absolutely. Physically. And of course, when you're learning a track, you're busy sort of talking your way around inside the crash helmet, around the circuit, turning point, brake point, acceleration point, apex, checking down, making sure your engine temperature's okay. And then you add in, even if it's just one shift up, one shift down, you've got to do it at the right time.
Yes.
You've got to learn how to drive the DD2 to maximise, the gear changes, to maximise the different power band in the cars.
The Frank Sinatra of karting, Tony Hogg, who's across in Bahrain at the moment, practicing for the Grand Finals, who was here for the Invitational.
Yes.
I was blown away when he told me you actually use the gearbox to help you brake as well.
Oh, yeah.
The down change.
Engine braking.
However, engine braking can also, if you get that wrong, can have serious catastrophic effects by buzzing the motor.
It can have serious catastrophic wallet-based effects.
It really can.
But again, because we talked yesterday, with these front brakes, the braking distances are a lot less in these karts. Now, Zen Derua, who's the reigning DD2 Rotax Grand Finals champion, he's here working for the Telios racing team. And he would be able to tell you all about it, how you've got to be downshifting just as you're turning in and braking. But of course, even though it's a paddle shift, you're not taking your full hand off the steering wheel like in, say, a KZ kart. You're not gripping the steering wheel with the optimum place, just as you're sort of turning in and braking one of these monstrous machines. They call it Rotax's ultimate class for a reason.
I do notice, though, Henry, as we've already got fast times being posted. Would you believe? This is not a shocker. Tyler Harris is the fastest kart out there, 55.961. What I was going to say, when you watch the drivers drive around this track, the inputs on the steering in fact, the body language from those drivers, minimal amount of movement there. There's a lot of forces right here through the penultimate turn and then through the final right-hander. There are a lot of forces exerting on the body here as we go towards turn 1, and then heavy on the brakes, braking in a straight line, turning in. The body's having a lot of forces, minimal amount of activating any pedals, and incredibly the steering, you see those little inputs on the drivers just feeling the grip as they turn in, and the kart, the rear axle, those solid rear axles just rotating the kart through the corner. That's all down to the technical setup on these karts to get the kart to behave in that kind of calm, controlled and smooth manner.
Yeah, and you'll also notice that you need to have a sort of a slightly different driving stance in one of these karts. You'll see a lot of the drivers in DD2s and Masters sitting a lot further back with their shoulders higher, their arms higher and their arms straighter. on the wheel. Now, Tyler Harris, we're looking at here, has spent the last 4 or 5 years in senior Rotax, the last 3 years in senior Rotax. So he's still got a very sort of direct drive senior Rotax driving style. You can see his elbows are slightly bowed and bent. He's sitting not bolt upright in the kart. He's sort of sat back a little bit. You contrast that with, say, the second kart we're looking at on our day, Hamza Hashisho.
Much more straight arms, aren't they? Yeah,
straight arms.
So that takes it out of the forearms, doesn't it? Because you're not driving with the shoulders. Then you're driving with your forearms and your wrists. And again, minimal inputs there as we see him turn into turn 13. Mm-hmm. It looks like he's not turning into the corner. The steering wheel is barely moving. And I've always thought this, or when you see somebody really inputting the steering wheel on a car, they're in big trouble.
Yes.
Checkered flag, Henry.
Well, I shall go and interview, I would imagine, Tyler Harris.
You're getting your steps in.
Morris Canopers, who has sits on pole position for Masters.
Yeah, Tyler Harris then, 55.743. That is a time just over 1/10 of a second quicker than second place driver Adam Malik. That's copybook from what we saw in yesterday's final. Hamza Hashisho, he's not to be left out as well. The two M&M drivers will share second and third. Hashisho shares the second row with another Mumbai Falcons driver, that's Moritz Knopses. He's in fourth with a 55.933. That's the fastest Masters time. Second in Masters is Kyle Blockley. Kyle there on the third row of the grid with Sami Al-Assad. And then the final row of the grid, Bernardo del Castillo, he finishes in seventh. We've got Greg Watt that didn't appear to come out there. So Greg Watt for Honolulu Racing there. He's an independent. He's a privateer. He calls his team Honolulu Racing. And I've kind of got it in my head that I plan on getting a lovely interview going forward in one of our paddock shows going forward with the rest of the series. Because I want to know all about Greg, because he's one of the Masters drivers, and he's there preparing and prepping his kart, setting it up, doing it all himself. Proper privateer karting. So that concludes our qualifying sessions. All of our grids are formed going forward into the heat phase. We've got the first of our heats coming up next, after Henry, of course. Henry's heading down to the Parc Fermé. There's your grid for the DD2s. 8 karts will take the start of their race. Their first heat scheduled for about 11:25 if we stay on time with the race programme. Coming up at about 10:10 will be our first heat for Micromax. So we're still a good chunk of time away. It gives Henry ample opportunity to get an interview with our pole sitters for both DD2 and DD2 Masters. So Micromax will kick off the race programme. We then got Senior Max. We've split them into 3 groups as we did yesterday, same format as yesterday. Groups A and B out first for their first heat. We've then got Mini Max, Junior Max, and then rounding off the first of the heat phase for the classes will be the DD2s, of course. Don't forget to keep the live chat coming in. It's great to hear from you. Tell us where you are in the world, who you're supporting. Ask us questions. We may not be able to answer them, but we'll endeavour to try our very best as we get through the day. This is day 2, of course, of the first round of the UAE RMC. And we are absolutely delighted to be able to bring you all of the action on our Karting Live TV YouTube channel. And, of course, the UAE RMC YouTube channel is there as well. So no reason to miss anything. If you have got to pop out today, if you've got to go and do the garden, well, you can always catch up midweek. For now, though, let's head down to Parc Fermé, where we've got Henry Baudet.
Thank you. Tyler Harris. 2 poles out of 2 events, clean sweep yesterday. But of course, it's not going to be easy today, even though you said it was, you had quite a relaxing drive yesterday.
Yeah, we just got to try to repeat the same as yesterday.
Do you think that Adam and Hamza and even Morris and Kyle have sort of caught up a little bit overnight?
Yeah, I definitely think so. Especially Morris has made a lot of gains in the final, as we saw yesterday. Yep. In terms of pace, so yeah, it could be a challenge there.
You're a bit out of breath,
Yeah, I haven't drank enough water.
Ah, right. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Well, we will let you get back in and drink some more water in a minute. But you've got your teammate, Morris Knioppers, sporting a very different look today. We had the Dutch national race suit on yesterday. We've got our Sam and Morris Knioppers racing outfits on today.
Small correction, it's Morris, Sam and Chris.
So, Morris, Sam and Chris. I do apologize.
Could have been the other way around as well. You were right. Your words in the previous interview. It seems like we caught up, but now it's our job to give him a good run for the money. And he's not here to have a boring race. He wants to have. It's much nicer to win if you have a race. So I hope he wins. But I hope number 2, 3, and 4 are a bit closer to him today, so he gets more sweat on his forehead.
Exactly. You can't give Tyler, an easy day. How possible is it to learn something from last night to this morning? They had no warm up or anything, so the last time that you were on track was in the final. How easy is it or difficult is it to then make gains overnight when there's no practice?
It's not a very short answer, but I think it depends on what kind of driver you are. Like my son is a talented driver. He just goes out, you can remove one wheel or still do, a good lap. Whereas I am a thinker, and I need to think about it. And am I on the maximum entry at that corner? So it depends on what kind of driver you are. Yesterday, last night I listened to one of your stories, and you said, the DD2, you don't see them locking up the front brakes, the front tires, you don't see smoke, but it happens, but you don't see it in smoke. But as soon as you lock up the front, you get the mega bouncing in the front that almost gets you a direct migraine. So I managed to bend 2 steering columns in practice on Friday just by locking up the front.
Oh, really? Okay, well, there we go. Thank you very much for that. Obviously, you've got one eye on Carl Blockley in your class, another eye on Tyler Harris in the main class, as well as Hamza and Adam.
Yeah, I hope to only look forward, but Kyle certainly on the pace, and this is only his, he's been out for 5 years. I've done the Euro last season, so it looks like we're in for a tight fight the rest of the season, which is great. It's fun.
It is excellent.
I wish Tony Hawk would come back.
Yes, well, I mean, he's setting himself in Bahrain. He'll be back. More retirements than Mike Tyson, that man. Cheers. So there we go. The answer to our question earlier this weekend, Joe, was can you lock the front brakes? Yes, you can. You don't see the tyre smoke. You just see bent steering columns. But Morris Knioppers, man after myself, a thinking man's driver, and I'm thinking to myself, what's for lunch?
Thank you, Henry. Always great to get insight from the driver's seat, isn't it? And Henry manages to do that every time we get to head down to Parc Fermé Forum. We have got our grid formed for our Micromax, the first heat for round 2 of the UAE RMC. Liam O'Hanlon is on the front row of the grid with Samar Chopra alongside Adam Al-Sheikh and Amar Tabatsa will share row 2. We've got Tadeusz Prochaska and Ivans Voronins. Alexander Feinstein and Jensen Kelly are next. We've then got Enzo Falzarano and Cameron Harvey. Vaibhav Ponna and Taihab Haroon. Saif Al Khalifa and Adrian Far Vignoli. Abdulaziz Al Sarif with Rudra Pratap Shekhawat. Down the order a bit from where we expected to see Shekhawat. Ahmad Almina and Saif Almina are next up, and then rounding off the field, Felix Souza Jebjerg and Rashid Almina round off our 20-kart Micromax field. They're already out on their rolling lap, and they will blast off from the collecting area, going as fast as they can, get some heat into those tyres, and perhaps even more importantly, into the brakes as well. They've got to be up to operating temperature as well. It's at this section here through turns 11 and 12. They'll start forming up. They'll form up nicely on the back straight, which is about where they're about to turn onto now, and head slowly down. Liam O'Hanlon trying to communicate to the rest of the field that he is going to take things very slowly. Now then, this is where the intensity begins to build, isn't it? This is where the heart rates begin to fly. You get in line, you get into where you need to be on your grid. You're resting on the bumper of the cart in front, not too harshly. Don't want to incur a bumper penalty. Lots of hand waving and communication, semaphore-like communication going on. It's a lovely pace, though, being held by Liam O'Hanlon. Sama Chopra staying in line with the pole driver. They had a talking to from the officials yesterday about their acceleration being too early. This is absolutely perfect looking start to this as they head towards that red light, which goes out now, and we go racing for the first time today. And it's Liam O'Hanlon who's got the ideal line into the first turn and will lead through turn 1 and then on out of there. The short burst across to turn 2. Very, very quick left-hander, followed immediately by an equally quick right-hander. That leads nicely into this hairpin, double apex hairpin at turns 4 and 5. Through 6 and onto the back stretch. Short blast towards the kink at 7 here. This is where we saw was a quite an opportunist overtaking spot for these Micromax drivers yesterday. O'Hanlon still at the head of the field through the left-hander at 10. This is an all-important double left-hander at turns 11 and 12. All-important because it's the back straight here. We've got an outbraking opportunity, not so much in Micromax as there's very little speed differential on the straight as there is through turn 13 here. This is where you have to tidy it up, though. All-important. 1 lap completed. It's O'Hanlon that leads. Let's have a look down at the top 10. As O'Hanlon crosses the line, Adam El-Sheikh in second, Sama Chopra, Tadeusz Puszaksa, Amar Tabatsa, 6th place, Alexander Feinstein, Ivans Voronins, Vibev Ponna, and our first look at our kartshop.me first lap into the first turn, and that's El-Sheikh down into the first corner, and he takes the lead. Has he hung on to it, Henry?
Well, I mean, thanks to kartshop.me there for the first action replay of the day. Adam El-Sheikh just sort of tucking in behind Liam O'Hanlon as he came out of the final corner and got to the inside, and it looks as though Samar Chopra has also passed O'Hanlon. Now, when I spoke to O'Hanlon at the end of qualifying, he said he did have a plan for how to combat Adam El-Sheikh and Samar Chopra working together, but he wouldn't tell me what that plan is, quite rightly so. However, he may have to start enacting that plan sooner than he would have liked, because yesterday's winning tandem, so winning duo as it were, El-Sheikh and Chopra are once again leading the way.
They're working together, aren't
Yes.
they? They're working together in great style. The science of two carts circulating bumper to bumper is that they will travel faster. However, breaking into that science is Liam O'Hanlon, who's now gotten back on terms. He dropped off the back of the rear bumper of Chopra slightly.
And
now he comes back at them,
change.
and we've now got a 3-card battle as the lead changes once and then again, and it's still changing.
Yep, here's the kartshop.me replay. Samar Chopra into turn number 8 and then leaves the door open. Adam El-Sheikh goes, thank you very much, retakes the lead into turn number 9, and then coming out of turn number 10, Samar Chopra retakes the advantage, and that, you see, is Adam El-Sheikh defending second place from Liam O'Hanlon and just preventing O'Hanlon from maybe splitting the two sort of. They're not teammates, but they are frenemies.
Well, they're certainly working together, but O'Hanlon has caused El-Sheikh to lose contact because El-Sheikh had to defend from that third-place driver there. The bright yellow overalls there of young Liam O'Hanlon started on the pole position, was challenging El-Sheikh. He had to defend. Now they get their heads together, now they work together, and they're bringing Samar Chopra back into play there, trying to get on terms with that rear bumper of the number 29.
And let's give a huge amount of credit to number 95, Tadeusz Puszaksa, in 4th position in the number 95 Ital course machine. He didn't practice at all on Friday. We mentioned, obviously, he had a family funeral to attend. But this is a very, very strong performance from Tadeusz. Amar Tabatsa is there in 5th position as well. Freienstein is 6th. Falzerano, Harvey, Ponna, Al Khalifa, Kelly, And looking at the three Almeida brothers.
Four-cart train chasing down the leader. Samar Chopra has got a lead of about a half a second here, but that's going to disappear as that four-cart train breaks off into 2x2. Al-Sheikh and O'Hanlon, Prochaska and Tabatsa. We had Prochaska and Tabatsa on terms with O'Hanlon, but for whatever reason, and I think we've had a change there, is that Tabatsa has gone past Prochaska there into turn 1, which has caused them to drop away, Henry.
It is, and it's O'Hanlon now getting past Adam Al-Sheikh for second position, giving Samar Chopra the biggest advantage that anybody has enjoyed so far in this race. Adam Saif Al-Khalifa is given a 3-second penalty. That would be 2 wheels outside of the tram lines at the start of this race.
Easy to do when the tension is mounting towards the start. There's our leader, Samar Chopra. He's completed 5 laps. This means we're on the final lap of this heat. This is when you've got to get the job list ticked off, because there's not much time to even get on terms now with that leader for Liam O'Hanlon. He can't defend against Adam El-Sheikh, who can't really attack O'Hanlon because the job is to catch the leader. However, I think this battle with 4 karts now is for second place there, Henry.
Yes, it is. O'Hanlon looks secure in second place. Al-Sheikh, Tabatsa and Prochaska are battling over what would be 3rd, 4th and 5th. Samar Chopra has made the break at the right time as they come out of turn number 12 down the back straight with the crosswind still very, very prevalent in and around all the drivers. But it's going to be Samar Chopra with the first win of the day.
Oh,
he's happy with that.
He likes that hand to acknowledge the checkered flag, but the battle for second was intense. Liam O'Hanlon from the pole takes that second spot. Anam Al-Sheikh is third. Amar Tabatsa fourth. And Tadius, is it Tadius? Yes, it is. Tadius Prochaska in fifth. Behind that absolutely awesome scrap was Alexander Freinstein, who came through in sixth, Cameron Harvey seventh, and then we had Enzo Falzerano, Fabav Ponna, Saif Al Khalifa, Jensen Kelly, Tayab Haroon, Abdulaziz Al Sarif was 13th, Adrian Faro Vignoli was 14th, Salf Almina finished ahead of Ahmed Almina for 15th and 16th. Evans Foreigners, what happened to Rudrapap Tap Shekawat? He was way down the order there. In 18th he ended up.
Yeah, I noticed he was about 15th there at the start as Rudrapap has dropped back.
He finished 5th in the final yesterday.
Yeah, 5th in the final. Who did? No, we had 20 kart starts. So we had 18 drivers yesterday. Is Abdulaziz Al Saraf out with us today?
Yep, he came 13th.
I'm just going to Sebastian Storer, yesterday's leading novice, is not out there.
He's not there. No.
So we're down to 20 cars.
So the Alminas brought 3 drivers in, and we've lost 1 driver from yesterday, didn't we? Sebastian Storer.
I hope that Sebastian's okay. Maybe I'll chat to the Synergy team, Forbes, Nichols. Interestingly, the Synergy team, Forbes does an incredible amount of work with the Bambinos here in the UAE, the Yas Heat Bambino Championship. Forbes is, I think it's probably safe to say, he's responsible for bringing more drivers into karting at a young age, 5-6 years old than anybody else over here in the UAE at the moment with the Bambino Championship. Works incredibly hard to get Bambinos into cars.
Is the Bambino class a coma class? Is it the electric Bambino hasn't really taken off?
No, the electric Bambino hasn't really taken off over here yet.
Are you watching Johnny Stinson?
Yeah. The Might E Bambino Championship. But Yas Heat, they provide sponsorship for the Bambino Championship. We may have them as a guest round at some point this year, like we did
that'd be good.
Last year. But Forbes Nicol does an awful lot of hard work getting those in.
Hello to Rickster392.
Hello, Rickster.
Enjoying the coverage he is. Good luck to everyone. Looking forward to looking forward to line up with Honolulu alongside Watty for the ADSCC rounds.
That would be the Abu Dhabi Sports Council round. So the last 4 or 5 rounds of this championship are all held in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. Now, the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Championship, it runs alongside this. Everyone scores
so
points.
Is it a championship within a championship?
Yes. And at the end of the season, and this is where, at the end of the season, the drivers that score the most points in the last 4 or 5 rounds, the last rounds that take place in Abu Dhabi, that don't finish in the top 3 in the overall championship. So, yes.
That's going to be easy to keep a handle on.
Yeah. Well, luckily Majib, and Majib does all that for us. Yes, but you know that's.
Well, do you know who Rickster 392 is? It
possibly.
Do you want to take a punt? He's going to line up with the DD2 grid.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's great news.
Yes,
that is great news. We've got more DD2s coming.
Yes,
which we thought we had.
That is good. That is good. We're waiting to see our next race out. Our next race will be the first of our senior races. Is that first of our senior races as we have a little look around? The start, finish, straight waiting.
Best to switch me on.
People spotting.
Yes.
Right, so there, middle of the stairwell, with just adjusting his sunglasses. That's Mateus Najem from Mateus Najem Motorsport.
So he's the team principal then from M&M.
He's the team principal for M&M.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking there at the top of the XL Motorsport enclave.
Is that Paul?
Is that Ash Whiteman with his back to us? Paul Hardy with his T-shirt on.
Without his Perrier this morning.
I think
he learned his lesson.
I'm trying to see with the mop of hair. That's an impressive mop of hair. Can't really quite see the driver. That may be Mohammed Manaim there, looking at there. Dan Holland atop the banister there, the very top of the stairs, having a look down. Probably
is that Dan with the white shirt on?
With the white shirt on, yes. Either checking where his drivers are doing a PF International or here.
So Dan is a very welcome sight to have in this UAE RMC paddock. It's hopefully he's on a bit of a research mission. You never know. We might see a Dan Holland awning there in the paddock.
George
Future rounds.
George Gibbons to Dan's right there, the team principal for George Gibbons Motorsport.
Dan's here with George, isn't he?
Yes. Just to help out, to give some advice, maybe on the engine side of things, maybe on the strategy side of things.
Congratulations to Dan, because one of his drivers took the Junior UKC Championship yesterday, didn't he?
Excellent. Well done.
Jacob
Ashcroft would have won everything this year.
He was unbeatable.
So now Jacob Ashcroft. So Dan Holland there standing. This is a Dan Holland glaze, everybody. Dan Holland's driver, Jacob Ashcroft, is the current title holder for the Vera Tours British Championship, the Ultimate Karting Championship, the Rotax Grand Finals, the Rotax International Trophy, the BNL Karting Series, and the sixth one, I think the UKC British Championship, BNL, Grand Finals, and the International Trophy.
Incredible record.
All in the space of 12 months, driving one of the DHR cars.
Yeah, they would be a welcome addition to the UAE RMC. Would Dan Holland and Dan Holland Racing. I want to say hello to Jensen Chalk.
Oh, Chalky. Hello,
yes,
Chalky.
That looks, just lost the screen for an advert. That looks warmer than PFI this morning. Yes, it is.
Yes.
And this,
safe to say, Jensen,
this, my friend, is why you should be over here for the rest of this season.
Well, I'm sure
Jensen
he will
Chalk.
be, because
have a word with your parents.
Well, I can have a word with Mike and Kathy on behalf of Jensen. So we'll be listening.
Right.
Jensen, clip this. Lee Murray, who Jensen drives for in the UK, is over here working with the Mumbai Falcons, doing a fantastic job. Mike Chalk, Jensen's dad, he would love the weather, and he has raced out here before. The only thing is a slight issue for the Chalk family is that Mummy Chalk gets a bit nervous. And what better way for a karting mum to calm her nerves is to have a tipple. Tipples over here are quite expensive. So if Jensen came over here to race too much, he wouldn't have a budget to race in the UK because Mummy Chalk would need to calm her nerves with some very expensive tippling. Anyway,
moving swiftly
yes,
on.
Go-karting.
There is the grid then for our Rotax Max Juniors. Oh, sorry, Senior Max, isn't it? Groups A and B. This is Senior Max category. Alessandro Bigi comes out to celebrate his pole position with Nathan Cappan alongside him on the front row. Yesterday's final winner, George Nazar, will start on the second row of the grid alongside Rayan Damadasa. Zanhal Omasani will share the third row of the grid with Arav Diwan. And then we've got Rayan Qureshi, Omar Ganoum, Andrea Remy, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Faisal Nashko, Jagrat Detroya, Neyman Kukurea, Manaf Hijawi, Antonius Haddad, Enzo Tesluk, Kian Cranebull, and the rest of the grid there. Hope you caught your driver where he starts there on the graphic as we've got the field already coming round, Henry, to start this one. They're at the final turn now, and it's a very, very slow pace indeed, almost crawling pace.
Yeah, indeed. I know there's a lot of people watching from the Mumbai Falcons tent, where it's a little bit cooler than the spectator areas. They're into the tram lines. Alessandro Bigi will lead them to the start. Lights are out. We're off and racing.
Yeah, Bigi on that ideal inside line there. Looks like he got clear before he turned into turn one, and he's got a clear run from turn one to the left-hander at 2, through that, and then the right-hander at 3. This is the infield section. This is the technical part of the track. This is where you make your lap time up. Anybody can keep their foot flat down on the straights, but it's through these technical sections here at Al Ain. That's where you can make or break your race weekend, let alone your race day. This is what we are here about. The train of senior Rotax karts there filing out, the roar of engines there as they pour towards those two left-handers at 11 and 12, and then back towards us in the paddock. Here come the two leaders who've pulled a gap already. It is indeed the number 396, Alexander Bigi, not headed at all from that pole, Henry.
And it's a Matthias Negem Motorsport 1-2-3 at the moment. This is only the second full season for this team, M&M. Matthias Negem, he's got his brother Chris here. They've developed and they've built a very, very strong team from a very strong foundation. Of course, Matthias Negem, one of Lebanon's most experienced, the Negem family, in fact, one of the most experienced family in all of Lebanese karting. I would say I would put them alongside the Al Fagali family in terms of the very top of the tree of Lebanese karting, pretty much of all time. It's Zain El Homassani, who is the third car. He's leading this group in the number 395. He is the rear gunner here. You've got Cappan, and who's that trying to go around the outside? Oh, that was Andrea Remy in the Tony Kart race suit getting eased wide there.
Are we seeing that here we are with the cartshop.me replay here? Have we got El Homassani just holding up this train of karts to allow his teammates to get away from this lot?
I think we've got Zain El Homassani.
Because that seemed to be people tripping over him there.
Yep,
and they're stacking up behind him.
Yeah, Zane's kart is set up to be strong at the second half of the race. So what I think the team have done...
to be strong.
To be strong in the second half of the race, not to be strong at the start.
Right.
So the front two, Bigi and Nasser, they probably had their kart set up to come on straight away, go. El Homassani, he's got to take his medicine a little bit in the first half of the race because those tyres aren't up to pressure. You could really start to see Zane stretching that pack out a little bit. But those first 2-3 laps, Zane had to do a job, and he did it fantastically.
Well, he was really struggling to get that kart to turn, and he has had everybody stack up behind him. This has caused absolute, well, I'm not going to say carnage because it quite hasn't. Everybody's handled themselves well, and you can see the pack there, real pack racing there, and that's because They were held up, and Homasani loses out there, switches it back. Well, didn't notice the lead, the third place change at all there, because as they come back into our side, just in front of us, through that infield section of 7, 8 and 9, there will be no change for that third place. The two leaders, Alessandro Bigi, George Nasser, yesterday's winner, they've gone off. They're ahead by 5 seconds now from this third place battle of Zain El Homasani and literally everybody else.
Oh, Connor, that's Jeremy Montgomery Swan getting a little bit over enthusiastic. He makes the move. He was getting frustrated at El Homasani. El Homasani is defending. Now, the question is, we're on lap number 3, and that's the problem. Kappen makes a bit of a rash move. Let's look at the kartshop.me replay.
Yeah, the kartshop.me replay will show that Kappen went for a bit of a dive bomb into the inside of the right-hander, but that wasn't on. He was on the dirt, and he just didn't have the grip. You could see his car just sleuthed across the outside. He's recovered, though, and he's back onto the tail of Homasani, gotten it back ahead of Jeremy Montgomery Swan. That's incredible driving to recover from that.
But you look at this now. You've got that's Riyadama Dasa that's defending there. So the top two are well away. So this is actually now Omar Ganoum in kart number 301, leading Rayan Qureshi and Andrea Remy.
I think they've just come together.
El Homasani is still in third position. El Homasani is still in third. This is 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Oh, so look at that.
That was a bit rude.
Well, no, I think that was Homasani. Let's have a look at that.
Zain Homasani is not in this. This isn't Zain Homasani.
Who's that then? That's
the 386 kart of... the 386 kart of Rayan Qureshi getting impatient. El Homasani has now begun to pull away from this group.
His tyres have come on.
Yeah, his tyres have come on. El Homasani is now clear in third position. Montgomery Swan is 4th. We've had a lead change up at the front. There is George Nassar now ahead of Alessandro Bigi. And I'm looking back, Montgomery Swan is now up into third. El Homasani is 4th. And then Ganoum is 5th. But El Homasani's kart is now come on.
I think we've just seen, Henry, some fantastic M&M team tactics unfold there before our very eyes.
Yeah.
Zain El Homasani, whether or not it was the fact that his tyres were just not coming into play, he was fighting the grip of the car. You can clearly see that. He's held the rest of the field up.
Yep.
The gap was 7.9 seconds before Jeremy Montgomery Swan was able to overtake him there. That's come down to 7.6. But Jeremy Montgomery Swan now, with 3 laps to go?
Yeah.
He has got no time whatsoever to get back on terms with those two drivers at the front.
May as well be 30 laps to go.
Absolutely. George Nasser, he bided his time, didn't he? He may not have been on pole position, but we've seen how well George races. He took the win in yesterday's final, and he's on target here with, 7 laps completed, 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and you have a look at and there's a couple of drivers out of the race further back there. One kart on its roof, 2 drivers walking away, both seemingly absolutely fine. One of them is a CRG, but driver is absolutely A-OK. El Homasani, meanwhile, has picked up his pace. His tyres have now come on, and that big group of karts that was, piling up behind him have now been spread out simply because El Homasani's tyres are now okay, and he is putting in his personal best lap after personal best lap.
We are getting towards the final stages then. Nasser, who has a lead of just under 0.3 of a second from Alessandro Bigi. Jeremy Montgomery Swan continues to reduce the gap. It's 7.4 to the leader. He's only managing a 10th or so a lap there, understandably. Crossing the line there into the final lap goes George Nasser. Alessandro Bigi follows him through. Here comes Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Gap down to 7.3. El Homasani there in 4th. Omar Ganoum 5th. Nathan Kappen 6th. 7th is Andrea Remy. But I tell you what is, again, impressive. That young Lebanese driver, George Nasser, absolutely seemingly in control, composed and controlled lead of this race. He went off. Yes, there was that was incredible team tactics. It's very rare to see the opportunity arise
Yeah.
where you're able to actually do that.
No,
It all stemmed from qualifying. There's been a lot of chat in that awning after qualifying, hasn't there?
I think so, and I think that all credit to the team for doing that, and for getting Zane to agree to that type of tactic, because hey, you never know. Next time it could be Zane at the front there, but Matthias Leger Motorsport, they need to make a statement. They have got a title challenger in the form of George Nassar. They've got Alessandro Bigi, who has transformed himself from last season to this season. As we look at coming out of the final corner, dust in the air, and one of the CRGs in trouble. I think that was Enzo Tesluk. Dropped me down the order, but yeah, great tactics from Matthias Leger Motorsport.
Didn't quite pull off the 1-2-3, but they certainly pulled off the 1-2. George Nassar, Alessandro Bigi takes the win, and second place for Bigi, of course. Jeremy Montgomery Swan breaks up the M&M party with JNKD in third place, and he really did have to fight for that. That was a very tricky drive for him. Zain Al Abasani did his job, came through in fourth at the flag. Omar Ganoum was fifth. Sixth place was Nathan Kappen. Andrea Remy and Kran Krembo were next up. Jagrat Detroyer was ninth, and rounding off the top 10 was Manaf Hijawi. Intense as ever. I'm not sure what happened to Rayan Damadasa and Arav Duwan. The GGM driver and the Mumbai Falcons were disappeared on lap 4. Enzo Tesluk and Andrew Obaid were the two CRG drivers that ended up coming together there, just in the on the outside of turn number 9.
Andrew Obaid is the driver there, standing with the black, to the right hand side, just with Ken Potter. He ended up on his roof. The kart did. Naman Kukreja, I believe, is the driver, with the Mumbai Falcons kind of race suit, the orange and blue. Hello to Priyanka Mehta, supporting Adish Mehta. Priyanka, hope what are you watching from here in the paddock, Priyanka, or are you watching from back home in Bangalore?
Well, that was a great drive, pointed out there, from 21st up to 13th for Adash Mehta for M&M. Finished just behind Rayan Qureshi, the two Indian drivers there in 12th and 13th, just ahead of Antonius Haddad, who finished in 14th.
Apart from the two drivers, that will have a brief break whilst the recovery vehicle, the recovery quad, arrives on the scene. Absolutely fine, the two drivers in question. Enzo Tesluk was on course for a reasonably good finish as well in another of the CRGs. I was going to say, who's the go-karter guy who's constantly asking for more coverage of CRGs? Well, he's not with us, the go-karter guy. If you are watching, I think it's probably best if we didn't show that much coverage of the CRGs in that race, because they were crashing. They did quite a bit of crashing.
Priyanka Mehta Henry is watching from home in Dubai, driving to our lane for the finals.
Oh, well, can't wait to see you, Priyanka.
Hopefully the wind will have died down by the time you get here.
Well, should we help Priyanka out and let her know what time the finals begin this afternoon?
The finals for Senior Max will be at 15:59, so let's call that 4 o'clock.
Yeah, but you want to be here before then.
Yeah.
You want to be here for the rest of the finals, Priyanka.
We've got two drivers watching from the Mumbai Falcons tent. That's Connor Clancy and Aaron Qureshi.
Yes.
Thank you. Great to have you along, keeping out of the heat and the wind.
The live chat feature is actually a mechanic's best friend. Because I can imagine Connor's mechanic, Alex Gill, saying, right, Connor, shut up, leave me alone, just go and comment on the live stream or something like that. And it occupies the drivers, it keeps them out of the mechanic's hair. Here we are.
Yeah, do drivers get in the mechanic's hair? Do they interfere?
Well, it's not
usually want to.
Not interfering in terms of working on the cart, just interfering in terms of by being in the way.
Yes.
By being in the way and
under your feet.
Being there. Yes, under your feet. That's why so many of the teams have sprouted with hospitality units. It's not to keep the parents and the sponsors happy, it's so the drivers can stay out of their mechanic's way.
I always think it's a good idea for drivers to sort of just clear their heads, get away from the noise of what's going on in the awning, because there's a lot of chitter chat, there's a lot of gossip and rumour and speculation that you can just disappear with. And it's just get away from all of that, keep out of the noise, just focus on your day ahead, focus on what you've got to do.
Yes.
And don't be dragged into, such and such has got a, his engine's really good and it's hard to beat, and you just kind of end up psyching yourself out of it, don't you? It's like, just keep out the way, go and cool off, especially in these temperatures. Just to give you a bit of a weather forecast, it's very windy here in the Al Ain Desert, and it's very hot. We've got highs of 36 degrees. A lot cooler than what we saw 2 weeks ago at the RMC Invitational here at Al Ain. However, it will cool off towards the remaining rounds in the season as well. It's going to cool off to a balmy, 26, 27 degrees by the time we get to the January rounds in Dubai, as we are seeing some karts being recovered there. Gives us a chance to just have a chat about what's coming up next. Mini Max is next, followed by Junior Max, and then the DD2 gearbox category will conclude the heats. We've still got heats to go for at least another 2 heats for this class here, the Senior Maxes. We've the Senior Max class having to be split into 3 groups there. We've got 37 karts that have entered. The go-kart guy, can we still get paddock? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean can you still get the paddock show, that go-kart guy, or can we still get paddock? What does that mean? Can you still get into the paddock? It's great to have you along, though. Unfortunately, your CRG moment has come under not very good circumstances. We've got couple of drivers there that went off. One of the karts ending up upside down, the more dustier version of what we see there. One of the Mumbai Falcons, that's the 374, that's Naaman Karaja, that has been lifted off. Andrew Obaid from CRG is the other driver involved with that. Never a great way to recover your kart back to the paddock there. But that's racing. It does happen, and all part of the character building aspect of going any form of motorsport. If you want to build your character, end up. Can we still get the paddock, the go-kart guy, for CRG? The kart is being recovered at the paddock.
That's what you mean. We recorded the paddock shows, which you will see during the lunch break.
Is that what you mean? The paddock show, CRG. Yes. Yeah, that's maybe for the next few rounds.
Yes. So that we recorded the paddock shows on Friday, and we will endeavour to get out around all the teams during the course of the season.
Across the season, Henry. Yes. We will feature literally everybody in the paddock, and then there will be obviously overlaps as we get towards rounds maybe 3 and 4. We'll be revisiting people, but give us your ideas as to who you'd like us to talk to. That's if they're willing to talk to us, though. That's the thing. Not everybody is. There are a few people who are camera shy, would you believe, in this day and age, where in the world of live streaming and in the world of FaceTiming, etc.
Yes, indeed. So we now wait. I could just see the recovery vehicle being driven back into position. Piriyanka Mehta. Now, next to the Dubai Kartdrome, there is a shop that sells Iron Brew. I can't remember the name of the shop. It's almost like a pharmacy, but it's the only place in Dubai. It's next to the Dubai Kartdrome that sells Iron Brew.
Iron Brew?
Yes.
Are you a fan of Iron Brew, Henry? Do you know where it's made from?
It's Glasgow girders. Girders. It's made of Glasgow girders, and it's the amber nectar. The elixir of the gods, I believe. But only one place in Dubai sells Iron Brew. And that's Tracy and David Robinson, Lachlan Robinson's family, found it for me a couple of years ago.
That's very nice of them.
Yes. Not that I'm suggesting that Priyanka Mehta brings any Iron Brew with her from Dubai. I wasn't suggesting that for a minute.
She may even have some here.
Well, you never know.
She's on her way down. She's got plenty of time to go and visit that shop and get you an Iron Brew. Not that we're saying Priyanka should do.
No.
Put yourself out on a Sunday morning.
Now there's another recovery vehicle now moving another stranded go-kart back towards the paddock. So we are in a bit of a lengthy clean-up operation here.
Well, that was Senior Max, our biggest grid.
Yes.
And if we think we're going to get through 25 karts racing, wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper, without incident, then we're a bit naive.
Well,
it's an inevitability, isn't it?
Ken Potter did give the seniors a briefing last night, saying that we're losing too many drivers from the middle of the pack on the opening lap. And they paid heed because they all got round the first lap and then started crashing on lap 3. So we're nearly there. We're getting progress.
Well, the message is getting through.
Yes.
We kind of left the incident till the latter stages. We lost Rian Damadasa and Arav Diwan, who I did see. It just happened off frame, didn't it? Just saw them disappearing there. That was on lap 4 or lap 5, and then on lap 7, Andrew Obaid and Naman Kareja. CRG and Mumbai Falcons coming together, GGM and Mumbai Falcons in the form of Damadasa and D1. But it's an inevitability. These drivers are racing so tightly, they're so closely. You've got to do that as well because the performance levels are so close. That after all is why we love this sport.
Yes, because it is so close,
so dynamic, isn't it? It's so visceral, it's so visual, it's so noisy, it's so action-packed. It's never going to be a quiet day televising a karting event, is it?
No. Not at all. Leo Schutzman, that's the older brother of Paul Schutzman, saying hello on the live chat. And Paul will be out in the next race.
Yeah, Paul Schutzman starting on the second row. Let's have a look at the grid for our Minimax runners. LBJ Stubbs, the winner yesterday from yesterday's final, starting where he left off. He's on the pole position. Attica Mia, she wants to become a career racing driver. She's on target to do that with the way that she drives. She has the front row. Paul Schutzman and Rivan Dev Preetam are on row 2. We've then got Oliver Butchard sharing row 3 with Benjamin Krachovic. Charlie Page and Austin Gray are next up with Max Payton and Rian Khan Rashid. William Mazzali and Kia Ivanov are next. Gleb Obakov and Adam Fleury are next up. And Rafael Zagati, one of our 3 novices. We've got Obakov, Fleury and Zagati.
Yep, it'll be great to see which one of those 3 comes out on top. Gleb Obakov was the best novice in yesterday's final. Now, when I said to Albie, I said, Albie, have you got a plan to keep everyone behind you? He was like, nah. No, we'll just see what happens. And sometimes
that's the best plan.
Do you know what? Don't overthink it.
You can't overthink. It's like I've had people say, "Oh, you need to do in turn 1, do that. If he does that, do this, do that." It's like, stop.
There's so many moving parts.
Go for it. If the gap's there, go for it.
RBJ Stubbs, first thing, he's got to get round turn number 1 ahead, and then he'll think, well, I'll have a check and see who's behind me and see if they're going to work with me or whether I've got to defend, and then we'll take it from there. But they are into the final corner. Now they move into the tram lines.
Waiting for the red lights, Henry. The red lights are out, and we are indeed racing. Now you can burst from the tram lines, but it's LBJ Stubbs on that primary inside line. Hangs onto it on the brakes there as they turn into turn 1. Has he hung onto it for the lead? No, he hasn't. He's down to 4th, and that's sliding wide there. Just went in a bit too deep.
Well, Paul Schutzman in the JNKD kart, who now leads this race, he was on LBJ Stubbs' bumper going into turn number 1, and I think the driver that started directly behind Schutzman Schutzman on the inside of row number 3. Oliver Butchard had his nose on the bumper of Schutzman's kart, and I think Stubbs just sort of, ran out of braking zone as managed to carry on back in 3rd position. So the order is Schutzman, Butchard, Stubbs, and then Attica, or is that Rivandev Pritham in 4th position for the Axel GP team?
Well, we're going to find out as they come out of the final turn here.
Rivan.
It's a train of karts here in Minimax. Across the line will confirm who is where as we head towards turn 1 for the second time. Schutzman leads, still leads into turn 1. Very slippery down there. Butchard, Albijay Stubbs, Rivan Dev Pritham, William Mazzali, Rian Khan Rashi, Charlie Page, Attica Mur, Henry, through in 8th from the front row of the grid. What happened to her?
Attica there's one piece of Attica's driving that she still has to work on, her starts. She goes backwards at the start compared to her grid position more often than she goes forwards. Now, I know she was starting from the outside of row number 1, but Attica tends to give herself a little bit too much work to do after the starts.
Another driver that lost out massively there on that first lap, Benjamin Kračević, came through in 10th place. He was on the second row, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, indeed. No, the third row for Kračević. Oh, and the number 109 getting out of shape. Just off our camera shot there, that was Rian Khan Rashid. As we look at the top 3, top 4 battling.
Great battles now with Schutzman, Butchard, Albijay and Pritham. And you can see these drivers there. They're not hanging about. They're not working together. They're on lap 3, and already, we usually see these drivers just settle in. Albijay Stubbs and try to get alongside Butchard, just slotting back in as they go through the kink at 7, turning into 8. They are trying to pass each other, Henry. And before long, this 4-kart train at the front of the field, they're going to be joined by the rest of the field because they are battling. A bit of defensive driving there from Schutzman already in these early stages. Is this going to cost him down the back straight? Let's wait and see. He's gone defensive again.
Now Butchard looking to the outside. Will he try the crossover? Oh, great crossover by Oliver Butchard. Schutzman defended the kartshop.me replay. Schutzman just understeering wide in the corner. Butchard had the momentum, does the crossover, and he makes that move for the lead, Joe, and just as the cavalry arrive.
Absolutely, and that was down to Schutzman defending on the dirty inside line. He couldn't get the kart to turn into the apex. That left the door wide open for Butchard, who continues to lead. However, it is far from over yet as the pack closes up once again. We've got a train of, I think, everybody just line astern down the whole field. Butchard being able to pull a little bit of a gap from Schutzman, who is now on a charge back onto the rear bumper of that green helmet of Oliver Butchard, who's pulled out a huge gap considering.
And here's some names we haven't mentioned. All race, Charlie Page up into P6. Gleb Obukov up into 8th. Kia Ivanov 9th. And William Mazzali 10th. They're all in this group. So Butchard has the lead. Then it is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th.
Let's see what the gap is. It was 0.6 of a second. It's 1.5 seconds. Butchard's lead as they come across the line to complete 4 laps. They're on lap 5. 2 more after this one, Henry. Still plenty to play for. But I think the job spec here is let's catch Butchard and fight for the lead. Or are they going to squabble for 2nd, 3rd and 4th? Who knows?
I think the horse has bolted and the gate has been left well and truly open in terms of the battle for the win. I think it's game on for P2 as you look at one of the JNKD runners. Trying to see who that is moving up into. Is that Karachevich? I think it is Karachevich.
It is Karachevich.
Back up into P3
Where
now
did he
behind.
come from?
Well, he started this lap.
Well,
6th.
he was behind Attica Mur and Rivan Dev Pritham.
And Albijay Stubbs at the start of this lap, and now he's in front of all 3 of them.
And he's going to continue forward as well. He's got his teammate, his GNKD teammate in Paul Schutzman. But I think Karachevich, he's got so much pace there, he's able to just waltz past people. Here we go, down the inside. Has he gone and made the move? He has indeed. Turns to the apex, and he makes that move stick. Up into 2nd place is Karachevich. The gap 1.7 seconds now to Butchard. Time's run out though. They're on the penultimate lap next time by.
Yes.
Oh, this is the penultimate lap, in fact.
This is the penultimate lap. This is lap 6 out of 7. Schutzman holding off new fourth place driver, Charlie Page. Page in the number 114 XL Motorsport kart. And, there's dust, which is coming across the front of our commentary position.
Yeah, I'm not sure who picked that up, but we've got a change there for LBJ Stubbs, who loses out another position. Let's see as they cross the line then to go into their final lap. Oliver Butchard. Let's see what Oliver's lead is now. Still at 1.6. Karacevic finds second place. Charlie Page ahead of Paul Schutzman now. Riven Dev Preetam fifth. LBJ Stubbs is just ahead of Attica Meir there. It was Riven Dev Preetam who was attacked LBJ Stubbs there right at the very last. This is all about Oliver Butchard, who, I've got to say, as that lead was exacerbated by the rest of the field squabbling for the crumbs from that first place down. And it's Benjamin Karacevic, who I've got to say as well, has shone through. He dropped down to 10th, remember, Henry?
Yep.
And he's clawed his way back to second. And look at that. He's pulled away from Charlie Page behind him. That XL driver is going to sit there in third. He's not under any kind of pressure. And it looks like the top three settled, Henry.
And so this is what I have learnt in the first 1 day and one heat race from Minimax this year. We've got 15 drivers on the grid as Butchard takes the win. And I'm going to, I'm going to be, not cruel, but obviously you've got Adam Fleury, Rafael Zagati, Kia Ivanov, Max Patton, and those 5 drivers who, down towards the back, everybody else has race-winning pace. The question is, it's track position and racecraft, because 10 of these drivers can win a race.
Let's have a look at the result then. Oliver Butchard takes the win with Benjamin Karacevic second, Charlie Page third, Paul Schutzman fourth, Riven Dev Preetam fifth, Attica Meir, she ended up sixth. She'll not be happy with that. She started on the front row of the grid and it was a clawback from dropping down to eighth, I think. LBJ Stubbs, likewise, he was our pole sitter, winning in the final yesterday, and he lost out to Attica Meir right there on the final lap. He ends up seventh. Rayan Khan Rashid was eighth, Max Payton's ninth, William Mazzali 10th, 11th was Kurt Ivanov, and then the first of the novices, Geb Obakov, was in 12th, Adam Fleury 13th, Rafael Zagati was in 14th, and Austin Gray with a clear problem there.
Yes,
clearly Austin Gray there ending up at the back of the field there. Maybe he was the creator of that dust cloud that you saw.
It was, and it was also Gleb Obukov, because that novice driver was actually in the group chasing Oliver Butchard for some time, and then had a novice moment, which is understandable. But again, very fast performance from Gleb Obukov, another Mumbai Falcons driver.
Synergy were the winners there, though.
Yes,
the British team. It seems to be the place for the British teams to excel. We had Sam Pollock Racing taking the final win yesterday. Oliver Butchard takes the first heat win there. Now, Oliver Butchard, is he the magician?
We are going to see a card trick that will wow you all from Oliver Butchard during the paddock show.
The paddock shows are not to miss. It's coming up at the lunch break, which is scheduled for 1:40.
Yes.
Do not miss this. This happened before my very eyes.
Yes, and before my very eyes.
Before,
I was the one
before our very eyes. It's not a trick of the camera.
Nope.
This youngster actually did this card trick in front of us.
It's unbelievable.
And I am baffled as to how he did that.
It really is.
It's worth watching. Oliver Butchard, if you don't make it as a racing driver, mate, I expect to see you out there on the stage.
Opening for Penn and Teller in Vegas in a couple of years' time.
Absolutely. It was absolutely excellent stuff.
But you know what got me is that he very, very quickly knew about how to work the camera. you know, how to introduce the magic trick, not only to me, because he was doing the magic trick on me, but also the camera, Nick Damon holding the camera. He knew very
He knew where the camera
quickly,
was and how to play it to the camera.
And how to play it to the camera.
Tremendous
And that's also the key to a successful magician.
Well, he waved his magic wand there,
yes.
and the Synergy driver came through to take quite a commanding win there. 1.5 seconds from an equally impressive Benjamin Kračović, who came through in second. Who have we got there on our...
well, at the bottom of the staircase, that would be the she of amazing coffee making here. That is Giuseppe Montanari's mum.
Well, Mrs. Montanari, we still haven't had an Italian coffee.
Well, you've got to go to the J&KD during the lunch break.
We haven't got any time to do that. You know, it would be nice for them to bring us a lovely coffee.
Well, Mr. Montanari there looking at his phone. He will have heard that. You've got Genevieve Leclerc in the sort of salmon pink coloured top. That would be Jaden Hidding's mum chatting to one of the George Gibbons Motorsport mechanics. You can see the Yas Heat colours, the Yas Heat Academy there, chatting to one of our photographers at the top of the staircase. Yas Heat, who they sponsor Faris Haroon, the Emirati Express.
What exactly is Yas Heat?
Yas Heat is a company that encourages and invests in a lot of youth sport, a lot of getting young people active in this part of the world, a lot of high octane sports,
extreme sports,
yeah, here at in Abu Dhabi and in Dubai as a whole, based at Yas Marina. You see there in the lady in red, I think that would be Jack Doe's mum. Waiting, yes, she is. She's heard her name. Waiting to see the 205 of Jack Doe going out.
Give the international audience a wave, Mrs. Doe.
Yes, why not?
give them a wave. You're on telly. There's millions watching.
No,
across the world.
Gone shy now.
Yeah.
But no, it's great to see the parents. There is coming out of the restaurant area. That would be Mohammed Haroon, Faris Haroon's father for the Ford racing team, going across your camera shot there, and Lee Murray and the rest of the Mumbai Falcons team now head up to take their place on the.
That's the viewing gallery, isn't it?
That is the viewing gallery.
Steps down to the pit lane here at Al Ain, and it's just there behind them is the cafe area, the driver's lounge.
Matthew Hopcraft for JNKD now chatting with Mr. Montanari, probably saying, what can I have a cup of coffee for lunchtime, please, sir? Yeah, it's very nice. Keeps you awake all night. That's Matthew Hopcraft's actual voice.
It's a very good mimic.
Yeah.
You may have noticed our replays are partnered with the cartshop.me.
Yes, they are.
You might be wondering, what exactly is cartshop.me? Well, for all of our OTK, they are the exclusive distributor for the OTK family of carts, which include all of them. Tony Kart, Cosmic, Esprit, EOS, Gillard, Red Speed, the Lando Norris kart and the Carlos Sainz 55. They have a 24-hour delivery at cartshop.me. It's not just for your brand new chassis though, it's for all of your karting needs, your spares, your bits and pieces, your ancillary stuff like your oils and your lubricants and your chain lube, etc. Everything there at cartshop.me, and a big thanks to them for coming in and supporting the series by being our action replay partner.
Yeah, but if you want to become an additional advertising partner for the live streams, at the end of the morning's racing, before we tuck into our paddock show, we're going to show you an infomercial about how your business, your team can get involved in supporting this live stream. And they're in the white baseball cap, just having a sip of water there. That was Axel GP's Mark Baines, getting ready to watch this next race.
Yeah, everybody getting ready to watch the next race, in fact, Henry, which is, of course, the Junior Max. Now, this is arguably we talk about the intensity of our classes here. Would you agree this is possibly the most intense class here in the UAE RMC?
Well,
they're all pretty intense, I know. But
they're all pretty intense. I think that this is Conor Clancy, for example. It's intense for all the drivers who are trying to beat Conor. Now, Conor said yesterday that halfway through this year, he's going to be moving up into seniors. So he's not going to do the full year as a junior. He will be moving up into seniors. However, all his rivals, they don't want... It's like in boxing. You know, you don't want to be the champion who is the champion because the best in the business retired before you got a chance to beat them in the ring for their belt. You know, and that's what all the rest of the juniors, they want to beat Conor Clancy fair and square in a race before he moves up. They don't want to be king of the hill in junior because the previous king moved up. They want to say, right, well, we were king of the hill before Conor Clancy moved up. And, of course, that is easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aaron Ortek getting some support online.
All right, okay. Is Aaron out next?
He will be out in the number 295 cart for the Motorscape key
right,
very shortly.
We've got the grid that's appeared on my timing screen. Aaron is down in. I'm just trying to find Aaron on the.
He'll be in. If you're
he is. He's down in.
Joe. It is.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the order. Actually, Via Chopra and Mitansh Jain. Again, they share the front row of the grid. Jaden Hidding and Conor Clancy are next up. Jack Doe starts on row 3 with Brando Londono. Aaron Mason and Pierre Abu Dawan start next. Leo Anna and Faris Haroun are next up. Derek Rivera and Harrison Stevens share that row. Arthur Qureshi and Ray Harbour are next. Julia Engelhard and Ari Kallenberg. Johansa Senanyaki with Floris Schenkenberg. Oliver Spencer shares with Giuseppe Montanari. Jan Michalczeko, how do you say that then?
Jan Michael Zecco.
Jan Michael Zecco. When you say that, it makes it sound easy. Samuel Turner shares with him. Gabriel Baracori is next up. Sav Kojai are next. Aaron Ortak is on the row with Murad Beramov. And then the 24 cart grid is, or 25 carts are rounded off. 20 is that 28 carts shared by Aaron Sethi?
It's 27.
27
Arhan Sethi, he wasn't racing with us yesterday. He's the young lad that's got special dispensation to run in this class in juniors, even though he's only 11.
Oh, wow, is he really?
For the simple reason that he's already about 5'8".
All right, okay.
Yes. So he simply cannot fit in a smaller size chassis. But he ran at the Invitational and was absolutely fine, safe, was getting quicker and quicker. The officials, the senior officials here at the UAE Rotax Max Challenge are all satisfied that he is safe. And now that is going to be a problem for Faris Haroun.
Right.
That is Faris Haroun.
He's passed the red line, hasn't he?
Yep,
so
I'm really
here
sorry.
we go. Let's go. Red lights are on as the field approach them. They go out. And we are racing via Chopra and Mitansh Jain. Jain on the outside line, not always the best place to be as Jaden Hidding chops through on via Chopra. Didn't quite pull it off though as Chopra leads into this first lap.
Yep, indeed. And I was just going back to that. We'll have to see if the start's under investigation. The drivers are told specifically in the driver's briefing where the blend line is, where you have to be in your correct grid slot. And Faris was way past that, unfortunately. As we look at the race leaders heading out towards turn number 12.
We've lost Julia Engelhard, who didn't take the start. She's pulled off just off the driver's left here as the field claw down the back straight here into turn 13. They'll be completing their first racing lap here of the day as they come through the final turn. The cartshop.me will replay, will show
Here's
the move for fourth place there, and he really did squeeze his way through there. The Mumbai Falcons driver there, Conor Clancy, on Aaron Mason as far as I could see there.
Yeah.
Or was that Mitansh Jain
I
coming
think
back
it
through?
might have been Mitansh Jain, yes, in the kart number 2, because Conor Clancy is the O-plate kart. He's on our screens as kart number 294, but he is running the 0, the O-plates, to show that he is the Dubai Open champion. But it is Chopra, followed by Hidding. Jain third. Then a little gap back to Doe, Mason and Clancy. This is going to be interesting for Conor Clancy. We saw him, move back from first to third, but then back the lead. We haven't seen Conor this deep in the pack before.
Is he used to being able to get through traffic? Because we always usually see him at the front of the field where he's managing the lead and stuff.
Of course, he is used to getting through traffic. However, he's not used to getting through this particular clump of traffic. Mason, Doe, they're the first two. Now, of course, they've grown up the last 2 years looking at Conor Clancy thinking, oh my God, one day I want to be as quick as Conor Clancy. And now they're in front of Conor Clancy. Do you think they're going to cut him any slack whatsoever?
I would think not.
I would think not. So
Mitansh Jain goes through on Jaden Hidding there. Just coming into the second part of the infield section. Jain was wanting that very, very dearly. Now he gesticulates to Jaden Hidding.
Of course he does.
Let's go and catch Via Chopra. Now that I'm ahead of you, let's catch Via Chopra. Yeah. Yes, but that was a great move, Henry.
Absolutely. That is the standard operating procedure. So Julia Angelard out of the race. We've also, unfortunately, Faris Haroun and Erin Ortek have retired. I think Faris was on course for a penalty anyway, but the Emirati Express has come into the station early. This is Mitansh Jain, Jaden Hidding, Jack, Aaron Mason is the next driver in line, or is that Conor Clancy
Looks
already?
like
it is already Clancy up into P4
and he's
with Mason and Jack Doe next in line.
Yeah, he got ahead of Jack Doe that time by. They're all backing up now behind Mitansh Jain. This is allowing Via Chopra to literally disappear just up ahead of them. He's not too far away, about 0.8 of a second to be exact last time by. But as they come out onto the back straight now, Mitansh Jain gets behind that fairing, reduces the airflow, tries to break that gap. He's not doing that very readily as they're now queuing up down the inside.
Good move, Jack Doe.
Brilliant move by Jack Doe on Conor Clancy there. Caught him napping here. The Kartshop.me replay will show this. Just comes out at 13 and then there's the gap. He just let the momentum take him there, didn't he? Right to the apex.
Yeah,
and indeed has kept it all the way down the straight.
Yeah, Aaron Mason getting snookered left, right and centre there by Jack Doe, it has to be said. Really good instinctive driving there from Doe, because you come out of that corner and there goes that's Clancy up past Jaden Hidding. And again, Hidding is another driver. He spent a lot of time at the Invitational chasing Conor Clancy. Couldn't quite get on terms with him. And so Hidding now fades to fourth position. Mitansh Jain. He'll be wanting to keep Conor behind him.
He absolutely will, won't he? We had this discussion. You had this discussion with him yesterday. The two Mumbai Falcons there. You were talking about Jain keeping. Is he maturing enough to be able to keep his elbows out and perhaps keep Conor Clancy behind him? Proved not to be the case. But here's an opportunity for him to again stamp his authority within the Mumbai Falcons team as these two. Time ticking by though. They're going to have completed 6 laps, 2 laps to go after this one. So time running out. Are these two going to work together and pull back Via Chopra? He's not in the Mumbai Falcons. He's an M&M driver. So there's no team interplay here. They basically want to catch and overtake him. 2 by 2 they go, it looks like, with Jaden Hidding, Jack Doe staying together, Aaron Mason and Leo Anna staying together as well.
Yellow flags are waving at turn number 1. Unfortunately, we appear to have lost Johansa Senanayake for the George Gibbons Motorsport team. Here is a look at our second and third place karts going into turn number 1 now. Whatever caused the yellow flag a lap ago has now been removed from any dangerous position, and drivers free to go racing again.
And here we are indeed racing, because Conor Clancy there, the second Mumbai Falcons orange liveried kart there. Yep. You can see the difference in the size of the drivers. Mitansh Jain, still a youngster, and down the inside through the kink at 7. We've seen that so many times. Jain doesn't really stop it there. The kartshop.me replay will show this. Down the inside at the kink, and then it opens up the door for the left-hand hairpin at turn number 8. And that was textbook overtake at that part of the track. Now Clancy can break free. His teammate Jain will want to stay with him and perhaps learn the ropes. They're not that far away from Jaden Hidding in 4th place. But via Chopra, he's already got a 1.3 second. He's got out 1.7 seconds now, Henry.
Yeah, he starts the final lap of this race. Casually checking over his shoulder. He comes through turns 2 and 3 on the brakes for this tight turn 4, 5. That's all 2 corners for the price of 1. Then out of turn number 6, up the back straight into turn 7. That's through turn 8. Now around turn number 9 through 10, opens the kart up nicely for the run down towards turn 11. He waves hello very quickly to the Omani border. Now comes back down, checks over his shoulder again, and this is just what Via Chopra hoped would happen when he secured pole position earlier on.
Well, pole position has become the first heat win then, as the checkered flag flies. Via Chopra takes the win. 1.9 seconds the gap to Conor Clancy. This bodes very well for the pre-final with these two starting at the front. Mitansh Jain, he finished 3rd behind his teammate, his Mumbai Falcons teammate Conor Clancy. Jaden Hidding was 4th, Jack Dull 5th, Aaron Mason 6th, 7th was Leo Aina, Floris Schenkenberg was 8th, 9th was Aaron Qureshi, and then we had Sav Kojai finishing in the top 10 there. Just outside the top 10, Gabriele Baraccordi, Jan Michalchenko, Ray Herber, Derek Rivera, Ari Kallenberg finished 15th. Now, Ari, remember, he's our current UAE RMC Minimax champion, isn't he? Finding his feet in this. And he's not able to score points.
Not yet.
Did we speak to Ari in yesterday's paddock show? We did. Yeah, he explained that. He's not allowed to score points until January, when he can start scoring points for this championship. Pierre Abu Diwan was 16th, Oliver Spencer 17th, Harrison Stevens 18th, Giuseppe Montanari still got all the coffee in 19th, Samuel Turner is 20th, Brando Londono was in 21st. Then we had Aaron Setti, Murad Barimov, and then we had Johansa Senekai finishing or not finishing, I should say, going out at 4 laps. We lost Faris Haroun and Aaron Ortek on lap 1, and Julia Engelhard had a problem, the Telios driver there, just pulling off at the start, not taking the start at all. So hopefully, whatever there is problems with Julia's kart, we'll get them rectified and see her out for the pre-final, albeit from the back now. She's got a big job in hand. However, pressure off, Julia. You can only go in one direction when you start in 27th. Next up, it's our gearbox class. The DD2s and the DD2 Masters are coming next. We'll have a lot of chat and talk about the difference with these gearbox karts. I'm being waved at by Nick, who doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Sorry? Oh, lovely. We're going to have a little break with a little video break. So we are in a position now where we've got our DD2 competitors all ready and waiting in the collecting area. We're a few minutes away from getting them underway. It's an 8-lap race for these DD2s. Gearbox class, we talk about this a lot, don't we, Henry? The added complexity of a DD2 over a more common Rotax Max kart, what we've just seen in the hands of our juniors, we saw earlier in the hands of the seniors. We're going to add in the complexity of giving them a 2-ratio final drive as well, which you can flick between first and second gears effectively.
Now, the forerunner to the DD2, the Rotax RM1, which raced here back in 2007. It was a short-lived class. A lot of the technology from the RM1 went into the DD2. There is an RM1 on display just outside the sort of in the main building. If you go from the signing on desk and then you turn left past the changing rooms, nestling in the corner by the door, there is an original RM1 kart here.
What sort of timeline are we talking there? For
It's about 2007.
Right.
2005, 2006, 2007.
Can I just shock you by saying that's almost 20 years ago?
It is almost 20 years ago. One of those karts, and there are very few of them left, is sat here at Al Ain Raceway.
Is it a runner?
I don't know. I would imagine that with enough fettling it will run.
Yeah.
Yes. It is a runner.
But it hasn't run for some years. It
hasn't run for many years, yes. Maybe Guy Sheffield wants to take it out to wow us all.
So that was the forerunner of the current modern iteration of that category then, the DD2.
Yes.
What are the major differences between that first attempt at gearboxing, putting a gearbox underneath the Rotax Max engine? Is there much of a difference?
Well, let me have a little look at my Rotax logo on my shoulder and look at my fact that I'm the official speaker for Rotax. And the main difference is the DD2 works.
Well, I mean, yes, but we've got 20 years of development going into that.
I believe the RM1 had a reverse gear.
But the thing is, Henry,
I believe it could reverse.
When I raced karts, there were Class 1 karts, which were final drive, single final drive, single-engined karts, and gearbox karts, which were Class 4.
Neil Doe has asked, can we see the lady in red on screen again?
Stop it.
Hasn't seen all weekend. Well, that is Mr. Doe.
Oh, is it really?
That's Jack Doe's dad.
All right. Well,
I haven't seen Neil this weekend. That's what my wife looks like.
Look at how across the dining room table, Neil, you've got.
Well, I think Neil's
isn't that true love?
Neil's not here.
Isn't that true love?
Yes.
He wants to see his missus.
Of course he does.
That's lovely.
Well,
she's not there, Neil. Unfortunately,
no.
Yeah, she's gone back to the awning.
You might have to make do with a shot of Hamza Hashisho's dad instead, who was the only person standing on the balcony.
Not the same for Neil, is it?
Not quite. No. Probably not.
So, she's back to the motorscape awning, I'm afraid.
After a very good drive from Jack, it must be said, a top 5. So Neil must be very happy with that.
So Neil's where, did you say?
Well, not here.
Yes.
I'm assuming at home, earning the pennies so that Jack can go and race.
Yes. Where is that? Are they
I'm
from over here, aren't they?
Yes, they live over here in the UAE, Dubai or Al Ain or Abu Dhabi. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
But hello, Neil. We had a long chat with Neil 2 weeks ago at the Invitational, the Rotax Invitational, and now, he's. It's interesting because you get not all parents can come to every round. The nature of this championship with people living here, expats living here. Some of them have businesses overseas. They have to come and go. It's an interesting dynamic.
It's an international dynamic here in the UAE, isn't it? Very international.
Just looking at the flags next to the drivers of where those drivers originate from,
absolutely.
It's remarkable. Yes, you obviously have your own Emiratis. You have your people that your drivers that are born here. I won't say the word indigenous Emiratis, but people from this part of the world. But then you have your expats from all over the world that have settled here.
We've got
Dubai.
people whose parents were the expats.
Yes.
But they have become they've become the locals.
Yes,
by
hello
being
to Al
born here.
Jazeera Iraq. How are you, Al Jazeera?
Where are you
right.
from? Tell
Yeah.
us where you're from when
Yeah,
you message in.
Yeah, please
Just
do.
to give us
please
an
do.
idea of how far we are expanding this UAE RMC across the globe. International television coverage here on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel, and of course the UAE RMC
I think
channel.
Neil, I think we might be able to grant Neil Doe his wish.
This is purely for Neil.
This is just for you, Neil. Neil, are we ready? We're gonna move. We're gonna. Camera 3 is going to show
Mrs. Doe.
Mrs. Doe again. Just for Neil. Just for Neil. We're gonna. Hang on a second. We're gonna move the camera around, well, she's not on screen. Hang on a second.
My goodness.
There we go.
There's
Hello,
Mrs. Doe.
Hello, Mrs. Doe. You don't.
Neil is missing you clearly. That he wanted us to put you on camera. There you go, Neil.
Yeah.
There you go.
And also, we wanted to see Hamza Hashisho's dad in the white.
Of course
t-shirt
he
as well.
did. Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah. You want to see you both, but there we go. There you go, Neil. You could.
Sure, he left him last night.
Yeah,
and he's missing her. He's missing you already.
Missing it already. Oh, bless. We'll do some go-karting in a minute, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's the starting lineup.
Yes, Tyler Harris then. Who's going to beat Tyler Harris in this DD2 class? I do not know the answer to that. It's down to Adam Malik, who's alongside him on the front row. Hamza Shisho and Moritz Knopses, they share row 2. We've got Kyle Blockley and Sami Al-Assad on row 3. The 8-kart DD2 field is rounded off Bernardo Del Castillo and Greg Watt and now Greg Watt didn't qualify. He didn't put a time in qualifying, so a Honolulu driver.
I have seen the Honolulu racing.
He might not have bothered. He might just don't bother. It's too windy.
Yeah. Great to see the Jordanian flag in this class as well. Hopefully that Hamza Al-Fayez is watching from Jordan. Hamza, a regular championship contender. I think Hamza is looking to single-seater cars now after several seasons in senior Rotax here. Hope to say hi to Hamza.
Is that Formula 4 UAE?
Formula 4 UAE, I would imagine. Hi to Hamza's mum and dad as well. We do miss you from the UAE Rotax paddock. Maybe we'll see Hamza coming back. But of course, Hamza synonymous with the brand racing team.
Okay. Danny closed down the team, didn't he?
Yep. And he's now head of the technical.
He's head of the technical here for the UAE RMC. So he's still here, is Danny Brand.
Luigi, Danny's partner in the brand racing team, now helping to head up the Telios racing team. Well, we've got carts on track.
If you're a Danny Brand fan, then have a look back at our coverage from the UAE RMC Invitational 2 weeks ago here from Al Ain, where the paddock show, we had a very, very interesting chat to Danny, who explained the technicalities on a very technical level with regards to the differences with the DD2 kart and the more common Rotax Max senior kart. As we've mentioned here, paddle shift gear ratios 1 and 2.
Greg Watt is on track.
He is excellent.
All
yes.
8 karts are on.
He might have had a lie in.
Well, I mean,
it was early. It was just coming up to 10 o'clock when these guys qualified. So we've got the DD2s now on the back straight. That means they are very close to starting this race. The grid will form up. Tyler Harris from Mumbai Falcons here. He was very, very hard to beat yesterday, but it's down to the M&M drivers, Adam Malik and Hamza Rashisho, to take the challenge to him. The first of the Masters, Moritz Knopias, he's on the second row of the grid as they head towards the red lights, Henry. The red lights are out and we are racing through into the first turn of this race.
Yep, Harris leads them into turn number 1. As was the case yesterday, the 2 M&M karts led by Hamza Hashisho. I think it is Hashisho, who's not in the full M&M graphics kit. He's got that Charles Leclerc kart graphics kit on his kart. He is there. I think Kyle Blockley for the Kart Advisor Academy team up into P3. It is Malik down to 4th and Knyoppers down to P5. Maurice Knyoppers with that bright orange, the Dutch crash helmet design. Well, it's predominantly the Dutch orange for Maurice Knyoppers as they come around turn number 13 to complete lap number 1. Greg Watt already ahead of Sami Al-Assad and Bernardo Del Castillo, although I noticed there Sami Al-Assad passing. And we've got a battle for the race.
I was going to say, we have got a race. I mean, all right, there may be the smallest grid that we've got. Kartshop.me replay here showing a
Look
change
at
for
Blockley.
Yeah, Blockley through from 3rd and now into 2nd there with a kind of audacious move around the outside, wasn't it?
That was,
Has he hung on to it?
He has, indeed.
He has, and he's challenging. Look at him challenging Tyler Harris.
Yes.
This is tremendous stuff. We've got an 8-kart grid, 5 of which it looks like are absolutely nose to tail at the front.
Well,
we only need 2 karts to make a race, Henry. We've got 8, so this is great.
Yeah, and you could throw a postage stamp over the front 5. They're that close to one another. Now, Tyler Harris, we saw Tyler Harris get better and better as the races progressed yesterday. Does that mean that maybe the best chances of his rivals has already gone begging? We'll have to see. Blockley, though's got a good run coming out of turn number 1, but can't make a dive bomb going into turn 2 or 3. Harris, though, is defending a little bit.
I think this is Tyler Harris just letting his tyres come in.
Yep.
Nice and smoothly, nice and gradually. He may have set the pressures for them not to be quite there until about going into lap 3 maybe, which we are about to get and complete. So now that we see his tyres come on to where he wants them to be, where the tyre pressure is optimised, now he's where he's got the kart balanced. It'll turn in the way he wants, it'll rotate the way he wants, and now we will perhaps see Tyler Harris extend that lead, and we're already seeing it, Henry.
Yeah, Kyle Blockley's cause was not helped by the fact that he missed the apex going into turn number 13.
Just wouldn't turn in, would it?
You just couldn't get the kart turned into the apex. Hamza Hashisho, the half Qatari, half Canadian driver who was so impressive to win the Invitational. He's there in 3rd position. Adam Malek has just about managed to get back in front of Maurice Knyoppers for what is 4th place on the road. And Sami Al-Assad has repassed Greg Watt for 7th place, with Bernardo Del Castillo running in 8th.
Here we go then. As we suspected, Tyler Harris, his tyres have come on. This has left the battle for second. Up for grabs, Kyle Blockley for the Kart Advisor Academy, and the M&M Hamza Hashisho right there. And Hashisho lost out there massively there. He did try and challenge. That's compromised his line through the final section of this track. And as they crossed the line, the gap was the biggest we've seen, almost 0.4 of a second. This is where it all begins to close up again. And here comes Adam Malek and Maris Knyoppers as well to make it a 4-kart train for that 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed. So Blockley has to hang on. And again, Blockley and Knyoppers, they're in a head-to-head fight at the moment for the championship in DD2 Masters. Greg Watt and Bernardo Del Castillo are also in that championship. But Knyoppers took a clean sweep of wins yesterday. Blockley wants to repay that favour to keep the championship level pegging. Hashisho will be getting a little bit frustrated at this point, though, for Hamza Hashisho. Even if he gets past Kyle Blockley, he's not going to catch Tyler Harris.
Blockley had to defend there into 1. Blockley there just positioning his car towards the middle of the track. Here comes Hashisho. Not quite the pace on the brakes into that turn number 2, though. Here they come out of that section. They all concertina together through the very tight infield section out of 6, now heading towards the kink at 7. And there's a little bit. Yeah, that was not sure how if he created that gap. Let's have another look on the Kartshop.me replay. Gets caught out on the brakes there, contact, and that's Blockley who just gets pushed wide ever so slightly there by Hashisho. we'll see how that transpires.
Yeah, and of course, what Maurice Knopper said to me in his interview this morning, we talked about locking the front brakes, locking the front wheels. He said, you don't really see the tyre smoke, you just get an awful lot of vibrations that almost induce a migraine, and you bend
Really?
steering columns. He said on Friday, getting used to one of these carts again, Maurice Knopper's, he bent 2 steering columns.
They bend the steering
By
columns
locking up the front brakes.
Wow.
And of course it creates such a vibration that he bent 2 steering columns.
Wow, that's incredible. We need to look into that more in depth in our tech talk,
yes.
in our paddock show. Here's that battle then for now 3rd place as Kyle Blockley comes under pressure from Adam Malik and Moritz Knopsis. They're getting back onto the tail as Hamza Shisho, having got by Blockley. He needs to extend that gap to potentially taking I'm not sure he hit him hard enough for a bumper penalty, but it's a potential there, isn't it?
Yes, it is a potential. And that's, we'll talk about what Neil Doe is doing off track at the end of this race. We'll focus on this race for the time being as Tyler Harris continues to lead. Now, of course, what we'll talk about what Neil Doe is doing, obviously with the driver's education. Tyler goes to school in the United Kingdom. His main goal this year and next year is to get into Oxford to do economics at Oxford University.
We'll talk about that more when we see the checkered flag,
Yes.
because that's a very interesting subject. That we can get that a bit more of a chat. Right now, though, Tyler Harris getting towards the checkered flag time into turn 12 for the final time. Then heading down. This is really the man to beat, the driver to beat here. Tyler Harris, such a quiet lad as well. I've noticed during his interviews.
Yeah, in interviews, yes.
Yes, he's quiet during his interviews. Here he comes and out the final turn, heading towards the checkered flag. As we see Tyler Harris continuing on his winning ways, taking the first heat then. Hamza Shisho second. Cal Blockley, he did hang on to that 3rd place, but look at that. A change for 4th with Moritz Knopjes taking Adam Malik for that 4th place, leaving Malik the crumbs of 5th. Sami Al-Assad was 6th, Greg Watt 7th, and we lost Bernard Del Castillo there on the penultimate lap there, it looked like. No, he comes through. He has come through.
There he goes across the line now, which is good to see.
That is the DD2 Masters result. You were telling us, Henry, so Neil Doe has messaged in, and it's probably worth a chat, because you do talk to Jack about it in the paddock show, didn't you?
Yes, so we talk about drivers' academies. Now, for example, Oliver Spencer has moved from the UK to Dubai, and he started a new school. He's actually an in-person schooling, so he goes to one of the international schools here in Dubai. And I was speaking to Oliver's dad, who says really, really pleased with how his schooling is going. Other drivers, they do online school. Now, the Minerva Virtual Academy is what Neil Doe is working on. That's the project, the Doe family project, trying to bring online schooling to the Middle East.
We're familiar with the Minerva schooling project because they're a sponsor of the kart championship.
They need to be a sponsor of this championship.
They absolutely need to be a sponsor of this championship.
Neil.
Hello, Neil.
Hello, Neil. How are you?
Yes, we are in need of some support and backing, and this is a great way. We get great figures on our live stream, Neil.
Absolutely.
This is a sales pitch, isn't it? It's turned into a sales pitch. We get some great figures. We are really, really spreading the word. There's a buzz about the UAE RMC, Henry. I know you're a big part of the UK scene, and indeed the international karting scene. It'd be interesting to see what sort of buzz is created next week when you're across in Indiana for the Kart Chaser series. As well. Whether or not it's appeared on their radar in the karting world. Well, it certainly has. It's landed in the UK, hasn't it?
Yes.
Dan Holland's here. Sam Pullett Racing is here racing. Synergy are here. I know the Hunter boys are just waiting to get the UK projects out the way, and then they're going to be focused on here with Hunter Motorsport and the like, with Kai and Reese coming across. So it really is becoming an internationally renowned series, the UAE RMC. Why would you not want to be advertising and be part of this as a partner.
And of course, as a sport of karting, which gets more and more intense all the time, drivers, racing and testing an awful lot, doing online schooling and finding the right online school is even more important.
Well,
so
absolutely.
That's where we could learn a little bit more about the Minerva Virtual Academy.
And the thing is...
And Neil, at the end of the round of pre-finals, before we have our lunch break, there's a lovely little film telling you how you can get involved and sponsor the championship and the live coverage of said championship.
And for kids who are involved in, not just in karting, but in any sport, that effectively takes them out of school. Where you've been taken out of school on a Wednesday or a Thursday, you're losing 3 days of schooling. However, this style of schooling can be done at the track.
Neil Doe is currently
at the training ground, wherever, and that's why I think this is taking off. Certainly in this sport.
So Neil's either thinking to himself, yeah, that's a really good idea, or he's thinking to himself, I wish I hadn't said put on the live chat. Can you get my missus back on the screen, please? Look what's happened now.
I'm sure Neil is fully aware of that. He's involved with the Car Championship, Darren Beavers' series in the UK, and as you described, very much aware of what's happening in this sport.
Yes, indeed. Heats are over. Well, no, the heats aren't over. The heats for Micromax, Minimax, Junior Max, DD2 and DD2 Masters are over. They will now have their pre-finals next. We still have 2 heat races in senior Rotax. The way that we have worked that out is so that you obviously have qualifying has some points for pole position, but then every driver has 3 championship point scoring opportunities during the day. For 4 of the classes, it's 1 heat, 1 pre-final, and then a final. Those are the 3 championship point opportunities. And then in seniors, there are 2 heats and then a final. Let's have a look. You can see at the top there in the red and white. That's part of the Axel GP team. Now, they've got Finn Leslie, current British touring car driver out here. I know Finn's mum, Hayley, is watching this in the UK. How do I say this? The last Finn should be here at the circuit today. Unfortunately, the last time his team saw him, he was walking out of a nightclub at 3 o'clock in the morning with 3 6'2" Russian women. I don't know what's happened since. We haven't seen him. Hopefully, Finn is okay. Now, karts are on track. It is time. Finn's in the paddock. Don't worry, Hayley. Is he? Or is he? Here we go then with the start of our pre-finals. Samar Chopra, Liam O'Hanlon on row number 1. Adam Al-Sheikh and Amar Tabatsa on row number 2. Tadeusz Prochaska and Alex Fryenstein on row 3. Cameron Harvey and Enzo Falzarano are next. Vaibhav Ponna, Jensen Kelly, Saif Al-Khalifa, Tayab Haroon, Abdulaziz Al-Saraf, Adrian Fore-Wignole, Ivans Voronins, Rudrapatrap Shekawat, Saif Al-Maina, Ahmed Al-Maina, Rashid Al-Maina, and Felix Souza Jebjerg. 20 drivers. We hope that, Sebastian Storer, that you are okay watching at home. And this will be an 8-lap race for the youngest members of our paddock. Now, Via Chopra, the elder brother of Samar Chopra, is having a very good drive today. The Chopra family are having a very good day so far. Can Liam O'Hanlon fight back from the outside of row number 1? Lights are out. We are off and racing.
It's a tough ask from that outside line into turn 1, and O'Hanlon does very well to slot in behind Samar Chopra. He will be second on that back stretch towards turn 2. This is where the whole field will just follow each other through these twists and turns. They'll take any opportunity they can if the door is left open, but there's very little speed difference. These are very, very quick karts, the Micromax, in the corner. Very little speed difference between the corner and the straight. Because of their heavily restricted engines, they don't go that fast on the straights in comparison to the corners. So the braking distance has become negated because this is absolutely fast and flat out through 12 here. That's an acceleration zone there, Henry.
Yep.
All the way down the back straight.
Yeah, and look at the driver in third, Adam Al-Sheikh, although that was Amar Tabatsa in third position in kart number 16. It is Amar Tabatsa. Amar Tabatsa, a great young kid. First met him a few years ago when he was just starting out in Bambinos, and he had a bit of a crash at the Dubai Kartdrome, but then he walked up and he said, "It's okay, I'm all right." He walked up, he goes, "Thank you very much for letting me know, Amar."
Excellent.
Really good little kid is Amar Tabatsa.
Well, the top three beginning to edge away, or are they? Because as Rotax Cadet Racing, what we find is they do spread out and then they'll concertina all back together.
Yes.
They're only on lap 2 here. And I think there's a bit of a settling in process here. Tyres not perhaps quite where we want them to be. Beginning to come in the next lap there, I would think. And O'Hanlon looking very threatening there on the tail of Sama Chopra. He stays with him through that acceleration zone, which is the left-hander at 12. He's tapping his helmet to tell the driver behind him, let's challenge. Bit of defensive driving, even in these early stages from Sama Chopra. But he's able to not cost himself too much time there by going down the inside line, and he will lead across the line. 2 laps completed.
O'Hanlon gets a very good run off the final corner. I'm not sure if O'Hanlon, and there's the move. Does he make the move, stick in the turn?
No, he didn't. It cost him dearly. He was very tight on the inside. The sweep of the outside line there has enabled Samar Chopra to retain that lead. But again, Liam O'Hanlon has shown him the cards in his pack. He's shown him the cards in his hand, indeed. Amar Tabatsa had a lovely watching brief there. And Tabatsa now coming under pressure from Adam Al-Sheikh. He's now not so much focused on Liam O'Hanlon in front of him. He's got a busy time from behind.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure if O'Hanlon was signalling to the driver behind him at this point a lap ago, or if he was trying to signal to Samar Chopra to say, don't defend, let's go together. And now O'Hanlon is defending because the XL Motorsport kart directly behind him is no longer Amar Tabatsa, it's Adam Al-Sheikh. And of course, I spoke to Adam's dad this morning where he came up to me and he said, talk about giving away all your secrets in an interview, where Adam saying, yeah, Samar and myself, we had a plan to work together. Out of the mouths of babes.
That's just lovely naivety, isn't it? They haven't become cynical and
no, exactly.
hard-nosed.
And it's okay, we don't mind Liam telling us who he's working with. Well, it's all good fun and games.
To be honest, we can tell what they're doing.
Yeah.
We absolutely can tell when they're working together. Now that Adam has gotten by Amar, now he can control the pace up towards the back of Liam O'Hanlon. Yep. So Amar's had a chance to get by O'Hanlon. Now it's my turn. And look what's happened. Because they haven't started squabbling, all of those 4 karts have just closed back up again. But look at this defensive driving from Samar Chopra. He's concerned, isn't he?
Well, he wants to try and back Liam O'Hanlon up into his buddy Adam Al-Sheikh. O'Hanlon started defending. He wasn't defending from Amar Tabatsa. He is defending from Adam Al-Sheikh because Liam O'Hanlon does not want the 29 of Chopra and the 55 of Al-Sheikh to be able to hook up again.
Well, we saw Chopra taking the more sweeping, more momentum gathering mid-line into turn 1, and he was able to keep up that speed, not lose too much time. That was perhaps because Samar Chopra took them more towards the inside of the corner, and that was a defensive driving line from the leader here, and he continues to do so. This is where he's got to start defending, though, Henry.
Yep.
He looks over his shoulder. There's nobody there because O'Hanlon was across his left shoulder, not his right. This is where O'Hanlon needs to settle into the slipstream. Is he going to get the tour? He's right there under the rear bumper. And there down the inside into 13, but it's got squeezed out there. He really did need to get the tin opener out.
And O'Hanlon, he did very well there to back out of the move. Before, and now Chopra is slow coming off the final corner. O'Hanlon is signalling, saying, "No, come on, we got to go." And Liam O'Hanlon, he's got to have his wits about him here. And this is just, you know, where's the other George Gibbons Motorsport kart? Up near the front of the field. So GGM, Jensen Kelly is O'Hanlon's nearest teammate. And to be fair to Jensen, he's up into P7. He's a lot less experienced than O'Hanlon. There's Al Sheikh having a look to the inside. O'Hanlon holds him off.
Yeah, now, O'Hanlon had the momentum, you see, Henry. He kept to that racing line, and I think that was more of just Al Sheikh. If O'Hanlon had mirrors, it would have been full of Al Sheikh, but it kind of was lost a little bit because O'Hanlon was completely oblivious to what Al Sheikh was doing.
Now, Liam might be thinking to himself, oh, well, this isn't fair. You know, I've got Samar and Adam. They've said that they're going to work together against me, and I'm all on my own. Well, Liam doesn't realise he is learning so much by being in this situation. Yes, he may not be thrilled by the fact that it's 2-on-1 at the front, but what he doesn't realise is, as a driver, this is invaluable learning. Because as you go through karting, you will always need to know how to deal with, and they're not teammates, Chopra and Al Sheikh, but hey, you'll know in this sort of level of karting, teamwork is everything. O'Hanlon will find himself up against two teammates many a time in the future, and he is now learning how to, number one, stop them from hooking up together and working together. And what he hasn't quite learned yet, but he's getting there, is how to beat two people working together when they're on your own.
Well, it hasn't quite come off, because all it needed was for Adam Al Sheikh to work by himself. The kartshop.me slipstream replay will show the slipstream here used by Adam Al Sheikh. That puts him on the ideal inside line. Was alongside before the turning point. O'Hanlon's got it all to do going into this final lap here. Is that O'Hanlon back into second though?
It is.
By the time we got to turn one, by the time we looked at our kartshop.me replay, O'Hanlon was already back up to second.
But it's Al Sheikh in the lead.
And it's Al Sheikh in the lead. So whatever went on in turn one while we were looking at that replay, that's what has now turned out to be the case. O'Hanlon looking down the inside. Was there a coming together?
There was a little bit of sticker swapping, and O'Hanlon has to back out of it, and it's cost Liam O'Hanlon second place as we look at Tabatsa, Prochaska, Fryenstein and Kelly at the back of this league group. But it does look as though Adam Al Sheikh has done it again. He gets to the front right when it matters, defended from O'Hanlon, and it's going to be another win for yesterday's final winner, Adam Al Sheikh.
Incredible drive. Al Sheikh takes that win, a very composed drive, and he got through on the two karts ahead of him when he needed to get through. The result is Adam Al Sheikh takes the win, starting off on a path which he excelled at yesterday. See what I did there?
Yeah,
the Excel driver.
Superb.
In second place, Samar Chopra. Again, a complete mirror of yesterday's podium, with Liam O'Hanlon finishing in that third spot. Alexander Freinstein, where did he come from? Alexander Freinstein coming through in fourth there. Tadeusz Prochaska sitting in fifth. Amar Tabatsa dropping to sixth. Cameron Harvey, Jensen Kelly, Vaibhav Ponna, Enzo Falzarano, Rudrap Pratap Shekhawat was 11th. That's better from that driver. Saif Al Khalifa was 12th. Evans Borins was 13th. Abdulaziz Al Saraf was next. And then we have Tayab Haroun, Adrien Fowler Vignoli, and then the first of the novices. So first honours for first novice. Ahmed Almeida from Rashid Almeida, from Felix Zuza Jebberg, and then Saif Almeida rounding off a 20-car field. In fact, Saif only completed one lap, unfortunately.
That is a shame. Adam Al Sheikh takes the victory over Samar Chopra. Please keep your comments coming in on the live chat on both the Karting Live TV YouTube channel and the Rotax Max Challenge or the RMC UAE. It's the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel. That's one pre-final down. Our next race will be the second senior Rotax.
I'm glad you said race as well, because they're still in their heat phase, the seniors.
Yes, they're still in their heat
because
phase.
Because of the amount of drivers we've got on the grid.
Ash Whiteman there in the white T-shirt. Having a look at the top of the steps, talking with Paul Hardy, Rob Gunari, team manager for XL Motorsport, sitting on the banisters.
Have you
and
noticed?
That's Omar Ganoon fiddling with his hair.
Have you noticed that Paul Hardy has a drinks bottle in his right-hand pocket there?
Yes.
That isn't Perrier.
Yes. No, correct.
Yes. He was embarrassed there for a minute.
Well, we were embarrassed for you, Paul.
Well, I had a chat with him at dinner there as he passed, and I says, "Come on, mate, you represent the Northeast out here. What are you doing drinking Perrier?"
Exactly.
And I think he's took it to heart there.
Well, quite rightly so.
I rang his dad as well. I said,
Derek,
he's drinking Perrier here. What can you do?
Oh, well.
I'm surprised Derek's not here. He's always here.
I'm surprised Derek didn't hear that word. His son's drinking. Oh, there's Finn Leslie at the top of the screen in the black sunglasses. Heavy night last night for Finn. Terrible night last night. Like I said, last seen staggering out of a nightclub with 3 6'2" Russian women.
Is that true?
Might be.
Or have you just made that up?
Well, hey, if you say it with enough authority, his mum thinks it's true, and that's all that matters.
All right.
Finn Leslie has been here driver coaching the XLGP team. He's mainly been showing the XLGP drivers his onboard footage from British touring cars at Croft. So when we go to Croft later in the season...
So this is how I take the Jim Clark S's.
Yeah,
Look at this.
is how
Look
I
at the
take
data
it.
from there.
The XLGP drivers will be absolutely electric at Croft.
Right.
I'm joking. Finn Leslie has been showing them his British touring car on board because, quite rightly, he's very proud of the fact that he made it into the British touring cars this year. But he has been coaching the drivers how to get around this track as well. And to be fair, the team that... it's brand new to karting. Yes, it's got, single-seater arms, but the karting is brand new to them. Mark Baines literally set he got the job and then put out a call. I need 3 mechanics and I need them now. You need to come to Dubai and you're going to be there for a month. Liam Smith, Mitchell Sellers,
saw Liam earlier.
and Sam Stansbury answered the call. They got Finn Leslie on as a driver coach, and already podiums and top 5s across the board. And in some of the bigger classes, the seniors, they're doing very well as well. Drivers who I wouldn't necessarily automatically are, shoo-ins for the podium. As we look, Neil Doe's back on. Neil, we can't show your wife again. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Derek Rivera are already in the Minerva Academy.
So Mirko Hurlman, go Alex. Hello Mirko, glad to have you along. It's hope you're enjoying the coverage as we are preparing for our senior max heats, as we are getting ready to get these karts on the track. It's groups. What groups have we got, Henry? We're groups A and C this time. So some of the drivers have already had a heat earlier on, and Group C who will be out for their first time, and then we round off this phase up to the lunch break with Groups B and C. Coming up after this one, we've got Mini Max, Junior Max, DD2s, and then we will finish on the Senior Max final heat. 2 heats qualifying them for on their grid for their final. So this one, Henry, I'm not sure what group George Nasser is in. He might be in group... I don't want to take a bet on that one.
I can't remember exactly where he qualified. Did he qualify?
I think he's in Group B.
I think he might be in Group B, which would be in the next.
Yes.
The next heat. So we still just wait for the clock to tick towards midday local time. Now the collection of drivers in the Mumbai Falcons tent commenting in the live stream is also growing. Connor, Nathan Kaplan, who's obviously not going to be in this heat, Arhan Qureshi and Shivan Kartik they are staying out of their mechanics way. I'm not quite sure whose login they're using. If it's not one of their logins, I would go and be, we're just on your iPad, just on the live chat. We're not looking at history folder or anything else on your iPad at all. So I would just go and make sure that the Mumbai Falcons iPad is.
I would like to think it's more of a viewing suite.
Yes, it's a viewing suite.
50, 60 inch LED plasma telly, QLED. Yes, watching our HD quality coverage here on the both the Karting Live TV live stream and the UAE RMC. I've got the grid in front of me for our groups A and C, which are coming next, and it's going to be Mohammed Maname from XL, who is on the pole position. Oscar Lambert's the Mumbai Falcons. Oscar Lambert is alongside him as we get the green flag. Alessandro Bigi from M&M is on row 2 with Jeremy Montgomery Swan.
No, I think you're looking at a heat race from yesterday.
Am I? Oh, sorry. Right. Talk amongst yourselves, Henry.
That's quite all right. That's all right. Well, we'll tell you what the grid is. Alessandro BIG, the notorious BIGI.
Oh, he's on the pole,
isn't he? Pole. Mohammed Maname on the outside of row number 1. George Nassar is in this grid, and he starts on row 2 alongside Amani Kinyua, Zain El Hamasani and Oscar Lambert, row 3, Rayan Qureshi and Linus Volungivicius on row number 4. Andrea Remy and Alicia Canessa. Spoke to Alicia. Don't forget, if you want an underdog, if you're looking to support a privateer independent underdog story, Alicia Canessa, 10th, great qualifying, and a Faisal Nashko, Oscar Backhouse, Naman Kukrasia, Rayan Keirus, Antonia Saddad, Jules Dumont, Kian Crayenbull, Abdullah Al-Qaita, and the rest. I've got my eye on the driver with the white race suit and the light blue sleeves and the white crash helmet. That is Amani Kinyua. I think Alessandro Bigi might have just stalled his go-kart. He gets it refired. That was lucky.
He went down to the starter button there, didn't he, to refire it?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's because they're crawling around, hardly any fuel going into those motors, and it's very easy for the motors just to stutter to a halt. They're not stuttering to a halt now, though, as they've got full open throttles as the red light goes out and they're heading towards turn 1. It's Alessandro Bigi who's on the primary inside line there, and he will lead, and also going through with him is George Nassar, would you believe? No surprise there.
Oh, a couple of karts in the dust coming out of turn number 1 in the middle of the pack again, and that is specifically what Ken Potter warned these drivers against. He said, look, the leaders are behaving themselves. It's the middle of the pack. We just cannot seem to get them round turn number 1 cleanly. It's a Matthias Leger Motorsport. 1, 2, 3, yet again.
Would you believe? You know what, Henry? Starting third on the grid is better than starting second. Yep. Absolutely, because you can just follow the pole sitter through that inside line in turn 1. Very slippery on these tyres, that not quite up to temperature and operating in their operating window then. You really saw that shine through in turn 13. The two leaders beginning already to pull out a gap. They've got an 8th, 10th gap between second place George Nassar and Zain El Hamasani in that third spot. Are we going to see exactly what we saw in the heat here in this pre-final? It's the second heat. These three again able to do what they did in the first heat.
Well, already El Hamasani has been passed for third place by Mohammed Maname there. But again, I'm looking at El Hamasani's kart, and he is not quick in the early stages. He's in 4th place at the moment. Unfortunately, Louis Hartmann and Oscar Backhouse were two drivers that went out on the opening lap. Oscar Lambert and Amani Kinyua were the two other drivers that went off. Terrible misfortune, and I'm looking at Kinyua's kart, which is badly damaged, minus a nose cone. Oh, his luck just does not get any better.
No, unfortunately, this is the battle that we have. It's kind of a replay from the earlier heat that we saw. Alessandro Biggie and George Nasser. We saw George Nasser, the winner of the final here yesterday in the first round of the UAE RMC. He just kind of bides his time, doesn't he? He bides his time, and then towards lap 6, 7, that's when he'll make his move. So Alessandro Bigi, he will have at the very forefront of his mind, he needs to try and break a gap. Nasser sitting there in second, bit of a cautious start to this race from the two leaders, dare I say it. Cautious insofar as just bringing those tyres in. Meanwhile, behind them, Mohamed Menemene, who is with the XL team, he's pulled a gap of, looks like 0.6 of a second from Zail El Homassani.
Here's a kartshot.me replay for the move for first position. As
he's obviously listening to me, because I said he's quite happy to sit there until about lap 6 or 7. He thought, nah, I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going for it now on lap 3. Or lap 4, as it is.
Maybe George Nasser thought, right, okay, Mohamed Benaimne is just a little bit too fast for my liking, and I want to put a cart between myself and him, because he doesn't want to be the sort of the meat in the sandwich, as it were. If Benaimne caught up, El Homassani runs fourth. Andrea Remy having a very strong drive in fifth at the moment. Alicia Canessa, she talked about how, her and her mum and her dad, they struggled to try and suss the cart out and to figure out the setup. They're all on their own. Well, Alicia is there in 7th position, just behind Lithuania's Linus Volungavicius. Volungavicius in cart number 319, another of the Axel GP carts.
3-car battle now created for the lead as Mohamed Menemene has gotten onto the rear bumper of Alessandro Bigi, and you may have read that completely correctly, Henry. George Nasser not waiting around to maybe fend off that challenge from Menemene. He could perhaps sense that Menemene had speed and was actually catching them. George Nasser getting on with it and pulling a little bit of a gap to Alessandro Bigi. Bigi is about to have the company of not just Menemene, but El Homassani, Andrea Remy, and Volungavicius. They're not that far away, and if these two start to scrap for second place, I would imagine that it won't be very long before that gap there between that third place card and fourth place card, that will disappear in the blink of an eye as these three circulate at the front of the field now on lap 6. It's going to be 3 more laps after this one.
Yes, indeed. Into turn number 8 go the lead group. Nasser, Bigi, Menemne, the top 3. Then a slight gap back to El Homassani, although it does look as though El Homassani's cart is far more receptive to Zane's wishes, as it were, in this race than it was in the first race. Yes, it was still a little bit slow at the start, but Zane has now picked up his pace, and he's picked it up, without letting the lead trio get away to the level that they did in race number 1. Andrea Remy still there in 5th. Volungavicius, Knessa, Faisal Nashko in the top 8, followed by Kian Crayenbull, Antonius Haddad. 21 carts of the 25 that started are still running. We've lost Rayan Qureshi. We've lost Amani Kanua, as long Abdullah Al-Qatar is down at the back of the field for the Telios team in 21st position. Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi for the Skyline Racing team is currently 20th.
We've got a very spaced out race here. George Nasser in the lead, Alessandro Bigi second, Mohamed Menemene in third. Then we've got Zain El Homassani, Andrea Remy, Linus Volungavicius is there, not that far away in 6th place. A little bit of a gap to Alicia Canessa, who, that was a great interview, by the way, with Alicia. That was great. You're describing how she preps the cart with her parents. Things spread out, though, Henry, and with 2 more laps remaining. This is the penultimate lap here that they're about to complete there. They're just on the back stretch towards the kink at turn 7, then immediately into 8. And Nasser controlling the pace there, looking very composed, as he has done pretty much. He did all day yesterday, didn't he? And he really did deliver in the final. But it's not looking like this field of the top 6 at least. It doesn't look like they're going to close up at all, because they look equally paced. I'm pretty sure they're driving at 9.5 tenths.
Well, this is a holding pattern. So this is where you've got several drivers in their second heat thinking, okay, I know what I did in heat number 1, and I don't want to throw it all away in heat number 2, so I'm going to just, stand firm, as it were. And then you've got a bunch of drivers, the other half of the field, are in their first heat race, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, well, I'm on to a good thing at the moment, so I'm going to stay where I am because this is going well, and I might just go for it a bit more in race number 2. Fight backs.
You mean they're keeping their cards close to their chest then?
I mean, they actually might be thinking.
Yeah.
They might just be thinking.
Oh, you're being absurd now.
I know, sorry.
It does look like, I think, all right, we kind of, they're not just stroking at home, they're not just trundling, as our producer Nick usually calls it. They are racing. Look, George has just looked over his shoulder. Are we seeing people keeping their powder dry? We've got a spaced out situation here. As Nasser comes out the final turn, it'll be the checkered flag that he's greeted with across the line, and he will take this second heat win, which is going to put him on the pole position for the final coming up later this afternoon. Alexander Bijit takes second place. Mohamed Menemenai will take third. Zain Al-Masani was fourth. Linus Volganivicius is fifth. Andre Remy sixth. Seventh is Faisal Nashko. Alicia Kanisa, it's got to be happy with it. That's a great result for her.
Young Bulgarian lady.
Yeah, absolutely. Kian Krahenbull was ninth, and then rounding off the top 10, Antonius Haddad.
Outside the top 10, Jules Dumont, Naman Gokrasia, Oscar Lambert recovers to 13th, Adish Mehta, following Manaf Al-Baluchi, Krishay Gute, Alexis Alzia, Jan Zigangirov, and Rayan Kayrus are next. That is the end of the second senior Rotax heat. Half the drivers you've just seen, they have now completed their heat, so we'll see them again in the final. The other half of those drivers, they'll be back out in what will be, I assume, the very last race.
It is.
Yes.
It is. That's about 4 o'clock. Break. About 4. Well, oh, sorry. Yes, it is. Sorry. That's 1:20. 1:30 is the time for the final time. We'll see in qualifying mode. They're all qualifying for the final grid of the day, of course, which the overall final for Senior Max is scheduled for 4 o'clock. And this is all part of the process to form that grid for that all-important final, which is where the trophies are awarded after all. It's where maximum points are given out as well. Accruing points throughout the day, as we did yesterday. And the second point scoring day of this, the first round of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Rounds 1.1 yesterday, 1.2 yesterday, 1.2 today. Second point scoring event of the season, kicking off the 2025-26 season. That will take us all over the UAE for this, the UAE RMC. We head off to Al Fassan next month for the November round, 16th of November at the Al Fassan circuit. In December, middle of December, we have a 2-day, a one-round event back here at Al Ain. And then in January, we get to go to the Dubai Karting, where we have, again, 2 point scoring rounds 4.1 and 4.2 at the Dubai Karting. In February, we get to run 2 rounds at the Yas Marina circuit, using part of the Formula 1 Grand Prix track there at the Yas Marina circuit up in Abu Dhabi, and on the Yas Marina. And everybody's looking forward to that one, considering the venue where it's all going to take place. In March, early March, we go back, I should say, to the Dubai Karting for a 1-day event. And then at the end of March, back here at Al Ain for the round 7 event, and then on the 11th and 12th of April we have rounds 8.1 and 8.2, which is the 11th and 12th point scoring championship round. All of that, of course, is not just to achieve the accolade of becoming the UAE RMC champion, it also wins you a ticket for the Rotax Grand Finals. This is what it's all about.
Driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one.
That is what it's all about, Henry.
Yep.
The Rotax Grand Final. Now, the Rotax Grand Finals for 2026 is where you qualify by winning the UAE RMC.
Yes, so this championship begins, obviously, the standard sort of European, South American, North American racing season, which starts in, say, February, March, and ends at about this time, October time. It's different in the Middle East. Obviously, you can't race in the summer. It is just too hot. So this is why it's called the 25/26 championship.
It goes across a calendar year, a bit like a football season.
It's a bit like a football season. Yes, that's
and that's because of the cooler temperatures across the Middle East winter period.
Yeah, cooler in inverted commas.
Cools down to, well, we're going to see. We've got temperatures of 36 degrees here. The wind is cooling things a little bit ambiently. The track temperature is going to be up there in mid to high 40s, no question. I've yet to find out. If anybody is listening in the paddock and you've taken a track temperature reading, please fire that into me, please.
Yes, come and tell us.
Come and tell us.
Come and tell us.
Or fire that in on the
live chat.
On the live chat, yes.
Well, I'm not. After yesterday's Oscar Lambert sponsor issue, I'm not always now as easily swayed by what I read on the live chat.
I'm not sure how they could catch you out with the track temperature.
Dan Hannam has been conspicuous by his absence, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting because you won't catch me out again.
I need to shake his hand.
You won't catch me out.
Is he here?
No, he's not here.
Is he not?
Great guy, Dan Hannam is.
Can't believe he caught you out like that.
I spoke to his son, Harry, and I said, Harry, your dad's been on the live chat. He went, oh no, keep him off the live chat, get him away from that, that's dangerous. I was like, no, it was absolutely fine. As we look at, again, that's the XL Motorsport Collective, some of them, Ash Whiteman. I believe Ash, did you get married recently? You did, didn't you? Yes. Congratulations.
Is that why he's put weight on, do you think?
He put weight on because he's in the gym. That's pure guns. Those are guns.
Show us your guns, Ash.
Go on.
Go on, show us your guns.
No.
Paul Hardy, pointless showing us your guns, mate.
They starter pistols.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And again, it's good to see again. I have a look at the car park here at Al Ain is absolutely rammed, which is great to see. So many family members, friends here supporting and watching. Yesterday, here's Amar Tabatza. Amar Tabatza's saying, we're on telly. So there's Amar coming down to chat with his team. Wants to get a bit of coverage. Hello, Amar. There he is. Hello, Amar.
Hello, mate.
And yesterday, Al Ain Raceway, where the briefing room is, where the drivers had their briefing last night, that is where they've got the live stream playing. It's a nice air-conditioned room, lots of chairs for people to sit and watch. Here comes some of the JNKD team out just passing through our shot as we wait and watch for the next race. The next race will be...
It's Minimax.
It will be Minimax. Now, I am hearing word that Oliver Butchard had... afternoon. I'm going to check this. Dan Hannam is back saying good afternoon. I'm going to check it's 20 past afternoon, so we're okay. Yes, it is afternoon. Hello, Dan. How are you? CX291 saying go Kian Crayonball. We just saw Kian in the previous race as we continue to look at the companies going. Now, behind those doors is the restaurant here, serving a wide variety of food. I've got to say, I was so pleased. We are given, our lunch consists of many pastas and sauces and salads and things like that.
We are very well looked after.
We are extremely well
We are very well looked after by everybody here at Al Ain Raceway, and it's a big thank you. And
Yes.
I've got to say, if you are a UK series, you need to take a leaf out of their books.
I'm glad you said it, but I will say it as well. Absolutely. We travel here, the championship, the organisers, Guy Sheffield, Tony Kakati, managing director, who's here. They look after us very well. The hotels, we are all looked after very, very well.
We endure these extreme conditions, extreme temperatures. Nick here is almost dying here. He's so happy. So extreme.
He's so happy to be here. He's almost dying. I might have given producer Nick Damon the lurg.
You really have.
Yeah.
We've got Kart on Track then. It's the
Excellent.
It's the second of our pre-finals. It's the first time we've seen Minimax since their heat. We've got Benjamin Kračović, who had a great heat win there on the pole position with Charlie Page alongside. Paul Schutzman shares row 2 with Rivan Dev Pritam. We've got Atik Amir and LBJ Stubbs sharing row 3. Then we've got Rayan Khan Rashid with Oliver Butchard, Max Payton and William Mazzali, Kurt Ivanov, Austin Gray, Gleb Obikov and Adam Fleury are next, and then the Rafael Zagati here with his first ever race weekend, enjoying himself immensely.
Leo Schutzman. Well, happy birthday to Paul and Leo Schutzman's dad, who we just saw on screen.
Oliver Butchard is
had a
down
penalty.
the order. Right.
Got given a 5-second penalty for the move on the race lead on Paul Schutzman at this corner, which we saw in loud and clear, but
Yep. Well, he
was given a penalty, but he is now driving. Fired up is Oliver Butchard.
He is, because he was the winner of the first heat with that penalty on the road, I should say. With that penalty, that handed it to Benjamin Kračović, who is heading off towards turn 1 and is already in the lead, and he's taken Paul Schutzman with him. His JNKD teammate slots in behind. I think that was even Attica Mir who was there as well, and then Attica on that third row of the inside line. is much more of an advantage than that wider outside line, it seems, and certainly at the start.
Attica finally makes a good start. I said earlier, it's the one area of her driving that she still needs work on, in my opinion, is her starts. Well, she got a good start there, and she's made a great move to split the two JNKD karts at turn number 7. Attica Mia and the Axel GP team take over P2.
Yeah, and that was really decisive there. Paul Schutzmann was really caught out there. That's cost him dearly because he's already lost another place. I think that's Rivendev Pritam, who's just come forward into that third place. Two leaders beginning to break away as we see. They'll soon concertina back up as Benjamin Krajovic crosses the line then in the lead from Attica Mia. Ryan Khan Rashid is that third place car.
Yeah, it's not
Charlie
Riven.
Page, Paul Schutzmann down to 5th.
Stubbs is 6th, so the Axel GP, the second of the Axel GP karts, that's Rian Khan Rashid up into P3. Now, it's quite easy. I'm saying it's quite easy. It's not easy at all. When you've got a new team to get one, and you've got, say, you've got 3 drivers in one class, like Axel GP. It's hard to get one driver up at the front, and what quite often you see, you get the lead driver for the team doing well and everyone else is struggling down at the back. Axel GP have got 3 karts in this race. All 3 have appeared at one point or another at the very, very sharp end of the field. They haven't won a race yet.
Here we go. Krajovic knows that Attica Mia is there, and he knows how important it is to be as fast as he can down that main straight into turn 1. There's the battle for second, and Charlie Page there going for second place there for JNKD, I think. Oh, it was Paul Schutzmann, I should say.
It's Page actually going for third. Charlie Page up into P3.
I thought that was Schutzmann there in P3.
It is. It's Schutzmann and Page battling over 3. It's Schutzmann and Page battling for third. They both passed Rian Khan Rashid. He is first and second, and they're pulling away. Karachkovic and Mia pulling away, but it is now Page up to third. Schutzmann is fourth, and then it is Rashid in 5th position with I think that is Schutzmann. No, it's the next of the JNKD karts. That would be Austin Gray, who is now in what is 6th position. Stubbs 7th, Dev Pritham is 8th, then Peyton, Mazzali, Oliver Butchard, Ivanov, Obukov, Fleury and Zagati.
They're on lap 4, and Attica Mia looks very racy indeed. It looks like she's just following in the wheel tracks of Benjamin Krajovic, which of course she is. She's waiting to pick her moment, I think. Krajovic being very composed there, showing a lot of composure, and absolutely flat out in this Minimax JNKD. He's got Attica Mia, who's almost tripping over. He taps his helmet to tell Mia not to challenge. However, they've got a huge gap, these two. 2.5 seconds before the third place Charlie Page karts come anywhere near them. Attica Mia, is she playing a waiting game? Are we going to see, Henry, Attica Mia just sitting there happily and then making a move with, say, 2 laps to go?
Attica Mia, you've now met Attica. Smile that can, melt snow. The sweetest smile there is.
Oh, there's the move.
Until you get her in a go-kart.
Yeah, the smile of an assassin there,
yes.
Henry, because she did chop through, and now she looks over her shoulder. Krajovic gets onto the rear bumper of Attica Mia, who has indeed took that lead as we continue round. As Krajovic has got it back. Krajovic already got it back.
Yes, indeed. There's Albie Stubbs making a move up into P4 now for Albie Stubbs. Karachkovic there, back in top spot. Mia down to second again, but Attica Mia has shown Karachkovic, I can come past you as and when I choose.
Yeah, but will Benjamin now be able to perhaps perceive or maybe counter where he thinks the challenge will come? She's shown her cards at turn 1. Here we are at turn 14, about to complete lap number 5. 4 laps remaining in this race. And Attica Mia not quite close enough to challenge this time, so she optimises the line through turn 1. Kracevic as well, optimised line through there. Kracevic has had a wake-up call. He's had that first place taken from him. He snatched it back very quickly though.
Yep.
And now he's got her challenging. Where is it going to be this time though? And it comes there, side by side, as they go out towards 6. Out of 6, I should say, onto that back stretch towards the kink at 7 and through 8. She's kind of just beginning to look like she's tripping over Kracevic.
I was about to say, Attica can't use that turn 1 move again just yet. And as I was about to say that, she tried an audacious move at turn number 6. That didn't quite work. But what Attica's got to be careful of now is that she can't show all her potential moves.
Yes. Yeah. So we've seen the move at 1. We've seen the move at 6. Here she comes again, resting up towards the bumper. Kracevic, a little bit more defensive line.
The crossover's on.
But it's so fast in these Minimax karts through turn 1. A little bit of a defensive line into turn 2.
I think the move's going to come here, coming into turn number 4. I think that Attica can dive up the inside. That's where Benjamin Karachkovic may not be expecting a move. He will be expecting a move into this next corner, however,
because this is a kink, isn't it, Henry? The kink into the braking area for 8. They're side by side towards the right-hander at 9. From there, it's an acceleration zone, flat out through this right-hander at 10, on towards 11. Little bit of a lift and a little bit of a dab, settling the kart, and now 12. That's an acceleration zone. They're flat out down the back straight towards 13. Is this really an opportunity? I don't think it is, as Kracevic hugs that inside line, optimises the line through the right-hander at 14. And Muir now getting onto with a bumper here. Are we going to see a move?
Run.
It's down towards 1. And Kracevic defends there. Attica Muir's going to get the overlap there. He's got the momentum. I should say she's got the momentum and makes the move stick at 2. Kracevic comes back though.
Great stuff.
Oh, that just sent her wide there, didn't it? And Kracevic loses out, but then regains it. Here we go, the kartshop.me replay of just a very composed Benjamin Kracevic, who stayed cool as a cucumber and said, yep, I've got the gap here, I've got the momentum, I'm having this back.
Yeah, so Attica Mia, this is lap 8 out of 9. Charlie Page and Albie J. Stubbs are closing in 3rd and 4th. Schutzman, Gray, Patton, Rashid, Preethan and Butchard. The rest of the top 10. Oliver Butchard, he has not made any great strides in this race. Here comes Attica Mia once again. Last lap board out. Karachkovic defends. Is the crossover on? Not quite. Attica goes back to the outside line. Look for Page and Stubbs. It's now a 4-kart battle for the race lead. Attica Mia is going to have to start worrying about what's going on behind her as well as what is in front.
Here we go towards 7. This is a potential overtake, or is it through the kink there? All 4 karts. 4-kart train now for the lead of this race. Kracevic leading. Attica Mia second. Charlie Page, Albie J. Stubbs just waiting for an opportunity to open up, and those opportunities are just fizzling away as we go through turn 11, through 12, accelerating down the back straight into the slipstream. It looks like they're equidistant. Kracevic, he defends into 13, and that opens up the door, but Attica Mia's going to have the line through 14. It's going to be a drag race across the line. Kracevic has got the win. Who's going to take second? Who is that that's going to tick the box for second? It's Charlie Page, Albie J. Stubbs, and Attica Mia. Oh my goodness, ended up, because she had to go through 4 in that way. The kartshop.me captures that across the line. It all settles down. It was completely offline for her and was unable to come out of that right-hander with any kind of speed or momentum. And Charlie Page and Albie J. Stubbs just absolutely like two falcons hovering above the carcass of Attica Mia there, and just absolutely swamped her to the line. What a great mini-max race.
Benjamin Karachkovic looks absolutely delighted with that win as well. He should be, because he was not the fastest kart in that race. and yet he was able to hold off Atakamia. Atakamia, tried to go around the outside. She was trying for the crossover. Unfortunately, Charlie Page had just caught them to the point where Page kept Atakamia on the outside of turn number 13, and then that compromises. So Atakamia was very, very, very tight through turn number 14, which meant she had no exit speed, and then both Page and Stubbs got past her on the run to the line.
Absolutely outstanding racing. That was only the pre-final, everybody.
Yes.
We've got, that wasn't even with a trophy at the end of it. That wasn't even with the 1, 2, 3 steps of the podium. That's going to be very, very dramatic and intense going forward into our final. The Minimax final scheduled for about 20 to 3 this afternoon. We have got 3 more races to go, 3 more 10-lap races, well, 2 10-lap races for the pre-finals for juniors and DD2s, and a 9-lap heat for groups B and C for the senior max category. Junior max coming next, Henry, and this one has proved to be full of drama, full of controversy.
Yes.
Full of intrigue.
Yes.
And I'm sure we're going to have a pre-final that is going to be exactly the same.
Well, Via Chopra trying to stay ahead of Connor Clancy, Mitan Shaheen, and the rest. That is the storyline of today.
Did we give Mr. Schutzman a birthday message?
I did give Mr. Schutzman
Excellent.
a little birthday hello, a birthday shout-out.
Well, he will have been absolutely, his heart rate would have been racing there watching Paul Schutzman.
Yes.
Just off the tail end of that lead battle, but still a very good 6th place finish, and it will be a 6th place start for Paul going forward into the final. Oliver Butchard started down the order there, and he came through in 11th there, so maybe Oliver's head's a little bit down after that win in the heat, but then that penalty incurred.
Yep, I tell you what, if Oliver's head's down, then he's going to watch the paddock show during the lunch break, and he's going to see his card trick, and everyone's there going to go, that is absolutely amazing, genuinely amazing, and that will give him the boost he needs before the final, I'm sure.
We're not that far away as well. Like I say, 3 races, in 3 races' time, we will be having a little bit of a lunch break where you can get to see the paddock show, as well as a very important message that we'll feature. We'll have more information on that as we go towards it. For now, though, we're going to try and focus, if we can, on Junior Rotax Max. The Junior Rotax Max first round winner yesterday after a day of racing was all about the Mumbai Falcons, wasn't it? With Connor Clancy and Mitansh Jain, who were absolutely on it. And that story will continue with Via Chopra, who finished ahead of these two in the heat. So Via Chopra wanting to continue in that form, I would think.
4th place in yesterday's final, Oliver Spencer said to me, I'm on for a win tomorrow, Henry. And very confidently, as Oliver does. That hasn't quite come to pass yet. Didn't feature too highly in qualifying or the first heat race. However, Oliver Spencer does one thing very well, and that is learn a lot very quickly on track. So yesterday, he learned that moves that he could do in the UK in a Minimax kart don't quite work over here on a much different track surface in a full-size kart. You know, he was slinging it up the inside under braking, and of course, you know, getting caught out right on the inside on the dusty line. He would have learnt very quickly from that, and I am going to be interested to see how Oliver puts that into practice today. Didn't see much of him in the first race, but Oliver Spencer normally starts towards the back just for the love of the game.
We had
just for the love of the game.
Talking about the differences between the Minimax kart, which the age groups moved then into the bigger 1050 chassis, the wider wheels, the more power from the motor. We talked to Ari Kallenberg, who is our current UAE RMC Minimax champion, who has made the move early to juniors. He can't score points because he's too young.
Yes, and there are now, Kart Mechanic Bingo in the UK. You've got some of the JNKD collective on the right-hand side. You've got Paul Munn. Then you've got Jeremy Montgomery Swan's mum in the middle there. Matthew Hopcraft second from the left. And Everett, it is important that you have the correct sunglasses, that you have your T-shirt done up over the shoulder if possible to maximise your tan. If you've got your earpiece in, which Matthew does, obviously you need your radio in, and that needs to be tucked in around the back of your shorts. That you can't be a self-respecting kart mechanic if you don't have your earpiece in with the radio tucked around the back of your shorts.
I have a track temperature.
Oh, go on then.
Yeah, my mate Paul Hardy.
Really?
Thanks, Paul.
Oh, thank you, Paul.
44.8.
Wow.
I said mid to high 40s, didn't I?
Yeah, you said mid to high 40s.
Yeah.
That's about as mid 40s as possible to get.
Yeah. Let's call that 45.
Let's call it 45.
That's not the increments that I taught Paul Hardy to work in, though. 44.8 is exactly what I would expect from Mr. Hardy.
Okay, fair enough. Yes, it's every increment counts.
You know where I met? Well, I've known Paul and his dad for many years.
Yes.
But Paul was on the motorsport course at Gateshead College.
Oh,
which
Paul
I was.
went to college?
I'm not going to say I was a lecturer on it because I wasn't. I was more of a consultant as I was working with Robert Shaw Racing and playing called British Touring Cars, and I somehow got involved in teaching all of these kids. And Paul is one of the success stories because he came over here and he's forged a career in motorsport.
Paul Hardy, you remember commentating on him when he was in Minimax, and then KF3 in the UK. He was a part of the Intrepid young driver program.
Very quick driver.
Very quick driver. One of his teammates at the time was Chris Smiley, who has gone on to
British Touring Cars.
British Touring Cars, TCR UK. There they are. They've seen. Sleeves up. If you think, and there they are having a collective wave. Matthew Hopcraft hasn't got his sleeves up over his shoulders. He's not quite an international karting mechanic yet. Not yet. You've got to get your sleeves up. We're gonna have 6-7 there in the middle. But Abu Dhabi Sports Council, once again, we are very grateful for their support. You can see the banners here, which are festooned around the circuit. What are all the JNKD team members waiting for? Well, they're waiting for the next race, which is just heading out onto the circuit.
Yeah, let's have a look at how our grid will line up for the Junior Max pre-final. Via Chopra, as I mentioned, winner of the first heat, he will line up on pole position. It's Connor Clancy alongside. Mitanj Jain will start alongside Jaden Hidding on row 2. Jack Doe and Aaron Mason are next up with Leo Aina and Floris Schenkenberg. Arthur Qureshi will start next to Savalai Kojai. Ray Haber starts alongside Derek Rivera. We've then got Gabriel Barakori, Ari Kallenberg, Jan Mikoleshko, Harrison Stevens, Pierre Abu Dewan, Giuseppe Montanari, Oliver Spencer, Brandon Londono, Arthur Setti, Murad Baramov, Samuel Turner, Johansa Senanyaki, Erin Ortak, Faris Haroun and Julia Engelhardt. I'm hoping Julia has a better time than she did in the heat, which she didn't start. Problem with the kart, rectified. She's on the back of the grid.
Yeah, we do have all 27 drivers out there. Karts out of position. Faris Haroun, 26th. Watch for the Emirati Express, the Yas Heat sponsored driver. Brando Ladono for Axel GP, great in qualifying. He starts 20th, just behind Oliver Spencer. Lights are out. It's a very, very mixed-up start, but they've been given it, and we're off down towards turn number 1.
And I think that's Mitanj Jain. That third-place spot is ideal to follow the pole sitter through and get behind the pole sitter. Via Chopper is our pole sitter and our leader. Then we've got Mitanj Jain, Connor Clancy, the two Mumbai Falcons drivers there in the orange livery. They'll work together as usual. Behind them, is that Jaden Hidding who's got through there, or Jack Doe?
It is, if it's a motorscape kart, it's Jack Doe, who's having a really strong performance. Sadly, another motorscape kart is going nowhere fast. We've had a few issues down at turn number 1. Oliver Spencer again.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Is involved.
Yeah, unfortunate for him as the two Mumbai Falcons drivers start to break away from the fourth place kart there. Via Chopra, though, he's our leader. And look at the gap he's pulled through, almost 0.4 of a second there. It is Jaden Hidding who was in 4th. Savalai Kojai up into 5th. Derek Rivera 6th. 7th was Floris Schelkenberg. Aaron Mason, Leo Anya, they lost out there and dropped to 8th and 9th, and rounding off the top 10 is Ray Harbour.
Jack Doe is the motorscape kart that is going very, very slowly, trying to coax that kart back to the pit lane. He's still heading down towards turn number 11.
He's going to get out of the way, Henry. Here they come. Yep. The leader's upon him now. Jack using his head there and keeping well out of the way, pulling off onto the infield. We've got a kart off on the dust there through 10, but the leader, Chopra, looks over his shoulder, probably very surprised to find that the Mumbai Falcon drivers are not right with him, and we've had a change of order for the Mumbai Falcons. The O-plate holder, Connor Clancy, comes across the line in second place, gets by his teammate Mitansh Jain very, very quickly, and he's off after Chopra. He does not want that to happen. He does not want Chopra to pull out a gap which becomes impossible to catch. And remember, this pre-final is over 10 laps.
Yeah, and the two drivers behind the Mumbai Falcons teammates in 4th and 5th positions are the two George Gibbons Motorsport teammates. Sava Kojai has passed Jaden Hidding. So Saveli Kojai in kart number 260. He's one of the drivers that we interviewed that'll be on the Paddock Show today. A very, very engaging, very sponsor aware young driver.
Brilliant interview.
Is Sava Kojai. And he is not without a lick of pace either. Very quick. A little bit on the wild side, I think it's safe to say. We've got to tame some of the speed, controlled aggression.
No! That's Jain.
No, they've all gone off.
They've all gone off. What's happened there?
Sand. That is sand on the circuit. Let's have a look at the shop.me replay. You can see the leader is all out of shape. Behind them, Mitan Shaheen goes around Kojai, and it's Jaden Hidding who slithers through in the lead. That was classic Dubai Al Ain Raceway sandstorm at turn number 1, and there's lots of sand, and there's karts going off all over them. I wonder, Jack Doe's kart was travelling very slowly. It wasn't dropping water out of its radiator, was it? Because a lot of karts went up. Well, that has thrown the race order wide open.
Absolutely wide open. We had a lot of
Schenkenberg is up to second.
Incredible. We're going to cross the line and get a grip on who is where. Jaden Hidding is first. Floris Schenkenberg second, would you believe? Ray Harbour in third. Via Chopra down to fourth. Derek Rivera fifth. Connor Clancy, Aaron Mason, Gabriel Baracoli, Arthur Qureshi, Jan Mikloshko. Where is Mitansh Jain? He's down to 16th from what was effectively third place. He is down to 16th place, and that was all brought on by that little sandstorm it created.
Leo Aina, another driver out there now. Floris Schenkenberg, the Fort GGM team, the only team actually based and based in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. Schenkenberg kart, they got the Danilo Rossi chassis. I'm not quite sure how secure. Oh my goodness me! And that is out of the race. Ray Haber and Floris Schenkenberg continues absolutely unharmed. That is a miracle, and that is a testament to the safety of the crash helmets that these drivers wear. Haber is in the barriers, and Schenkenberg, I was about to comment on how sturdy the nose cone on Schenkenberg's kart looked. Luckily, the safety equipment worn by Floris Schenkenberg looks a lot sturdier.
Well, we're still under green conditions after that incident at turn 13. The race will continue. We're heading down. I think the driver is clear and in a safe place and already being attended to. The leader, Jaden Hidding, heading down towards turn 13, the scene of the accident on the previous lap. Everybody through there. We've now got the two Mumbai Falcons of Conor Clancy and Aaron Qureshi that has come through to both second and third. They're going to chase down Jaden Hidding. It's Via Chopra in second now, and then in third and fourth is Conor Clancy and RN Qureshi, because 1.8 seconds is the gap to Jaden Hidding. So that's the battle for second, third and fourth there.
Yeah.
Jaden Hidding has disappeared. He's almost got the length of the back straight.
Yep, and Jaden Hidding yesterday, he said something that was quite strange. He says, I'm quite a careful driver on circuit. That carefulness has just potentially given Jaden Hidding this win, because he was careful going through the conditions where everyone else was going off around him.
Here we go then. Under pressure is Via Chopra. He's under pressure from a driver he knows very well, let's say. And it's 7 laps completed, 3 more laps remaining. Jaden Hidding, the gap still at 1.6. So the GGM driver is controlling that pace and keeping that constant gap of about 1.5 seconds to this battle here, as Via Chopra, Conor Clancy, Aaron Qureshi, Derek Rivera is there in fifth, not that far away, as is Gabriele Boraccordi, not that far away from that fifth placed Derek Rivera. When is Conor Clancy going to make his move, I wonder? They're all flat out. The track has become very, very dusty, I've got to say.
Yes.
And that's because we've got carts have gone off and it picks the dust up. And the sand gets blown onto the track surface. It's narrowed the track to be racing line only. You step off the racing line and you're at your peril.
Can I just say, Floris Schenkenberg is running in 10th position. That is one gutsy young man, Schenkenberg. Goodness, the adrenaline is keeping Floris going. I am sure that when he gets back to the pits, the adrenaline wears off. He will realise that there are some lumps and bumps on his body that weren't there beforehand. He's very lucky indeed. Here's the battle for second, third and fourth. Hard to believe that all 3 of these drivers have been off track. They were caught out by the conditions. That one mad lap where sand just got onto the circuit, and they are closing in on Jaden Hidding, but that's okay. Hidding can afford to just ease his way around these last couple of laps.
Yeah.
You said about when is Conor Clancy going to make the move? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure he can.
Chopra is going to give him the opportunity.
Yeah, I said that. I made that sound as though it was just a matter of making that decision. As we head off towards the checkered flag now, Jaden Hidding, the gap is down to under 1 second. It went from 1.6 when we first started following this league battle to now under 1 second there. So it's been coming down tenths and tenths. Jaden Hidding, though, with the GGM team, I think has probably got this managed as the battle for second continues. Via Chopra very fast. We know how quick Via Chopra is. Started on the pole position from qualifying. Conor Clancy, we know how quick he is. Winner of the first round yesterday. And behind them, Aaron Qureshi. He's having a big lesson in following his older teammate as they come out of 11, down towards through 12, and then down towards, on the back straight, down towards 13. It's the final stages of this pre-final, Henry. And as we get through the final 2 corners here, Jaden Hidding inherited the lead, but he's going to take the checkered flag in style.
Yep, he was careful when he trod carefully when others dived in with both feet, and he comes out with the race victory. Chopra, Clancy, Qureshi, Derek Rivera. Great drive for Derek Rivera. Now, of the 4 JNKD karts in that race, Derek, the only one that emerges pretty well unscathed, has to be said. Gabriele Boraccordi, great drive from Gabriele Boraccordi to come home in 6th position rather. Savelli Kogai, 7th. Mitan Jain, 8th. Harrison Stevens, Aaron Mason, rounding out the top 10. Jan Mikhail Zako, Julia Angelard from last to 12th. Great drive from Julia Angelard. Brandon Londono from 20th to 13th. Sam Turner, Johansa Sanayake, Ari Kallenberg went off on the first lap, came back to 16th. Faris Haroun, I noticed having a spin on the last lap. And Floris Schenkenberg, I do wonder if Floris started to feel the effects of that incident with Ray Haber in the closing stages, because he slowed down quite a lot towards the end. Just hope that Floris is A-OK.
Well, you know what, that was tremendous racing from all of those junior Rotax drivers. We tend to take it for granted that these drivers are going to drive around this track at very high speeds, hit their braking points, hit their apexes, etc., etc. It's when we see an incident like that it brings home just how on the edge these drivers are. Out on the edge of adhesion, out on the edge of it becoming a disaster. And that quickly turned into a disaster for those two drivers, didn't it?
Obviously, Ray Haber, I believe Ray Haber is up and out of his cart and is okay. In fact, I'm looking at the cart, which is in the barriers, which did their job very well. Ray is not with it, so it means he's up and out of the cart and okay. And obviously, Floris Schenkenberg will be back in the pit lane, and that was a very, very potentially nasty incident. Luckily, though, the safety equipment that all these drivers use are working absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we clothe our drivers in protective boots, protective wear-resistant overalls. They may look pretty, but they are there for it to do a job. And you should never shirk on the cost of your helmet as well, is the advice I was given when I first took up motorsport. Don't buy the cheap helmet. Get yourself a proper one. And it's at times like that where you glad you make that decision in buying a quality helmet. And I can, from what I've seen in the paddock, all of these kids on quality equipment, not just their race carts, but their safety equipment as well, showing just how seriously that this sport is taken. So we are about to get going with our DD2 pre-final. It's the gearbox class that is about to come out to play. It's a 10-lap race again. This is the 2-ratio gearbox class of Rotax Max Karting. The ultimate in Rotax Max Karting is how it's built. We have what is perhaps our smallest grid, 8 karts that have come through and entered for this first weekend of the UAE RMC series for 2025-26, and it will be an 8-kart grid that will take part. It's all about Tyler Harris coming next, I've got to say, and it's whether or not this young man can be beaten to the win here in DD2. It's a big ask, I know. We are going to ask the other drivers to try their best to do it. Boris Konop says the DD2 Masters winner from yesterday, he actually got onto the overall podium there, which was a very good and very well done on his part. Maurice Knoppjes flying the flag of the Netherlands. Knoppjes translating the English word is buttons. I believe, Henry.
Yes, that is.
Which was an education for me.
And I have to say that looking down there, retrieving Ray Haber's cart out of the barriers. That's on its way back now to the pit lane. Not
looking too distorted there, I've got to say. Everything looked like it was in where it should have been.
Yes, it's still got 4 wheels pointing in the correct direction. It did look like that Ray didn't have any brakes, I have to say. And it was on lap 3, I think.
No, it was actually on lap 5.
It was on lap 4 or 5.
Yeah, lap 5 the incident occurred.
Well, I mean, it was...
He just, from what I saw, Henry, he basically the front. Yeah, it's all right, Nick. From what I saw, it was one of those where the gap was there and he just poked the nose down, but unfortunately the right front corner of his kart connected with the left rear corner up over the rear wheel.
Yes.
Which is a nice segue into this. What do you think of this new FIA rear bumper protection for just that sort of thing?
Yeah.
It's ugly, and it reminds me of, can you remember when IndyCar had those rear protection crushable structures? Which looked awful, by the way.
I did, the FIA constantly looking into how to, in their eyes, improve safety in karting. That is the latest way of improving safety. It doesn't stop that type of thing happening, because at the very first event they tried it on, that incident that we saw in that race happened.
Did it really?
It did, yeah. Not with
quite. Well, that's the type of incident
not with quite amount of velocity.
Right.
That did.
Well, that was in a very fast part of the track here.
Yeah, and the incident at I forget, was it Cremona, where we saw that it was a slower part, but it still had one driver vaulting up over the rear of another driver. There's a whole series of podcasts as to.
Is there really?
No, there is one that we could start about how to make karting safer, and I would say that possibly harsher penalties for. I mean, that we saw there was a complete accident. We have seen incidents in karting this year, the highest level of karting this year, which are deliberate acts of drivers taking each other out, and then drivers racing the next week after seriously injuring one of their rivals. Which I think, if the punishment was harsher for accidents, accidents will always happen in motorsport. They will always happen.
But talking about punishments, though, yesterday. I think we're in good hands here in the RMC, UAE RMC. Ken Potter, there's Ken, Paul, Matt, and Ken is not afraid to issue penalties. And we had a few of Ken's additional briefings across the course of the day yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And he's not afraid to lay down the law and reiterate the rule and put the line quite literally in the sand here at the first weekend of the new season.
Yes,
yes,
it did.
And he did just that. And it's just showing where the line is. It's like what the line of acceptability with regards to the sporting regulations is where Ken comes in. The technical regulations is where Gary Walker comes in. And you'll get an insight as to the sort of thing that Gary Walker, our chief scrutineer, is looking at in the Paddock Show coming up shortly. Because we do a lovely chat and a lovely insight as to one of his technical inspections.
And in addition to the on-track race directors, Paul Heath and Ken Potter, we have a panel of stewards. We have 3 stewards here that oversee any decisions that the on-track officials send up to them. They have their own bank of videos they can look at that aren't our live stream cameras. They are separate completely to that they can also review incidents. I think that the one way to potentially limit contact, not eliminate, because you will never eliminate.
It's not. A lot of it's not deliberate.
No.
A lot of it's racing incidents. Yeah.
But when drivers lose their heads, and drivers lose their heads, I lost my head as a driver once. Ended up warmly greeting one of my rivals by the throat at the end of a race meeting, at the end of a final. It happens.
You can't accept that, and you've got to have consequences for bad behaviour.
There need to be consequences for bad behaviour.
Well, like I say, Henry, I think we're in very good, experienced hands here at the UAE RMC. With how many years has Ken Potter been doing this? 30 plus. Paul Heath, Paul Heath's been over a decade at least.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, I'm not as familiar with Matt, who's based here in the UAE, but he's got a wealth of experience both in car racing and karting.
Our other two stewards, whose names escape me, they again very experienced stewards as well, both in car racing and karting. But yeah, there's not every driver started the final yesterday. That was Ken Potter's way of saying, right, we're going to start as we mean to go on.
That's exactly what I mean. Yeah.
Obviously, it's a new race meeting today. Everybody is here today. But yes, those type of incidents that we just saw there, complete racing incident. Luckily, everyone is okay. There are incidents not in this championship that I have seen this year where there has been a level of malice and deliberateness, and unfortunately, in championships far higher up the totem pole,
I have
not really dealt with the punishments. They say, okay, well, naughty boy, go home this weekend. We'll see you next weekend.
I have a zero tolerance for things like what you've just described there, violent conduct on and off the track. That is a completely different matter. That is like zero tolerance for that. And I think all people need to see, and I think that's what we're kind of achieving here, is consistency of application of the regulations. And that's all competitors want to see. Mm-hmm. Right, the Gospel According to Henry Baudet is over for today.
Yes, thank you very much.
Let's move on to what is in store out on track, and that's the DD2 and DD2 Masters. It's kind of multi-class racing, but the DD2 Masters can, in fact, what we saw yesterday, they can end up on the overall podium. We're not going to penalise them for that. They're going to be part of this race. It's one race, but within that race, we have got the Masters class. Now, the Masters class is for really old drivers who are over the age of 31.
Oh, really old drivers
really
over
old.
the age of 31, yes.
Barely got any facial hair.
There's not a Super Masters class for drivers over the age of 51. For example, so you are all lumped when you reach the grand old age of 31. You're in the one Masters class forever. Here we go then. Karts on circuit. It's going to be Tyler Harris and Kyle Blockley on the front row of the grid. Maurice Knyoppers and Adam Malek on row 2. Hamza Hashisho, who we did speculate may have incurred a nose cone penalty after number 1, he did incur a nose cone penalty. He starts on row 3 alongside Sami Al-Assad with Greg Watt and Bernardo Del Castillo, rounding out the 4th row of the grid.
Now, what we saw in the heat was Tyler Harris quite clearly setting his tyre pressures to come on at about lap 3.
Yes.
Didn't disappear on anyone until about lap 3. And I'm expecting, Henry, it's a bit of a longer race. You may even see that process of bringing the tyres in being a little bit longer even.
Tyler is susceptible to an attack in the early stages. The rest of the field know this. There's only 7 of them taking the start. Who is missing? Oh, there's more missing. There's incidents going into turn number 1. I think that were the 2 Mateus Najem Motorsport karts. Here's a kartshop.me replay. This is Adam Malik and Hamza Hashisho coming to grief. Or was that Kyle Blockley? It was Kyle Blockley and Hamza Hashisho coming to grief. Blockley continues. Hashisho also continues down at the back of the field. Well, if Tyler Harris was susceptible to an early assault, 2 of the drivers that could have assaulted him assaulted each other. Not literally, figuratively, but it does allow Maurice Knyoppers his first real shot. And he said earlier, I don't want to give Tyler Harris a nice relaxing day. I want to set on after this young man. Well, Maurice, you're in second. Now let's see what you can do.
It's a Mumbai Falcons 1-2, or is it not going to be in a moment? No, because Adam Malek for M&M looked like he was going to have a challenge for that second place. This is, of course, going to cause Moritz to perhaps not be as optimum on his lap time. He's trying to chase down his teammate Tyler Harris. and he's keeping him in sight, but we've seen this before. We're only on lap 2. We're not expecting Tyler Harris to disappear until about towards 3 or 4. So the first 3 circulating together. Greg Watt being able to inherit that 4th place after that incident at the first turn. It was Bernardo Del Castillo.
He didn't
that
start.
was the non-starter.
Yeah.
He hasn't come out for the pre-final. We'll see if we see him out later. But right now, we're about to complete 2 laps here, Henry. And whether or not Adam Malek can challenge again, it looks like he's going to try.
But Maurice Chiappa is a crafty veteran. Sami Al-Assad and Greg Watt battling over 4th position. Al-Assad makes the move into P4, just off screen. Hamza Hashisho continues without any visible damage on the kart. Kyle Blockley's kart is quite damaged, and I would expect to see Kyle probably come into the pits and retire that kart fairly soon.
What does the extent of the damage look like?
NASA panel not in the correct position.
All right, that's not a problem.
And Adam Malek. Well, NASA panel not in the correct position, which usually means track rods not in correct position.
Yes.
Here's Adam Malek having a nibble at Maurice Chiappa's.
Oh, that was almost copied with what we saw the juniors, wasn't
Yes.
it? Yeah, absolutely. The KartShop.me replay really showing that in slow-mo. And that's caused Adam Malek to drop back off the tail of Canopes. Canopes is now without that the advances of Adam Malek. He's maybe able to concentrate more on catching Tyler Harris, which he gets his head down and tries to do, closing the gap.
Yes.
I take what you're saying about Kyle Blockley. His lap times are way off as well. He's well, I say that he's 57.1.
Well, I think
That's
Kyle
not too
has
bad.
retired.
He has retired, so he doesn't want to. What Henry was saying there, the track roads. If you have bent the track rods, it means that those front wheels are not necessarily running in a straight line, which means you are going to overheat and completely destroy the tyre.
Yes.
He needs those tyres for the final.
He does.
So he's, discretion being the better part of valour. That was a shame, really, because Kyle Blockley starting on the front row. Yeah. That was a great chance for him. He is in the Masters class, remember, and it was going to be a great chance for him to have a great finish in the pre-final, which would have, again, give him a really high starting place for the all-important final.
Hamza Hashisho has got past Greg Watt and Sami Al-Assad, but Maurice Chiappa's, now he says, oh, I wish, shame. He said to me this morning, he said, come back, Tony Hogg. You won't see Tony Hogg back there. In the nicest possible way.
Tony's busy retiring, though, isn't he?
Well, he's busy retiring. However, Maurice Chiappa's is probably, and he will know this because they know each other for they've known each other for a long time. He'll probably turn around and say, well, Tony, you may have won lots of DD2 Masters Championships out here in the UAE. Did you ever win a final? Again, an overall, did you, Tony? Did you? And that's what Maurice is to be thinking, because he'll say, Tony, you never won a final outright, did you? Sort of like, dangling the carrot.
I like your optimism, Henry, but beating Tyler Harris this weekend is, well, I would go so far as to say, without any mechanical issues manifesting, it's pretty impossible to do. That young man is extremely fast in this DD2 class. It's his first year in DD2s as well, isn't it?
This is his first race in DD2.
First race weekend in DD2s.
Yep.
Didn't he race the Invitational?
Nope.
Oh, he didn't. So this is the first time we've seen Tyler Harris.
Yep. And again, Tyler looking in control. He raced the KZ2 at Sheddington the last couple of weeks. That was the last time he was out in a go-kart. He says he's not racing. He's racing once a month, and that's he's concentrating on school in the UK, having and doing karting. He says he's enjoying karting a lot more now that he's stepped back from being at a track every weekend.
Yeah.
I think that the weekly grind.
He's only young as well, isn't he?
Had got to Tyler.
How old is Tyler?
He's 18 now.
He's only 18.
17.
Yeah, and already, he by that admission he told you, he's kind of getting burnt out.
He was
from
burnt
being
out for a few years.
Yeah,
yep.
from being at a kart track literally every weekend.
Yep, and now is rediscovering how much he enjoys being at a kart track when he is, not at a kart track every single weekend.
Yeah.
His dad Simon's possibly enjoying not being at a kart track every weekend.
Yes, Mr. Harris.
He's enjoying. Oh, Greg Watt is just slowing down. And
that's a shame. Looking over
to a halt.
Looks like Greg's got a problem staying out the way. Has he missed the pit lane? I think he has. Yeah, of course he has. No, I think there's an escape road. Yes, there is. So Greg Watt out of this race from 6th place. He joins Kyle Blockley as a retirement, and of course Bernardo del Castillo, who didn't take the start. They're on 8 laps here. 8 laps completed at the end of this one, so they're about to go into their penultimate lap here. Tyler Harris has got a lead of 1.5 seconds from Moritz Knopes. Adam Malek is a further, just let's say, a second behind Knopes in 3rd. In 4th place overall, 3rd in DD2 is Hamza Ashisho. However, he's not eligible. If that's the final, Ashisho is off the podium, as the DD2 Masters are eligible for overall honours.
And, of course, Hamza finished second on the road yesterday. But then had a penalty which dropped him off the podium again.
Yeah, very quick yesterday, wasn't he?
Very quick. And Hamza's realising he now knows how to win because he won the Rotax Invitational. He's now realising that it is harder, he won one, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the wins are going to start coming freely. Just because you know how to win, every race is still very, very difficult, which is what Hamza is learning. Maybe this weekend, just a tiny bit of overdriving from Hamza in that desperation to prove he can win in the championship, not just a one-off race. We'll see. Last lap board has come out.
And this man, Tyler Harris, for Mumbai Falcons at the moment, it's a Mumbai Falcons 1-2. And it's a Mumbai Falcons 2 steps of the podium, 2 first steps of the podium, because we're leading in Masters is our 2nd place overall driver, Moritz Knopes, yes.
And Moritz Knopes is beginning to slow down just a little bit into the clutches of Adam Malek. Now, far be it from me, my cynical self, to suggest that maybe Morris is thinking, would I rather start 2nd or would I rather start 3rd?
That is not a bad idea, actually. Also, there's the idea of a little bit of tyre management potentially coming in.
Looking over his shoulder quite a bit is Moritz Knopes. Tyler Harris isn't.
No.
Tyler Harris is cruising towards another victory.
Checkered flag flies for DD2, and Tyler Harris takes the win. Who has sat there behind him? It's Moritz Knopes, who I think was stroking his tyres to the finish, but he will start on that disadvantaged outside of the front row. Adam Malek finished 3rd, Hamza Ashisho 4th. They will share the 2nd row of the grid going into the final. And then we've got Sami Al-Assad, who was our last finisher. Greg Watt classified at 6th as a retirement, dropping out on lap 7. Kyle Blockley went out on lap 3, remember, and then Bernardo del Castillo will start the race from the 4th and final row of the grid, having not taken part in that pre-final. I do hope that Bernardo is able to compete in the final. I hope it's not too much of a problem that it's put him out for the rest of the day. DD2 then, Tyler Harris still the man to beat. Mumbai Falcons still the team to beat, aren't they?
They are indeed in both DD2 and DD2 Masters. Mumbai Falcons, still the team to beat. They were yesterday's team's winner. There are a total of 19 different teams here in the paddock, which is really good to see. That probably exceeds a large number of a lot of the different championships that we commentate on, and maybe in the UK, Joe, with 19 different organisations running drivers here in the UAE, opening weekend of the 2025-2026 Rotax Challenge.
So I just look there, Adam Malek, Hamza Ashisho, Sami Al-Assad, they're with the M&M team. So I'm intrigued as to some background on M&M. I think they're next on our list as well. of one of the next on our list for a bit of insight as to what's going on in their owning. What can you tell us about their history in this series? M&M.
Well, Matthias Najem, and his he's got two older brothers, Christopher Najem, who is here, Patrick Najem as well, who's not here, but Christopher Najem.
Is that Matthias Najem Motorsport?
Matthias Najem Motorsport, yes. And Matthias, has driven in the grand finals many a times, probably Lebanon's most decorated driver. Christopher El Fagali won Lebanon's first grand finals back in 2022 and is now part of the Red Bull Young Driver program alongside his dad Abdo El Fagali, one of the world's most preeminent drift racers.
Oh, really?
And is a Red Bull athlete, is Abdo El Fagali.
I ticked the box in the summer by doing a commentary on a drift
Okay.
show at the Nürburgring 24 Hours.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, no.
That was I didn't realise how intricate that sport was.
It is very intricate. And,
yeah, have you ever done anything with drifting?
Back a couple of years ago at the MENA Nations Cup in Oman, Sanad Al-Rawahi and Guy Sheffield invited me down to the drift arena. And I thought, okay, well, fair enough. We're on our way back to the hotel. They just want to stop off. The next thing you know, they're putting a race suit on me. No, they didn't put a race suit on. They're putting a crash helmet on me, introducing me to a gentleman called Ahmed Al-Baluchi, who's a very big guy and is one of Oman's leading drift racers, and he took me around actually at the drift.
Oh, that's cool.
The drift court, yeah, which was great for the first 90 seconds were fantastic. The last 30 seconds, when I started feeling a little bit on the queasy side, it wasn't so great. And so, that is interesting. And the drifting, it is a very, very intricate sport.
It is. And
so Matthias Najem, he set up his own team at the start of last year. Now, there's some of the Motorscape families. There's the Axel. There's Finn Leslie in the black cap and Liam Smith. So Finn, he found his way out of the nightclub last night with those three Russian ladies. Jamie Dyer there in the second from the left.
Oh, yeah, Jimmy Zyra. You remember Jimmy Zyra.
That is George Nassar's mechanic this weekend, and he's speaking to some of the other M&M drivers. I'm trying to think. There's Zain El Hamasani is there. Is that Faisal Nashko? I can see as well. I'm trying to see who the other M&M driver is. But again, in a short space of time, Matthias Najem has put together a very, very strong squad of drivers.
Yeah, he has. Very, very well presented.
It's not just the drivers. He has got the equipment. He has got the...
He's got the experience himself, hasn't he?
Yeah, experience.
How many times do we see a successful driver then go on to create a customer race team?
Yeah, no, and do it well because he's been around the sport in Europe, so he knows what the setup of the team needs to look like.
Yes,
in the paddock.
But that also, if you're a customer who might be you driving yourself or you're bringing your child into karting, it's the credibility that you have as a successful driver. You know what the perspective is from if your child's the driver, you know how they're going to do things.
And just speaking of Faisal Nashko, he is knocking on our commentary box window there, saying hello. There is the rest of the team saying some hello.
Right, I've got to put something to you here.
Karting report.
No. Before you go there, Tony Hogg. For the record, Henry, I had several outright wins.
Does he now? Okay, well. Fair enough. So, Morris.
There's you putting your place.
Well, did you ever beat Morris Kniopas to an outright win? That is what Morris is trying to say. Is he lures you back?
Yeah, it wasn't so much you there laying down the gauntlet, was it?
No,
it was Morris.
No, Morris. It was I'm blameless in this. Kart report. Bravo Yannick. Bravo Julia. Kart report from from Poland. Hello, Kart report.
Is that
from Poland?
By Kart report? Is that Karting report? Is that a magazine? Or
it's a magazine. It is
an actual print magazine,
a print magazine. A photographer. The Polish online karting one-stop shop for polling for karting in Poland, including some of the live streaming of the Polish Rotax Championship. I will not attempt to pronounce the name, some of the names of the Polish the Polish Championship and the YouTube channel in which it is on. But I do follow it and I do watch it.
So who's Dan 649? Where is the Hogster?
There
he is.
That's my friend Dan Hannum.
Right. That's your mate. That's your best mate. Yes. Yeah. Well, Dan, I need to shake your hand, mate. He said it 3 times for you.
Yep, without realising that I'd been absolutely
Who have we got waving there then, Henry?
Let's have a look. That is one of our mini drivers. Is that Alex Fryenstein? That's Alex Fryenstein's dad walking across the back of the screen, Julian, I believe. Who's now just... there he is. Yes, there he is. Yep.
There he is.
Couldn't quite see who the driver was, who is now scarpered, but there's... Zain El Hamasani is the first of the 2 drivers. You've just heard his name. Hello, Zain. Say hello. Wave. Wave, Zain. Zain, wave. No, Zain El Hamasani, wave to me right now.
They're not listening, are they?
There
he
are.
is.
Thank you, Zain.
Turn around.
Deary me.
Camera's in the middle of the track, Zain. Camera's in the middle of the track. There he is. Wave to the camera. There you go. Say hello, Jamie Zyra. Say hello. Give us a wave, Jamie. There you go. The legend that is Jamie Zyra in the world of 177 Rotax.
Yep, and there is Mr. Fleury. Is that Mr. Fleury in the fluorescent green top there, and the mop of curly hair as well.
Another indication of the interest that is growing from the UK karting scene, with the likes of the people that we see here from the UK. Jamie Zyra being one of them. Jamie was with Dan Holland, wasn't he?
Yes.
And works with Dan Holland Racing.
Worked. Yes. Branching out is Jamie. Bartos. Bartos from Kart Report watching this on. Can't wait to see Bartos in Bahrain.
Excellent.
There are other Polish karting magazines. We wouldn't even websites. We wouldn't even mention them. We wouldn't even mention them, Bartosz. It's only Kart Report is the one that you need to go to. There's one of the trio of Almina drivers there on the left-hand side of the screen who have turned up today. Now, there are twins. There's one older brother and then a pair of twins. I can't remember which one there, and he's giving it a bit of the 6-7 as well, 6-7, enjoying that. Finn Leslie still turned out to... Finn Leslie turned to that kid and goes, do you know I'm an ex-British touring car driver?
I'm sure he's already told him.
I'm sure he already has.
He's looking for pictures on his phone now to show him.
This is me at Croft.
This is me at Croft.
Yeah.
This is flat out. It's flat through the Jim Clark S's, you know.
Yeah, flat out through the Jim Clark S's.
So we are about to get going with our last heat for seniors.
Yes.
Senior Rotax. We're not going to see George Nasser, who has been the kart and driver to beat in this class. He is going to sit this one out because this one, Henry, is for groups B and C.
Yes,
and George
indeed.
is in Group A.
Yes, indeed. So, of course, this is last chance. Now, the middle heat was quite sedate because you had some drivers who had already done one good heat and they were like, look, we're just looking to maintain. And then the group of drivers that were in their first heat, they were thinking, okay, well, things are going quite well here, so I'm going to just be okay, and then maybe we'll push on in the second, in their second heat. Liam Smith appears the left-hand side of the screen and now disappears.
Oh, he's fallen over. Liam's fallen over. It's clearly he's gone out of sight.
Yep.
There isn't any kind of... so he's with Axel, isn't he?
Yes, he is, yes.
Yeah. I know Liam from his days at Under Motorsport. There he is. Hello, Liam. Give us a wave. The camera's in the middle of the track. There you go, mate.
There we go.
Good to see you. Getting a tan there.
Liam, who's been building... Liam is building the engines for Axel in his hotel room.
Get out of town.
Yep, no, the team are that new. There are no facilities. So, Liam, Sam Stansbury, Mitchell Sellers, Mark Baines, who now appears, they are literally building and rebuilding engines in their hotel rooms.
Awesome stuff.
Which is, what they've asked me to say to their wives and girlfriends. Now, I'm only joking, guys. I'm only joking. No, I've seen the photos.
So
I've seen the photos. They are hard at work.
They're falling down to room service. Can you bring me some chain lube and a spark plug?
Yeah.
And a 10 milli spanner.
Yeah, no, exactly. I've got to say, I was speaking to Mark Baines, and I'll paraphrase Mark because it's a family show. He just says it has been so hard the last couple of weeks building this from scratch to here. Now, the team have got infrastructure.
So where are they based? Have they got a team base yet?
Axel GP are based out here. They've got
out of Al Ain
teams, out of Dubai, and they have got teams in single seaters and what have you. But this karting is brand new to them.
So Axel GP have got workshops, etc., up in Dubai.
Not for karting.
Not for karting, right? No, so they're squeezing into part of the car workshop.
They're not squeezing into. They're squeezing into their hotel rooms. It's that new.
You mean up in Dubai, even during the week?
Yep.
So before they come out to the event?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
The car, I don't know where the carts are, but the engine building, that's happening in their hotel rooms. And Mark grabbed that group of people out literally within a week to get them over here. And here's your grid for the last senior Rotax heat race.
It's the last heat race, and this takes us into the lunch break. Nathan Kappan then will start on the pole position. Mohammed Bename will start alongside. The more advantageous third place on the grid is Rian Damadas's property. Look forward to seeing him come through to second, no doubt. That seems to be the pattern of events here. Amani Kanua alongside him on row 2. Row 3 is Arav Diwan. Oscar Lambert starts alongside Omar Ganoum and Linus Volungavicius. Jerry Montgomery Swan down there with Alicia Kanisa, with Jaguar Detroit and Oscar Backhouse, Mana Fajawi and Ryan Carouse, Enzo Teslup and Jules Dormont, Shivan Kartik and Abdullah Al-Carter, Late Monimar and Manif Al-Balushi, Andrew Obaid and Krishiad Gut, and Arman Darwan and Abdul Raziz Al-Qureshi is the last of the qualifiers.
Rian Damadasa, retired from his first race, needs a good result here.
He really does.
Armani Kanua got caught up in an early incident in his first race, needs a good result here. Other drivers, Alicia Canessa starting 10th. She's on course. She is one of the drivers. I just want to get through and finish this race without any issues because I'm on course for my best ever starting position in a final. Can Alicia Canessa make it another top 10? The underdog, the independent in kart 304. Lights are out. We're off and racing.
And into turn 1 they go then, and it's Paul Sitter, Nathan Kappan. Oh, that's a bit of a dodgy one. Manages to keep out of the way. That's the 304. Henry will find out the identity.
Oh, that was Alicia.
It's Alicia.
Canessa.
Commentator's curse for Alicia.
Sorry, Alicia.
Oh, my goodness. So her race is going to be truncated by that off into the dust.
Nope, she's back.
She's back out, yeah. I knew she'd continued, yeah, but she's going to... And I think it's not going to be long before she catches the tail of this field. Meanwhile, Nathan Kappan in the distinctive bright orange Mumbai Falcons livery is off and through 11. He's got the rest of the field, though, not that far away. And that looks like Mohammed Meneme in the XL off after him, not pulling away too greatly there. And everybody forming a line through turn 13 and 14 to complete lap number 1.
Yep, Damadasa in second position, chasing race leader Nathan Kappan. Now, did I just see a slippery surface flag at turn number 1?
Yeah,
I did.
There'll be a lot of sand being brought on by that off, I think.
Yeah, indeed. And it does look as though everyone somehow managed to negotiate that cleanly. Change for second place as is that Arav Diwan?
Yes, it is.
Up into P2, so Mumbai Falcons 1-2 at the moment.
Yeah.
Then it is Damadasa being chased by Amani Kanua with, I think that is Oscar Lambert maybe next in line.
Well, the two Mumbai Falcons drivers out onto the back straight and pulling a bit of a gap before we get the third place. Darmadasa coming through. He's under a bit of pressure. Tyres potentially not that where he wants them. 2 laps completed then. Nathan Kaplan leads across the line. Arav Duan, Omar Ganoum it is in that third place. Amani Kanua, Rayan Darmadasa down to 5th. Oscar Lambert through in 6th. Meneme in 7th ahead of Jeremy Montgomery Swan. That'll not be happy.
And I tell you what there, that was a chain effect, sort of a domino effect there. We saw Darmadasa going into the back and up over the back of the cart directly in front of him. Jeremy Montgomery Swan also getting caught out. Maybe a sand on the track going into turn number 2, catching a few of the chasing group out. Somebody's going around with a very throaty sounding exhaust.
That's Armand Dawan, who's at the back of the field. He's obviously had an off and knocked his exhaust off. He will be coming in, or else he's going to damage that motor, no doubt, without any back pressure being created. Here comes Nathan Kaplan and RF Do, and then 3 laps completed. Then the chasing pack behind him, they're about, what is it? It was about 1.5 seconds to Omar Ganoum. Armani Kanua, as we see, Leith, who's that dropping down the order there? It's Krishe Gut who's dropping down and looking like he might be even a retirement here. Not coming through quite yet.
Abdul Razak Al-Quraishi for Skyline Racing gets a technical flag. He is the driver with a rear bumper hanging off. Andrew Obi, the driver that rolled his kart in the first race, didn't come out for the second race. Hopefully we'll see Andrew for the final. Another technical flag, this time.
Yeah, that's for the 377 exhaust.
Yeah, that's the exhaust of Armand Dewan.
Yeah, here come the Mumbai Falcons then. 1 and 2 for Nathan Kaplan and Arav Duan. 4 laps completed. Halfway around this lap, they'll hit half distance. Ganoum still in 3rd. Kanua 4th. Oscar Lambert still in 5th. Then we've got Menemite, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Jules Dormont. Up into 9th has gone Jaguar Detroyer.
I've just seen right on the start-finish straight. Now, this could be interesting because the chain guard has just fallen off cart number 350, Oscar Backhouse, and that chain guard is on the start-finish straight, and it is nestling, well, it's not quite on the racing line. So it's not on the racing line, but of course it can't be moved. Of course, no marshal can get to it. As we look at Kaplan, Dewan leading, and then this is the battle of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Ganoum, Kanua, and Lambert.
That doesn't look like it's going to affect the race there. No sign of a Battenberg flag at all. As the rest of the field go through, 5 laps completed, then 4 to go. No changes, becoming a bit strung out, apart from Jules Demont has gone ahead of Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Mohamed Menemai, who is now down to 8th. Jaguar Detroyer still in that 9th place. The leaders spaced out and looking very comfortable. Meanwhile, 3rd, 4th and 5th, they continue to circulate together. And here they are through the kink at 7 into turn 8. There's turn 9, the hairpin there. And then through 10. And they are not gaining ground. They're still at 1.5 seconds, 1.4 seconds to be exact. And they've not made any impression on that second place cart of Arav Duwan. So it's whether or not Armani Kanua is going to make a challenge, the GGM driver, on the XL driver, who's currently 3rd.
Jules Dumont, driver that deserved an awful lot more yesterday than his final result showed.
He's gone back down to 7th as Montgomery Swan has gone ahead.
So the Telios driver is still 7th, and that's not going badly at all. Alicia Canessa is charging. She is now 18th. She's ahead of Abdullah Al-Qaita. She's ahead of Oscar Backhouse. And she is closing in on Linus Volgavicius. Laith Mumina and Shivan Kartik are also not far off being passed or being caught and passed by the charging Alicia Canessa. Here's Amani Kanua on Omar Ganoum for 3rd.
We knew it was coming, didn't we? We knew he was about to mount a challenge. We've got a Mumbai Falcons driver there joining in the fun here in the form of Oscar Lambert. who is right there with them, and he might just be there to take up the spoils when these two start scrapping. Tries round the outside. They're side by side down that little squirt towards turn 2. Into the left-hander. Oscar Lambert latches himself onto the back end of Kanua and goes through on Ganoom. Kanua through into third place. Oscar Lambert going with him. And they've already pulled a gap to Ganoom there. Look at that, Henry. Down the back straight towards the kink at 7. And already, in fact, Ganoom's going to come back to them. As soon as they go onto the brakes, Ganoom's not that far away.
I spoke to Omar yesterday and saying, Omar, is it a little bit harder now that you're the champion? And he went, well, last year was peak and this year's a bit mid.
All right, yeah.
You know that
you've got to climb the mountain again, haven't you?
Well,
it's really hard to do. The intensity of winning a championship is ever present every time you come to the track. We're on the final lap, Henry. Nathan Kaplan has been very controlled and composed at the front of this field, and likewise his Indian counterpart, Arav Dewan, has been equally as controlled and composed in that second place. It's looking very much like it's going to be a Mumbai Falcons 1-2, but then now in that third place has come Armani Kanua for GGM. Mumbai Falcons, in Oscar Lambert's case, is now fourth. And that looks like it's not going to change because these three now spaced out. As I say that, there's Omar Ganoom looking like he's challenging the back end of Oscar Lambert.
Yeah, and Lambert's not going to be too concerned with Armani Kanua finishing in front of him. Neither so much as Awav Dewan, because Lambert's, over the course of the two heats, Lambert is comfortably ahead of both of those in terms of where they're going to start for the final. But Nathan Kaplan, welcome to seniors again. Had a great day yesterday on his senior debut, and another good afternoon so far here. There is the meatball flag, the tactical flag for Oscar Backhouse. As we look at the rest of the field finishing, Alicia Canessa 18th.
Let's have a quick rundown of the top 10. Then Nathan Kaplan first, Arav Dewan in second, Armani Kanua in third, fourth is Oscar Lambert, Omar Ganoom in fifth. Sixth is Jeremy Montgomery Swan, seventh is Mohamed Menemite, Jagrat Detroya in eighth, ninth is Jules Domont, and rounding off the top 10 is Rian Dharmadasa. Well, everybody, that concludes our qualifying heats and pre-finals. It's all about the final, which will be coming up at 14:20 hours. That's 2:20 p.m. Before that, though, we've got a very important message.
Yes.
This is for you,
Neil Doe.
Mr. Doe. Neil Doe. Have a look at this, Neil. I'm sure you'll want to get involved. I'm sure you will. This is how you get involved in this series as a corporate and commercial partner. Let's have a look at this information. Then, of course, we have the Paddock Show. Look forward to that.
With the great news that the UAE Rotax Max Challenge season will be live streamed by Karting Live TV. A great number of fantastic sponsorship opportunities have opened up. With many thousands of karting enthusiasts watching the live stream as it happens, then thousands more watching on the archive, there is no better way to promote your brand and service than to support UAE Rotax Max Challenge live streams. The following video outlines ways you can actually activate that sponsorship. There are many ways to get your brand or service seen on the live stream, the foremost of which is to be the event title sponsor. A prominent, permanent logo, your brand included in the official event title, and you can provide us with pre-made videos which will play out during the stream, all of which guarantee your brand will have a major impact at the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Other options include becoming a Gold or Gold Plus supporting partner. If you look at the bottom right of this video, you can see we have rotating logos. The numbers are limited, but it also enables you to upgrade to Gold Plus, which means you can provide us with pre-made videos, which again will play out in the stream. Another unique opportunity is to be the timing partner, always up there in the top right of the screen and referred to regularly during the broadcast. Finally, the super high impact replay partner. Your name on the logo every time the replay wipe comes in and comes out. We can't guarantee how often it happens, but when it does, you'll certainly be seen everywhere around the world. If you have any more questions, please talk to Guy Sheffield, who will be happy to deal with your inquiry. You can see below the dates for all the rounds of the series And at the time of recording, every single spot is available, whether just a single round or even the whole championship. So get in contact, boost your brand with Karting Live TV and the UAE Rotax Max Challenge.
Hello and welcome to Karting Live TV, back at Al Ain Raceway in Marbles, Abu Dhabi for round 1.2 of the UAE RMC. Great racing yesterday, and I'm sure we're going to get race later today, and I'm going to have a quick chat with my very good friend, Mr. Joe Bradley. Now, Joe, the one thing we have to say is we're in the Emirates. It's very, very different from the UK. How does that affect, you think, the karting when we come here and see these different conditions?
Well, I've yet to see a set of wet tyres, Nick. It's a lot different to the karting that we usually see on Karting Live TV. The weather is less of a factor. Changeable weather's less of a factor, but the weather is still a factor. All right, it's cooled off since 2 weeks ago. We were here for the Invitational. It was 41 degrees on that Sunday. Well, it's cooled off to a balmy 38 degrees this weekend. However, look at the challenge that brings. Management of tyres, massive factor. They're on exactly the same tyres that we normally see on Rotax, in Rotax racing. But then there's the human element, the element that we take for granted. The drivers, some of which are only 8 years old. And in this heat, the physicality of the Al Ain circuit, it's going to be a factor. It's not easy. There's a challenge there. If it was easy, you and I would still be doing it, Nick, and we're not. We're in our air-conditioned splendour, just chatting about it with Henry and I. Yesterday was fantastic. It is really a series that is really growing. I know Henry mentioned this yesterday, but today we're going to see exactly what we saw yesterday, which was very dramatic, intense, and exciting racing.
Well, we've heard a lot of what Joe and Henry think about what's happening. We need to find out what the paddock, the teams and the drivers think was happening. So you go and find Henry and talk to them.
In the 1975 Spanish Grand Prix, the only female to win a World Championship Formula 1 point was Lella Lombardi driving a March. However, the 1 point became half a point when the race was stopped halfway. That's a long time ago. Why have we not got any Formula 1 drivers who are female? Well, I think it's going to change, and we may have a few years to wait, but this young lady here, Attica Meir, Attica, I saw you race 2 weeks ago in the Invitational. I think your sights are set, aren't they? Is that what your dream would be, to race one day in Formula 1?
Yeah, my dream is to be in Formula 1, and I'll do whatever it takes to be there.
And so you have to race with predominantly boys, but that doesn't seem to faze you at all. You are absolutely at the front of this field, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really affect me when I'm driving. I don't really have time to think about that stuff.
So it's just drivers in helmets, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you get to know the drivers around you when you race with them? Do you get to know their personalities and perhaps how you're going to overtake one driver in comparison to another?
Every driver has a different standard of driving, but it honestly doesn't matter how you overtake them, because any driver you reach to, you should overtake.
So what is the plan? Are you maybe one day thinking about moving into cars and going in, what's the ladder now? It's Formula 4, isn't it?
Yeah, to get to Formula 1, you need to start from Formula 4, then Formula 3, Formula 2, then Formula 1. Some people take it a different way, maybe Formula Regional, or maybe they just start with FRECA or something. So I don't know.
Well, Attica, you know where it's mapped out. I'm going to ask you a question, Attica. Why do you think we have no women, we have no females in Formula 1 at the moment?
Well, I don't know really. I haven't really been there, maybe in Formula 2 or something yet. But I don't think anyone has really tried to actually race in these days. But I think if someone tried, then they would really know how it would be. And I think the stereotypes are more than that woman sitting in the car and driving.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a mixture of both.
Yeah. And I suppose if a driver's quick enough, it doesn't matter whether they're male or female. You get the job done. Is that your attitude?
Yeah.
So what's your attitude like for this? Here we are, rounds 1 and 2 of the UAE Karting Championships, the RMC, the Rotax Max Challenge. You've got a full season ahead of you. Here we are with a clean sheet of paper. What is your aims and objectives?
To possibly win all the races I can, and just keep improving and try to win the championship.
And does that start with the heats? You go out intending to win every single race, whether it's a heat, a pre-final, a final?
Well, obviously it's nice to win the final more than the heat, but any race like I can win, I should win.
Yeah. The team around you, Axel Academy, they're a very busy team. Are they? They're obviously giving you a good car to drive.
Yeah, it's a great team. It's very supportive, and it gives me lots of support.
Yeah. And are you able to get advice on how to drive as well as how to set the car up?
Yeah, it's a team like every other team, so it gives you it has very good mechanics and coaches and stuff. So it's a great team.
So Monday morning, what will Attica Maya be happy with from this weekend on Monday morning when she wakes up?
Honestly, if I get better.
Right, just that's it. Just get better. Well, if you get better, you're going to win everything because you're pretty quick.
Yeah.
That's the idea. Attica Maya, I'm telling you, keep an eye out because this young lady is going to go far.
This year, one of the drivers that I'm predicting to have a breakout season in junior Rotax is Sava Kogai. Sava, this is going to be your first real full season in juniors. You've got a new look and a new sponsor.
Yep. Wow Hydrate. It's my sponsor. It's a very good drink, actually. So I want to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Sava Kogai. I'm 13 years old and I race for GGM and I'm from Russia.
But you've lived over here now for a couple of years. Last year, you did a few races in the UAE. This year, you're looking a lot quicker as well, aren't you? You're constantly in the top 5, but lack of experience. We're now working on just making those top 5s on lap 5 a top 5 when the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, and it's also a bit of a streak of bad luck, having crashes, unlucky moments like engine failures, and just it's bad luck. But I hope that I can improve, also just better myself with my coach, and I hope I can win some races and maybe even win the championship.
What would that mean to you to win the title? I mean, because obviously you've cottoned on, because you came over and said to me, you said, right, I've got my sponsor bottle ready. Yeah. You know, I didn't need to encourage you. So you've learned something very important about the business of motor racing as well. You can't do too much of it because you'll get indigestion on the track. But no, you learn. What else are you learning about the business side of motorsports?
You always have to kind of be on top just to get that little bit of sponsorship. You have to promote it. You have to actually like it, because you can't really, for example, if I didn't like my sponsor, it would be quite weird if I was drinking it. I actually like it. It's very good. It's just that you have to always try to promote it as much as possible to make it more well known.
Well, talk about what about promoting yourself now? Where did we come from? Why did we get into karting?
So my dad was a racing driver for GT3. He actually co-owns the team Ronaldo Racing. And when I was about 10, and I've always loved cars in my life. And when I was 10, I started rental karting, just more as fun than actual sportiness. And then it slowly transitioned to, I want to try owner karts. How does it feel? How is the speed? And it slowly transitioned into, that I actually want to race, that I actually want to have a future in motorsport. And now it's come to me racing professionally and even racing in Europe.
Okay, so I've seen you race over here the last year or so. Have you raced in Europe yet, or what is the plan for yourself this year?
So I would have been doing actually the World Cup, the OKN World Cup. I couldn't because I was sick, and I couldn't have done it because even if I wasn't sick, the Championship Future Academy program did not let me, or they would exclude me from the whole championship, and they have races in the UAE. I've also raced in Le Mans, Italian Championship. I've raced Championship Future, and I'm gonna race WSK soon.
Okay, but this weekend, so we're going to start off the new season. There's nearly 30 of you in the junior grid. You're probably one of the least experienced, not in terms of you were a junior last year, but in terms of how long you've been racing. How are you going to overcome that lack of experience, and what are your goals for the 2 rounds this weekend?
I'm just going to try to push as much as possible, not think about the fact that, I might have not as much experience as others, but that doesn't mean that I can't win. I think I have enough pace and enough battle experience from being in Europe, from racing here, just to get that inch of being on the top. My main probably struggle in the whole season is that I start to worry when I'm in the lead, because of that I start to make mistakes and I get caught up. And when somebody overtakes me, I get lost, and then more and more people overtake me.
Okay, now also I've noticed that this weekend there's a new look as well. So we got a new season and a new look. Tell us about the new look.
I got my hair cut recently, about 3 days ago. I honestly felt like quite well with it. And it's also easier because I don't have to wear a balaclava anymore. And it's less hot outside, so it's quite good.
Okay, so you learnt a lot, but of course, and you've got your Wow Hydrate to keep you hydrated as well. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
You may hear us often say at the end of a race, these results are provisional, and that the competitors have to get all of their carts put through an inspection at Tech. Well, here we are. Gary Walker here, who's our chief official Rotax technical inspector, and at the moment we're dealing with exhausts that have come off basically the Rotax field. Every exhaust, this is their final practice session, and every exhaust will be inspected by Gary and then sealed by his colleague Graham, which we'll see in a little while. But all of the exhaust dimensions, the measurements, how the exhaust behaves is all regulated, and Gary here has all the tools of the trade. Gary, I just want a quick word with you before we then have a look at what you do with the exhaust. Surely there's not that much performance enhancement in exhaust, for instance. I mean, I'm not even going to begin to start with engines, but exhaust here, why so important?
It's important because we've found lots of modifications through months of checking different things. One exhaust we found from a different country, we've got holes drilled from the opposite side, and we can only find that using a camera on the opposite side. The performance gain would be immense.
Right.
The gases wouldn't be passing through the actual wadding or the baffle, it'd be coming straight through. So it's like making the hole bigger at the bottom, which we've measured with the blade.
And in such a tight formula class like Intermax, Minimax, Micromax, where the engines mean a lot because of their restriction, any marginal gain would turn out to be huge on track.
Yeah, exactly. When you restrict something, it makes it more important to get everything correct. So if that measurement is exact as much as they can, that's what they're all looking for. And then the new wadding, everybody's the straight, same as the way, as they started in the beginning. There is no difference between each driver. They've got the same exhaust, same wadding.
And the thing about this UAE RMC Championship, the Rotax Max Challenge, is the consistency in the policing of these regulations. Because as a competitor, that's all competitors want to see. They want to see consistent inspections and consistent policing of all of the regulations, not just the technical ones, but the sporting as well.
Yeah, and the engines are obviously only built at Alain Raceway. The engines are to tight tolerances and they're sealed twice. We'll show you probably later on in the day where the two seals come in. The rumour is that somebody was taking the seals off in a different country and refitting them after doing modifications. So now at Alain Raceway we fit a different seal which is tamper-proof, cannot be removed.
Right. So that's just on rumour. You didn't really need the evidence. You went, right, we're going to implement measures.
We'll close the door.
Yes.
We'll close the door. If we're working on rumours, sometimes there's fact to it, but we haven't got facts. We can't prove it. So we may as well put another seal on, and then that does the rumour away.
Yeah, we don't want you with the UAE RMC. Go and race somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, wherever you want to race, you won't be coming here unless your engine's built here and sealed and checked with us.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thanks, Gary. I'm going to leave you to inspect that exhaust now. We'll get a look at it. Thank you, mate.
So this is an explanation of what we're measuring in an exhaust. I've cut an exhaust open so you can see the measurement here we'd never do with any other equipment. So we made a blade which goes down, which is 28 millimetres. So if you look in here, this is where the blade has to go or not go. So if it goes through, that makes the exhaust illegal. Obviously we can't cut a section out of every one exhaust, so we check them this way.
Yeah, you couldn't cut that little patch out, could you, to have a look?
I mean, you might get a little bit upset.
So if that slides through there, that means the exhaust's too wide, and there's a performance advantage.
Yes. So we check every exhaust, we check the baffle, we check everything, and they have a new wadding every time. So every race meeting is a rewadding and a check of the exhaust.
And I also noticed this template here.
So that checks whether the exhaust is 90 degrees. So the exhaust must be at 90 degrees.
So if it's got a shallower angle, again, the exhaust gas going to escape quicker.
No, not necessarily. There's a performance gain with it being a flatter line, so they can bend it and twist it. But there's also measurements on here. So there's a maximum and a minimum setting on the thing, so the exhaust can't be shortened in any way. So we check that as well.
By shortening the exhaust, getting the exhaust gas out quick, does that not affect back pressure? I'm beginning to disappear up my bottom here, aren't I?
So the issue is, like on TKM, they used to shorten and lengthen exhaust with the flex. So the same principle occurs. It's two-stroke, so you're adjusting it, so you get either performance lower or higher in the range. So that's why we check all the exhausts.
Right. So when Gary's happy with the exhaust, it's handed back to the team. Here we see some fresh wadding. He mentioned wadding, didn't he? Here it is, the fresh batch of wadding being pressed down to be able to get it in there, into that exhaust pipe, exhaust tube. And from this point, we move back to the scrutineer's desk when we've got that wadding in there. And there's a one to our left here, just coming to the point where he's bolting it up. And here we are, wrapping the internals of the exhaust tightly with that fresh wadding. And of course the wadding acts as a noise dampener as well as a power stifler, and that's why it's important to have the right amount of wadding in there, because by taking the wadding out, the exhaust gas would flow more readily and it would increase the performance of the motor. So that's a regulation amount of wadding that we're seeing going in there. So we'll just leave this mechanic to finish off this little job, and then when he's ready to have it resealed, we'll head over to the scrutineer's desk and see that. So now we've got that exhaust all ready to be resealed. Graham Snook here, who's part of the technical team, will do that, because it's pointless inspecting these exhausts, taking them apart and then handing them back to the team, who could then go back to the awning and unbolt them and do anything they want with them, take the wadding out. So what Graham is about to do here is put a seal on the exhaust, which basically stops any kind of dismantling of the exhaust for any kind of performance enhancing innovative engineering to go on, because you pretty much can't get around the seal once it's on. Official Rotax seal, official UAE RMC seal to be exact, and Graham here will do that, and there it is, clamped together, impossible to get around. And that now is ready for race weekend.
One of the classes that I think is going to be one of the classes to watch here in the UAE this year is Intermax or Minimax, depending on your persuasion. Now, Oliver Butchard, you are going to be one of the contenders in Minimax this year, I'm sure. Tell us a little bit about how last season went and how you prepared for this year.
Well, last season wasn't really the best. I was aiming for third to get a trophy, or maybe even second or first. And this season, I really want to go for I really want to go for first and go to the grand finals to race for the grand champion.
Now, last year, the racing in Minimax was very close all the way through. Can you, from what you've seen so far this year, do you think it's going to be the same with a whole pack of you racing for the win all the time?
Yeah, probably. I'm probably expecting at the end like a 1 point difference like it was with Ben and Ava last year.
No, because in Micromax last year, Ben Karachkovich beat Ava Lawrence by 1 point. Ava's racing elsewhere this year. Ben's moved up with you. Is he your main title rival, do you think?
Probably, but if Wayne Gottschalk does it, then probably he will be one of my #1 targets to beat.
Your favourite track, is it Al Ain, or where do you like racing?
I like Al Ain, Yas Marina and Alphasan.
Now, you're with the Synergy team, so this is back where you started your career, isn't it?
Yeah.
What is it about Synergy that makes you feel at home?
They're just a great team. They always support me and we got some pace.
Okay, well now, a lot of drivers use many different ways to stay relaxed in between races, but Oliver has got a very special skill indeed. What's one of the things that you do to keep yourself nice and relaxed between races?
Well, I usually like to play with cards and do some magic tricks with one of my friends over there.
So some magic tricks. Well, I tell you what, Oliver, let's try and work one of your magic tricks on me. Let's go.
Okay.
So here we are then in the Synergy Magic Circle, as it were. We've got Max and Cameron, our eagle-eyed spectators. Right, Oliver, talk us through what I need to do.
Well, all you have to do, I'm going to show you a card. You have to hold it, do not look at it. I'm going to pick a card, I'm going to hold it, and hopefully it changes.
Okay, so I'm not allowed to look at the card, no?
No, don't.
Are you allowed to show the camera the card?
Nope.
No, so no one's allowed to see the card. Fair enough. Okay.
Except from the table. The table can.
The table can see the card. Okay, the table can see the card. Right, okay, so there we go. So I'll take the card.
Okay, see the Queen of Clubs?
The Queen of...
Queen of Clubs. See it?
Yep, see the Queen of Clubs. There we go.
Hold it just like that.
I'm going to hold the Queen of Clubs just like this.
Do not even look at it.
I'm not looking at it.
See the Joker? Joker? I'm going to hold it like this. When we come together, like that, look at your card and show it to the camera. It's the Joker, and I got the Queen of Clubs.
Now that's impressive. Well done. Well, I tell you what, you made those cards switch places. How easy is it for you to make your go-kart switch places for you to take the lead this weekend?
Should be pretty easy.
Well, there we go. So there is Magician 101, Oliver Butchard.
ഇന്നലെ എപ്പോഴാ കിടന്നത്? അഞ്ചു മണിക്ക് പ്രമോദ് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the UAE RMC. We're at the Al Ain Raceway International. And we're about to get going with our all-important finals here. We're down to the last few races of the weekend. And it's all part of rounds 1.1 and 1.2. 2 point-scoring days for the first round of the 2025-26 season here in the UAE. My name is still Joe Bradley, and still sat beside me, even after we've scoffed quite a very nice lunch, is Henry Baudet.
Yes.
Henry, this is what it's all about this afternoon. I know we're just basically saying exactly what we said yesterday at this point. The finals is where you get a trophy.
Exactly.
And there's an element of importance in that aspect of things, isn't it?
And it's where you get more championship points per position than you do in the heats and the pre-finals. And of course, it might sound very churlish to say, well, thinking about the championship, you have to think about the championship. Yeah, there are 12 rounds in total across 8 weekends. Each of those rounds carries exactly the same number of championship points, I believe, towards the final standings. We talked about how last year there were several classes that were decided on the last lap of the last race.
It's incredible.
Classes decided by one single championship point. That's why every position counts.
And the emphasis going into the finals is for that heavier points haul, if you like, which is going to assist. If you've had a bad day and you've not really racked up the points that you perhaps thought you were going to, this is where you can make it all come back to you.
Yes.
If you have a good finish in the final, it can all be good. And especially at this stage of any season, this is where even at this stage, you come here to compete in a championship, and I know we kind of concentrate on the front of the pack and the championship winners, but all the way down our grids, there are inter-series battles, inter-scene battles with. You're the guy next to you in the paddock. You've got the people who are around you, squabbling over 15th and 15th to 20th place, and it's who will finish ahead of who in that overall championship is where it's important. So there are plenty of soap operas all the way down the order, aren't they?
Exactly. What you don't want to do at the first weekend of a new season is dig yourself into a hole in the points. You can afford, you do drop rounds, so you can afford, one or two bad scores. I was about to come on. I was hesitant to mention that, and yet I am going to mention what you're looking at, because that is a cloud, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not only a cloud, it's a dark cloud.
What does that mean in the UAE, though?
Well, it normally means in the UAE and in the other sort of 200 countries around the world that there may be some precipitation. Now, to the far side of the circuit, out towards the Oman border, several people during the lunch break have said that over there is rain. Luckily for us, the rain is being blown away from the circuit by the wind, which is not as harsh as it was earlier, but is still present.
So how many years did you say you've been a part of this series?
3.
3 years, right. So is this going into your 4th season?
Yes.
Right. Have you ever had a wet race?
Never.
Right. So,
ever.
So if we do get... what tends to be the protocol? Because the rain here tends to come in heavy, but then dissipate very quickly.
Well, the protocol would be swim until you're sweating again. Sweat, swim, sweat. That's pretty much the protocol. Well, and of course, it comes down to the discretion of the race directors. But I have to say now, let's have a look on the live chat.
Yeah, I want to say it's...
oh, dear.
Oh, this is a prediction.
The boss has spoken.
Yes, the from above, Gina Marie Sheffield, who is the boss of our boss.
Yes.
It's going to rain. Shit, that's a prediction.
Well, where, Gina? Somewhere in the country or here at Al Ain Raceway? It'd be specifics, Gina. Specifics.
Is it going to rain at turn 1 and not at turn 14? I just want to say hello to... hang on, come on. Steve Wilde.
Hi, Steve.
Doing a great job. Nice to see my grandson Finn Leslie being roasted by Henry Baudet. Was a little add-on that I've just added on. Great to have you along, Steve. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. That go-kart guy. Hello, let's go, Enzo.
Enzo Tasluk, yes. Enzo Tasluk designed his own crash helmet, designed it without realising he had designed an almost exact replica of the crash helmet worn by ex-Formula 1 driver Alex Caffey.
Did he really?
Absolutely.
He didn't realise that?
He didn't realise it, and it is an exact replica. Hello to Bologna de Fatima. Loving, sweetie grandson, Felix Jebjerg. Yes, also Francilia Souza Jebjerg supporting young Felix, who will be going out in the first race. We have got, I believe, our first viewers from Kenya watching. Hello to Naomi Wairati and Sammy Wairati. They are supporting Amani Kinyua. So Amani, originally from Kenya, now based over here in Dubai and Abu Dhabi in the UAE, and he's got family from Kenya watching. The wonders of live streaming, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, brilliant. That's our international audience, isn't it? Literally from the continent of Africa. Here we go then, Micromax final. The grid have made an appearance. And this is the grid. Adam Al-Sheikh, the winner from yesterday's first point-scoring round, is on the pole position. Second yesterday, Sama Chopra, he's alongside. Liam O'Hanlon, third step of the podium yesterday, on target to copy that exactly. He's alongside Tadeusz Prochaska on the second row of the grid. Amar Tabatsa is on row 4 with Cameron Harvey alongside. And then we've got Jensen Kelly, Viber Ponna, Enzo Falzerano, Rudra Papatap, Shekawat, Saif Al Khalifa, Ivans Voronins, Abdulaziz Al Sarif, Tayab Haroun, Adrien Farah Vignoli, Hamid Almina, Rashid Almina, Felix Souza Jebjerg, Sauf Almina, and Alexander Freinstein, rounding off our full grid of Micromax finalists.
I'm not sure we do have a full grid, Joe. I can't see Jensen Kelly.
Kelly hasn't come out, and neither has Saif Almina.
Oh, that is a real shame for Jensen and the George Gibbons Motorsport team. I'm just looking, number 33. No, it's not as though his transponder is not working, but he is out there. No kart 33. That is a shame. So, well, the 18 drivers that are on circuit are about to put on a show. Can Liam O'Hanlon beat Adam Al-Sheikh and Samar Chopra? We're going to find out.
Let's find out now. The red lights go out and we are racing to turn one. As ever, poleman Adam Al-Sheikh gets that inside line, that primary inside line. But it's Liam O'Hanlon who came around the outside. Who is that in second? It is indeed O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon, that's a great start for him. It just shows that these Micromax karts, Henry, that turn one is a very fast corner for the smaller engine Micromax karts. I say smaller engines, more restricted engines,
yes,
I should say.
More restricted engines, and I think we saw, the next time we see the turn one camera, when they come around, we will probably see the parked kart of Jensen Kelly. Al-Sheikh leads from O'Hanlon, from Chopra, and then it's Tadeusz Prochaska in fourth position with a red and white race suit for the Ital Course Middle East team, and he's got Amar Tabatsa, Cameron Harvey, Vaibhav Ponna and Enzo Falzarano right behind him as they sweep through turn number 13. We're going to complete lap number one. Al-Sheikh leads.
Now this is the longest race that these youngsters have all day long. It's 11 laps, so we've still got 10 laps as we go three wide into turn one, and there looked like, who was that slipping down the inside? Was that Samar Chopra?
It was Chopra up into P2 at the expense of O'Hanlon, and that was the number 33 kart you saw abandoned at Marshall Post 1. Jensen Kelly got about 10 yards out of the pit lane before something broke.
Here we go then, O'Hanlon coming back at Chopra, and Chopra going through down the inside of Adam El-Sheikh and Liam O'Hanlon. Let's have a look at the cartshop.me. This is towards turn 7. The kink there opens up the gap, and Samar Chopra with Liam O'Hanlon down the inside of El-Sheikh. And now we've got a change for first, second and third. O'Hanlon dropping off the tail of Samar Chopra and coming under threat from Adam Al-Sheikh, who's thinking, what happened there? Why am I third?
He's third. He's about to be potentially pushed back to fourth. Vaibhav Ponna is there as well. Watch Liam O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon will do everything in his power to stop Chopra and Al-Sheikh getting nose to tail.
Al-Sheikh looking like he was about to have a go there, but just the momentum into the corner, Henry, was what stifled him there, because O'Hanlon was able to stay ahead. This has caused him a bit of time. He's now dropping back towards Ponna, who is right on the bumper of our third place kart there.
And we've got 2, 4, 6 karts now in this train.
Brilliant.
Harvey in 6th, Tabatsa 5th, Ponna is 4th, and then our 3 podium contenders from yesterday. Let's remind you, Adam Al-Sheikh winning yesterday and telling me in the post-race interview that, Sama and myself, we had a plan to work together to push away because, we know Liam's going to be strong, so we thought we'd team up together. And Liam and everybody else now knows that. Say it's still 2 versus 1, and O'Hanlon's being so clever.
Yeah, O'Hanlon had the inside line there, very tight line into one. Cost him dearly, though, on the exit. However, great defensive driving from young Liam. He's kept Adam Al-Sheikh behind him. They're dropping back off Samar Chopra. This is working very well for Chopra. However, still very early days. We're only on lap 4 here, lap 4 of 11. So there's plenty of time for this to develop, and plenty of time. Adam Al-Sheikh looks like he's got, I'm not going to say an urgency in that third place to get back in that lead. However, let's just settle in. Let's just follow this train. That's the train from 4th downwards there. And that's very, very competitive.
And I've got to say that I'm not trying to say it's not a negative thing about Samar Chopra and Adam Al-Sheikh say they're working together. That's absolutely fine. You know, Liam O'Hanlon, his team, they understand that. If they had a second teammate up there with him, then they'd be working as O'Hanlon would have someone to work with. This is the nature of the game in this race, and look at that. Al-Sheikh round the outside of O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon went for the lead, and Samar Chopra blocked him, and that now gives these two a chance to potentially work away. Now O'Hanlon has got a job on his hands.
You just saw a puff of dirt, puff of sand coming up from O'Hanlon's rear axle, as we've got Adam Al-Sheikh going back into the lead over all of this race. That cost O'Hanlon greatly. He tried to move alongside. Chopra chopped him off, pardon the pun, and there's Chopra coming back. O'Hanlon trying to squeeze through as well. This race is certainly not over, but just that slight wheel on the dirt caused O'Hanlon. However, he's back in it now, and he's back in challenging. This is going to be all the way to the flag, I fear, Henry.
It is. Piers, Pakenham, Walsh. Hello, Piers. How are you? Good to see you again. A former driver for the UAE. There's a lot of mechanicking around the world, karting in the UK, saying it's not uncommon to have rain on the Costa del Alain. Plenty of wet races going years back. Well. Didn't know that as we look at the top three. So we're racing the weather as well as each other here. That's a phrase I didn't think I'd be cracking out here in this first round of the 25-26 season.
There's Liam O'Hanlon around the outside there of Al-Sheikh. Al-Sheikh trying to get down the inside, and O'Hanlon had the momentum on the outside line. O'Hanlon and Adam Al-Sheikh need to get their heads together and work together, because Chopra is moving away from them. This will soon concertina back. Here they go down the inside then. Adam Al-Sheikh down the inside at 13. Liam O'Hanlon slots in behind. Bumper to bumper through turn 14. Here it is again, Henry. Textbook stuff from the kartshop.me replay.
Yeah, O'Hanlon deciding, I'm not going to defend here, because if I defend, Chopra will probably get a gap that is too big for us to even think about closing in. So loses that battle, does Liam O'Hanlon, but he's still got his eyes on the overall war, so to speak. Ponna, Tabatsa, Harvey, Al Khalifa, Prochaska, Shekawat, Falzarano, the rest of your top 10. And then the remaining drivers, everyone who started this race, still running. They are all fanning out behind us on this lap number 5. We may have had a slight issue with the timing and scoring screen.
Let's wait for that to settle down, Henry. Yeah. We can keep a tab on this, because Samar Chopra is our leader. Adam Al-Sheikh in second now. The three leaders beginning to just fan out a little bit. Got a bit of a karts gap in between. Here they come across the line then. It will be 5 laps completed going into lap 6. As we head on to another lap. There's a position change for the lead. Al-Sheikh down the inside of Chopra, and it's now Al-Sheikh back into the lead of this race.
Yes, it is, and there is a move. Chopra and O'Hanlon now back to top spot through turn number 6, out onto the back straight. The timing screens are frozen here up in the commentary position and on yours, so we can't tell you exactly what lap we're on. I will keep an eye out for the last lap board.
Easy to lose track when all of this action's happening, Henry.
Everything is frozen on lap 4, which, to be fair, I wouldn't mind if it was just lap 4 for the next half an hour, because this is a great 3-kart battle for the race lead. Here comes Al-Sheikh.
Al-Sheikh looking down the inside of O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon there, not really making it hard for Al-Sheikh. He just didn't have the speed or the momentum. First 3 across the line then. And it looks like 3 laps remaining for these drivers. 3 laps remaining on the board.
Yep.
As they head off down that little stretch towards turn 2.
Yeah, so
it's a very fast left-hander into the right-hander, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. Behind the top 3, 2, 4, 6, 7 karts in a line battling over as O'Hanlon takes the race lead. There's the move from Liam O'Hanlon. Now he's going to have to make that George Gibbons Motorsport kart very, very wide indeed. Has he gone too early?
Let's have a look at this again, Henry. Just again, you did call that this was a passing place for Micromax.
Yep.
And O'Hanlon coming out of the very fast turn number 5 into 6 and just stuck it down the inside. They're on the back straight here towards turn 13. This is where O'Hanlon has to optimise the line and get that kart maximised up the straight. The 55 is Adam El Sheikh. He's slotted alongside, looks down the inside. O'Hanlon defends well. They are on their penultimate lap. It's going to be 1 lap to go next time by. They've got quite a bit of lap to complete before they do that, as they're on the infield section now, Henry, and it looks like they're going to wait in this position till they get to the back straight, and then we may be able to see a move from either Adam El Sheikh or Samar Chopra, who's wondering what he's doing in third place.
And the start line marshal has got the slippery surface flag out, and he's holding it for every driver. Now, I wonder whether there's some sand down on the circuit. Can't give you a full rundown of the running order. Our timing screens, and in fact all the timing screens, seem to have frozen several laps ago.
Well, we're going to be showed the last lap board next time
round.
They have got 1 lap where they've got to contend with a slippery surface going towards this section of the track now, towards turn 1. The red and yellow striped flag shows O'Hanlon down the inside. El Sheikh and Chopra both take the more optimum line. O'Hanlon's got a chop to the left to protect that inside line into turn 2. Gets a little bit of a nudge to urge him on his way. And is that Chopra through in second when he did that?
It is. And that could be key, because Chopra and Al Sheikh, they couldn't work together. They had to work against each other. This is the last lap, and it looks as though O'Hanlon has maybe dealt with the threat of Adam Al Sheikh. He's now only got the threat of Samar Chopra to deal with.
We've got 4 corners. Yes, 11, 12, 13 and 14. That's 11. Tick off 12 now. We're flat out down the back straight here towards turn 13. O'Hanlon looks over his shoulder. He's got a bit of a gap. He still defends slightly to the middle. Chopra right on his rear bumper. He's got to get round 14, and then it'll be a drag race to the line. It's Liam O'Hanlon who will lead, indeed, turn this into a win. And there's the checkered flag flying. Liam O'Hanlon for GGM takes the win in fine style there. It was Samar Chopra for M&M who came through in second, and then in third place, Adam El Sheikh. We wait for the rest of the field to come through, where we'll have to later on confirm who finished where, as we've got a freeze on our timing and scoring. So we'll be heading down to Henry, who's heading down now to the Parc Fermé. He will get a chance to speak to Liam O'Hanlon. Same drivers that were on yesterday's podium. However, it's kind of just swapped around. Samar Chopra, another second place finish for Samar. Oh, sorry, Samar was third, wasn't he? It was Adam El Sheikh who came through into second right there. So Henry will no doubt give us the nod when he has these drivers in his sight. They will be heading down to the weighbridge, where they'll be weighed. These Micromax carts, a minimum weight of 105 kilograms. And once they have been weighed, then they'll become available to speak to our very own Henry Baudet. Problems for young Felix Sousa Jebjerg. He's had a spin in the pit lane, right beneath our commentary box. He came in a little bit too hot. He is a novice driver, is young Felix, so he's just learning all the time. Trying to do a Austin Powers-esque three-point turn, which he's assisted by our Alain Raceway officials, our marshals here, Absolutely outstanding job from everybody here at the Allen International Raceway. Everybody up on the balcony. Out for the Minimax final coming next. That was the Micromax final. They were 8 to 11 years old. The Micromax class. The next class that we will see will be for our 10 to 13-year-olds. Slightly different weight minimum for Minimax. For now, though, we still wait for the results to become official for our Minimax runners. Gaz Bury, hello Gaz Bury over in the UK. What a great micro final. Yes, it was. The racing was absolutely outstanding. It certainly was. Stay tuned though, because the racing in all of our classes are pretty much going to be like that. Kiwi K says, woohoo, well done, Aman. Kart 317, that was from an earlier race. So we are just in the throes now of the tech inspection for Micromax. This, of course, round one of the UAE RMC 25-26 season here. We are off to the Alpha San circuit on the 16th of November for round two. Round three is a two-day event back here at Allen on the 13th and 14th of December. We then go off to the Dubai Karting, 17th and 18th of January for round four, which is 2 rounds, 2-point scoring rounds there. Round 5 is perhaps what everyone is waiting for, to get the chance to run at the Yas Marina circuit on a part of the Formula One Grand Prix track. The kart track will be created from the West Hairpin section of the Grand Prix circuit there. That's on the 14th and 15th of February. In March, early March, the 8th of March, the weekend of, we go back up to Dubai for the event at the Karting there. End of March, the 29th of March, we're back here at Alpha San. We're back at Alpha San, I should say. And then 11th and 12th of April, the championship rounding off with round 8, 8.1 and 8.2, giving us a point scoring rounds of 11 and 12 to conclude the 25-26 UAE RMC. Back here at the Allen Raceway to finish the season off in great racing style. It really is one of those circuits that really does bring out some fantastic racing. You've got a massive compromise with regards to the very fast straight here. The straight that isn't straight, it's a couple of kinks in it, but it's absolutely flat out. So Henry Baudet down there in Parc Fermé is pretty much ready to go. So let's head down to Henry. Henry.
So, Liam O'Hanlon, how hard did you have to work for that one? And the fact that you knew that Samar and Adam were working together like they said they were yesterday, how much harder did that make it for you?
I mean, yeah, they was working together, and then I got the lead, defended, and then, yeah, looked behind. I seen that they was fighting, I had a gap, and won.
Now, a couple of laps before the end, the start line marshal had the slippery surface flag out. What was that for? Did you notice?
No, I didn't notice that.
No, you just carried on racing. Now, what were your tactics? Because you were trying to split these two up, and then when they both got ahead of you, you had to make moves to split them up again. And then when you got into the lead, talk us through defending on that last lap.
Last lap, look behind, and I see Samar and Adam fighting, then defend into the turn 7, the double left, and then defend in turn on the right, and then also in the back straight, defended for the rest.
Defended for the rest. Anyone you would like to thank?
My dad, Connor Clancy, George Gibbons, Zabir, Norman that came down here, his Jesse Boy, Harper, my mum, Navy, my sister, Harper, and my nan and granddad. My nan and granddad, I want to say hi to you.
There we go, with Nana Grandad as well. Hello. Thank you very much, Liam. We're going to move across here a little bit. So, Samar Chopra. Okay, it was another really hard fight. You come out second again on this occasion. That's good championship points, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Talk a little bit about the last lap. It started off with you and Adam having to go side by side. Did that just give Liam too much of a gap?
Yeah, I think it did, because I sended a late move on Adam in turn 2 after the slippery surface.
Yep. And what happened there?
And then we made a little bit of contact, but it wasn't too much, so stop fighting.
Stop fighting. So who would you like to thank for P2?
I would like to thank my mom, dad, my brother, my team principal, Matthias, and Danny.
Everyone. Okay, well done. Right. We'll bring Adam in now. So we're going to do the little swapsies. Adam, come by here. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to sort that. Yeah, we're going to sort our helmets out. Right. So, round 1 winner, round 2 on the podium. What do you think about that?
It was a really hard race, but once when Samar got the move, Liam came with him, so every time someone overtook me, Samar would go with Liam, or if Samar overtook Liam, would go with him.
I know exactly. Well, yesterday, you give a secret away yesterday a little bit by saying, yeah, you and Samar were going to work together?
It didn't work out that much in the final today.
No, it worked yesterday, but not today. So maybe between the three of you, now you've got to work on different teams for the next round, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe two. Liam, you want to say one more thing?
About them working together, they probably needed one more teammate, and then they'd probably beat me.
They probably needed one more teammate. Oh, so who are we going to find then? Who are you going to find as a new teammate, Adam?
I don't really know.
We don't know. So, Liam, do you need to find a teammate now so that there's 2 versus 2?
No, it's chill.
You'll be chill, will you?
Yeah.
You'll be chill. Okay, there we go. Liam's chill. Samar and Adam are looking for another teammate so they can all play together. That's a great way to round out Micromax today.
With the great news that the UAE Rotax Max Challenge season will be live streamed by Karting Live TV, a great number of fantastic sponsorship opportunities have opened up. With many thousands of karting enthusiasts watching the live stream as it happens, then thousands more watching on the archive, there is no better way to promote your brand and service than to support UAE Rotax Max Challenge live streams. The following video outlines ways you can actually activate that sponsorship. There are many ways to get your brand or service seen on the live stream, the foremost of which is to be the event title sponsor. A prominent, permanent logo, your brand included in the official event title, and you can provide us with pre-made videos which will play out during the stream, all of which guarantee your brand will have a major impact at the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Other options include becoming a Gold or Gold Plus supporting partner. If you look at the bottom right of this video, you can see we have rotating logos. The numbers are limited, but it also enables you to upgrade to Gold Plus, which means you can provide us with pre-made videos, which again will play out in the stream. Another unique opportunity is to be the timing partner, always up there in the top right of the screen and referred to regularly during the broadcast. Finally, the super high impact replay partner. Your name on the logo every time the replay wipe comes in and comes out. We can't guarantee how often it happens, but when it does, you'll certainly be seen everywhere around the world. If you have any more questions, please talk to Guy Sheffield, who will be happy to deal with your inquiry. You can see below the dates for all the rounds of the series, and at the time of recording, every single spot is available, whether just a single round or even the whole championship. So get in contact, boost your brand with Karting Live TV and the UAE Road.
So just to clarify the result of our Micromax final then, Liam O'Hanlon takes the win in fine style. What a great race there. And Gaz Bury over in the UK, he says, what a great micro final, and goes on to say, great driving by Liam to win that. You have to remember how old these drivers are. You really do. And I have to, when I'm watching them out on track, they're just racing drivers, racing their karts around the track. It's only when you get to see them with Henry on the podium, you realise how young they are. They are the 8 years old to 11 years old category. And the way that they drive, the racecraft that we see is absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, Gaz, you're on the nosy there, mate. So Liam O'Hanlon takes the win. Samar Chopra is second. Adams Al-Sheikh was third. Vaibhav Ponna took fourth there, chasing down that third place driver, but with a string of karts behind him. We had Cameron Harvey, Saifel Khalifa, Rudrapatap Shekhawat, Ammar Tabatsa, Tadeusz Prochaska, Enzo Falzerano, then in 11th, Alexander Feinstein. Abdulaziz Al-Sarif was 12th, Evans Voronins was 13th, Tayab Haroun was 14th, Adrien Faure Vignoli was 15th, Ahmed Almina, the first of the novices, 16th. Felix Sousa Jebiog was second in the novice sort of subclass, if you like, was 17th overall. Rashid Almina was the third novice, and then unfortunately Jensen Kelly and Saif Almina didn't make the start, unfortunately for them. That was the Micromax final. We've got a slight delay before we get going with our Minimax final. So let's just have a look at what we are up for grabs here in the UAE RMC. Yes, it's all about the accolade of becoming the UAE RMC champion, but it's also a ticket to the grand finals for 2026. Oh, we've been caught out. We have got karts. They are back on track. Minimax final then, coming up 12 laps this time. Now these drivers are 10 to 13 years old. Benjamin Kračović for JNKD is on the pole position. Yesterday's winner, LBJ Stubbs, alongside Attica Meyer. She was third yesterday. She is third on the grid, starting in that position. Austin Gray alongside. We've then got Paul Schutzman alongside Max Payton. We've got Rian Khan Rashid with Rivan Dev Pretam alongside each other, the two Indian drivers there. William Mazzali and Charlie Page. Oliver Butchard and Kurt Ivanov are next. Gleb Obikov and Adam Fleury, and then the field rounded off, 15-kart field rounded off by Rafael Zagati. They're just out on their warm-up lap, Henry, and you join us as they come onto that back straight and start forming up.
Rafael Zagati looking to end his very first race meeting with, a good finish. I very, very cruelly was mocked by Paul Hardy because I'm no longer running back and forth to the thing. I think there's the Perrier water come back.
He's got no credibility after drinking Perrier, I'm afraid.
But so Kračović, she was delighted with that first win. What can Attica Meyer do? She was quicker than Benjamin in the pre-final, but couldn't figure out a way to get past. What about LBJ Stubbs, Paul Schutzman, Austin Gray? And that's before we even get to Charlie Page and Oliver Butchard.
Here we go. They're out of the final turn, heading towards those red lights that shine brightly. They will go off as this field of 15 Minimax karts gets towards them. The lights go out. We are racing, and down the inside into turn one has gone Benjamin Kračović, which is no surprise there, but it's all argy-bargy for second there, Henry.
Yeah, that looked like it was one of the JNKD karts going in very, very deep to turn number one. Attica Meyer, I think, did well to stay on track there, if I'm being completely honest. She's there in third position. It looks like it's Austin Gray who is up to second. Kračović, Gray, then Meyer, and one of Meyer's Excel GP teammates is there in fourth place. Is that Rashid or Dev Preetham?
Well, Austin Gray did really well there, fourth on the grid there to get in behind his teammate from GNKD. They're into turn 13 for the first time of 12 laps here through the final turn. They all will close back up as they head towards the line. First across the line, Benjamin Kračović, who is second. It's Paul Schutzman. He's still in the
Schutzman's in the lead.
Schutzman down into the lead.
On his dad's birthday, Paul Schutzman
Here
takes
comes
the
Kračović,
lead.
though,
Not for much longer. Attica Meyer now sticking her nose into
forces
P2.
away by.
Yep, I think that was... this is a look at the kartshop.me replay. Attica Meyer, she was making sure that she got that second place, and I think that was probably a bit of a say, well, Paul, you You know, you were a bit aggressive with me at turn 1 on lap 1. I shall return the favour and be a bit aggressive with you at turn 2, lap 2.
Well, that was Benjamin Kračović who opened the door for her, and she just went through with him, didn't she? Paul Schutzman was literally unable to do anything about them. This might change, though, down the back straight towards 13. These Minimax karts are very quick into 13, so there's very little speed differential as they scrub up the speed through the turn, through the final turn there and back into our view in front of us. There's Benjamin Kračović, who will show in that first place. Attica Meyer, Paul Schutzman, Rayan Khan Rashid, Austin Gray, William Mazzali. That's your top 6 battle there going towards turn 2 now. And Attica Meyer looking down. Oh, she did look like she poked her nose through, but it wasn't. It was the perspective, wasn't it? It was kind of stirring me a bit too prematurely there. Oh, little bit of a nudge for Meyer there, going towards that number 6 hairpin. This is where we can see moves, Henry.
Yeah,
we've seen many times. They're beginning to bottle up, aren't they?
They are now. Attica Meyer would quite like her teammate Rayan Khan Rashid to maybe pull a move on Paul Schutzman, because that would give her a little bit of breathing space, because she can think to herself, okay, I know that if I make a move on Kračović, then my teammate will go with it, but her teammate has just been passed by the number 177 kart of Austin Gray. Now Attica is all on her own. One Axel GP kart. Kračović hard on the brakes. The inside of turn number 1. Attica Meyer had to stand on the anchors as well. Now Kračović is trying to back the pack up, and he's done so. LBJ Stubbs gets forced very, very wide, and that's forced LBJ. There's a move. Attica Meyer makes the move.
And loses Henry's voice there, getting so excited. It was a cracking move there. There was a little bit of a trip over going through turn 1. Kračović trying to come back towards her now. So Attica Meyer down the inside has gone Kračović through turn number 10 there, and that's very, very rare to see that. It was an acceleration zone through there, as it is here. Is she going to come back at him now? She's the meat in the JNKD sandwich, isn't she? Looking down the inside, she's got momentum, but who's that coming through and making contact with her? Can she hang on to second place at least? As the field come through, let's just gather our thoughts. The kartshop.me replay will show that it was Paul Schutzman who came down, but was carrying too much speed, Henry.
I think Paul Schutzman might have had help from his teammate Austin Gray from behind. Attica Meyer has to have eyes in the back of her head. And don't look now, it's the Synergy number 188, Oliver Butchard, back into contention. He has unfinished business as well. So it is Kračović, Meyer, then Gray, is that Gray? Yep, Gray in the 177.
Yeah.
Butchard, Page, then Attica Meyer's 2XL GP teammates, Dev Preetham and Khan Rashid. And next, I'm trying to see where Schutzman. Here comes Attica.
Down the inside at 13, almost taking Austin Gray with her. Kračović has to be very aggressive with his teammate. Butchard through. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. There's Attica Meyer down the out inside in textbook style. Schutzman sees the opportunity but comes together with his JNKD teammate. That completely ruined it for them. And it was Oliver Butchard that came through, and it's Butchard now in third. Is that Kračović in second still?
It is.
It is, yep. Butchard in third now, holding them back. Butchard will want to get back on terms. But Attica Meyer, because of what happened behind her when she went down that inside, well, that's enabled her to pull about 7/10 across the line there, Henry.
Yep, and Oliver Butchard does not have another JNKD kart behind him. He has the XL Motorsport number 114 of Charlie Page behind him. Butchard could be on for a podium here if he plays his cards right. Boom, boom.
Yes, hope you did see the paddock show where Oliver Butchard showed that he has a chance of a career in being a stage magician if the being a racing driver doesn't work out for him. Great battle for third then as the two at the front, Attica Meyer and Benjamin Kračović, just continue to ebb away. We've got Oliver Butchard, Charlie Page, Austin Gray. Yesterday's winner I've got to say, LBJ Stubbs not really featuring this afternoon. He's down in 10th, trying to regain some ground. Oliver Butchard looking over his right shoulder there. They're going down that quick blast through the kink at 7, into the hairpin at 8, followed by another hairpin at 9, right in front of our commentary box there. Through 10, the right-hander. Now, this is where Charlie Page and Austin Gray need to really be smooth, keep the momentum, and maybe get into that slipstream from that bright green helmet of Oliver Butchard. And as they do indeed. And the slipstream worked a treat there as Charlie Page slipstreamed his way past Oliver Butchard and will show in that third and final podium step position, which is exactly where he wants to be.
Yes, indeed. The question is, can he or anybody else catch Atakamia? Karachkovic or Butchard now side by side with Gray, and Gray takes 4th, Butchard back to 5th. Then it's the number 199 of Rivandev Pritham in P6. Butchard back to the inside.
Yeah, that was
turn number 6. He's frantically saying, come on, let's go.
All right, now
let's go.
Yeah, now that I'm back to 3rd, don't overtake me and help me catch the 3 karts ahead. Oh, and who's that just come back on him as well?
Well, that was Austin Gray ignoring Oliver Butchard and going back in. So Oliver Butchard re-ignores Austin Gray. This is going to be a great battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. LBJ Stubbs in 8th. That just goes to show how wide open this Minimax field is.
Absolutely
because
is.
Yesterday's winner, LBJ Stubbs, currently running in 8th place, but only 2 seconds off the race lead.
Yeah, 2/3 distance as well. We're into lap 9. Oliver Butchard hoping that Austin Gray will work with him. Seems to be the case at the moment. Meanwhile, just ahead, Charlie Page is now getting right onto the rear bumper of Benjamin Kračović. We'll keep a wary eye on that. Attica Meir, she's got a 1.1 second lead here, and she's just getting on with it, showing real composure at the front of the field, where meanwhile everybody else in this race has other drivers around them to contend with. LBJ Stubbs, by the way, up to 8th place, having dropped to 10th, would you believe, Henry?
Yeah, I know, and I saw LBJ Stubbs. The situation that dropped LBJ Stubbs back to 10th was when Karachkovic really stood on the brakes going into turn number 1 while he was still leading. They all sort of piled in behind, and LBJ Stubbs got squeezed right out onto the dust and the dirt on the outside of the track, which is what dropped LBJ back to 2nd place. We're on lap 10 out of 12. There are an awful lot of very nervous looking mechanics in red, white and gold on the spectator area, and the...
I'm not surprised they are nervous. Attica Meir has got a lead of 1.3 seconds, which is extending lap by lap. There's going to be 2 more laps of this race left after this, and Benjamin Kračović there is being pressured now by Charlie Page, so he can't focus on catching Attica Meir. In fact, he's about to lose 2nd place as Charlie Page, as smooth as you like, just slots down the inside into 13. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. Again, a slipstream action there, pulling him in alongside. By the time they get to the turn in and at the apex, he's made the job done, and Charlie Page is now in 2nd. Or is he? Because that's Kračović in 2nd, back into 2nd. While we were watching the kartshop.me replay, he was getting the job done and taking that place back.
But you know what? This battle we're watching has pretty much sealed the deal up at the front for Attica Meir. We don't know who's going to finish 2nd, but in about 20 seconds, Attica Meir is going to come out of turn number 14, and she is going to see a white board with the words "last lap" on it.
And you know what? She'll be as cool as a cucumber. Are you watching Adam Mulvaney, who's going to be coming out here to mechanic for Attica Meir? Attica he was telling me just how good he thought she was. Well, she's proving to be the case here.
There's
across
the last
line,
lap board.
and it's 1.9 seconds. She's not being caught. She has to stay composed for this final lap. Kračović, Charlie Page, Oliver Butchart, Austin Gray, Albie J. Stubbs. That's your top 6. Albie J coming back into the 4 here, climbing his way back to 6th. But this race, Henry, has been all about that young lady there.
It has.
Attica Meir, absolutely outstanding job here.
She was aggressive when she needs to be. She has been smooth and fast the rest of the way. They're squabbling over P2, and it's just gone all horribly wrong for P2. Charlie Page is in the gravel. Karachkovic also possibly out of the race. It's all happening, but it's happening a long, long way behind the Queen of Kashmir.
Here she comes then. Attica Meir for Axel GP will take the checkered flag. She acknowledges that with a very fine win in this round 1.2 of the UAE RMC. Behind her, would you believe, Oliver Butchard will be joining Henry down in Parc Fermé for a little chat with Austin Gray in 3rd. That's your 3 steps of the podium there. Albie J. Stubbs up into 4th. Rayan Khan Rashid 5th. A recovering Benjamin Krachovic finished in 6th place. We then had Ribbon Dev Preetham in 7th. Paul Schutzman ended up down in 8th. William Mazzali was 9th. Max Payton was 10th. Kurt Ivanov 11th. Gleb Obikov finishes in 12th. Adam Fleury 13th. And is that Charlie Page just crossing the line now? No, Charlie Page has not made an appearance. In fact, there's young Charlie on the infield, out of harm's way. And that's a non-finish. It was Rafael Zagati who finished in 14th. Charlie Page, a non-finisher here, costing Charlie some championship points there. But that result there for the Axel GP team, all of those engines being rebuilt in hotel rooms, etc., has paid off massively for Attica Meir. Oliver Butchard inherited 2nd, didn't he, after that incident with Charlie Page and Benjamin Krachovic. Unfortunately for those 2 drivers finishing down the order. So it will be Oliver Butchard, Austin Gray. That's your 3 steps of the podium. Fantastic racing from our Minimax grid. We've come to expect that, haven't we? Minimax delivers, does what it says on the tin. These youngsters, 10 to 13 years of age, showing amazing ability for racing wheel to wheel and showing some compromise. Yes, of course, there is invariably going to be incident and drama, but for overall, that was an absolutely outstanding show of how to go racing. Next race after we've been down to Henry and Parc Fermé will be for our junior Rotax field. It's a 14-lap final for that one. We are then following that up with the DD2 final, again 14 laps, and then rounding off the weekend's action here at the Al Ain Raceway for the UAE RMC will be our Senior Max final. And I suppose coming from yesterday, who's going to beat that driver, George Nasser? Who is going to beat George Nasser? Yesterday's junior Rotax final ended up going the way of the Mumbai Falcons in the form of Connor Clancy, who finished ahead of his teammate Mitansh Jain. It was M&M's Via Chopra who finished on that 3rd and final step of the podium. So we are just waiting for the Minimax field to get through the weighbridge. And once the carts have been weighed, Minimax minimum weight 115 kilograms. If everybody is clear of that, then they will be wheeled across to Henry, who will get a chance to get some insight as to just what went on. Wonder what Attica Meir has to say about that. She had a very busy start, didn't she? And then with all that action happening, once she forced her way through, it wasn't an easy lead to take. She really had to fight for that. And a deserved win for Attica Meir and the Axel GP team. Synergy driver Butchart, well, he showed us his card magic skills. He needed an element of magic to end up on that second row of the podium there, on that second step of the podium. Austin great for JNKD. He took team honours as a small consolation as to what happened to Benjamin Kračović, our early leader, and ending up in an incident with XL's Charlie Page. So we have been given a weather forecast of a chance of rain, which will be consternation to our producer here on Karting Live TV. While I go and mop Nick's brow to stop him panicking about the rain, let's head down to Parc Fermé where we've got Henry.
Do you know something I love at the end of races where the top three finishers are all absolutely over the moon to finish on the podium where they finished. We've got three big grins here. The biggest grin of all is for our winner, Attica Mia. How does that sound? First winner in Minimax View, first winner for Axel GP.
Honestly, like when I came in on the inlet, I couldn't even believe I actually won. So yeah, it was like just the greatest feeling of all.
I mean, the start of that race, you know, Benjamin was leading and he was making it tough, and Paul Schutzman had a go, and Austin was there as well. How did you make the move for the win? It was a great move. Do you think you caught Benjamin a bit by surprise?
I think like he knew like I was behind him, but I thought like he was gonna think that I was gonna push him, but I didn't, and I didn't think I was gonna pull out like a big gap for the lead. So then like when the first few laps came and I led, I was like looking behind just to check. But then like when I looked behind, like I don't know, 4 times, I saw like nobody was near, so then I never looked behind after that.
Now, there are an awful lot of people standing over that fence wearing red, white and bits of gold. They're all looking. What have you got to say to that team of people which didn't exist about 3 weeks ago?
A big thank you. Like you've grown so much in less than like 2 or 3 weeks, and it's a great team, great support. Had a podium yesterday, a win today, so a great finish after the first round of the RMC.
Okay, there we go. Well, I'll tell you what, Attica, you can come and stand this side a second. It's a real shame that this is a static camera, but I'm sure you will be able to hear when Attica, I tell you what, Attica, you go over and see a team, and I bet you will almost be able to hear the cheering when Attica goes over to be greeted by her team. Whilst we do that, Oliver Butchart, oh, hang on. I don't know if you can hear that. That's pretty loud, isn't it, Oliver?
Yeah.
But you had a fantastic. Okay, from 10th on the grid, 11th on the grid. You came through on the last lap. Tell us what happened in front of you on the last lap.
Well, all I saw was Charlie and Ben was fighting a lot, and Charlie went in somewhere near to the back left-hander, to the forest over there. And then Ben turned in onto the Charlie. Then they both clipped and went out. And it was just my best feeling of my life. I was like, yippee.
I mean, it's been a hard day. How does it feel finishing second? Because you still had Austin to deal with at the end. Come in a little bit further. Because you still had Austin to deal with on the run to the flag, though, didn't you?
Yeah, I felt a lot of bumps on the back. It was really hard to keep him back, but when I looked behind, he said, just go catch up Charlie and Ben. And before we knew it, they crashed and went out.
There we go. Well, then, who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my team, Synergy. Great support, best team ever.
There we go. Well done. Thank you very much. And you're going to go off that way. Right then, Austin. Okay. What was it? Were you giving it a bit of a Baz Lammers, a whoop-ah into the camera?
Yeah. It was really hard out there, especially with Butchart, Oliver. I didn't expect Ben and Charlie. It was unfortunate, my teammate. I didn't really see it because I was focusing on Charlie. No. Oliver. But yeah, it was a close battle, and yeah.
Okay, there we go. I'm sure you want to thank your entire team, JNKD. I tell you what, I'll do all that for you because the next race already started.
Junior Rotax out for their final then. 14 laps with Jaden Hidding, Connor Clancy, Aaron Qureshi, Derek Rivera, Gabriel Barakodi, Saveli Kojai, Via Chopra, Mitanj Jain, Harrison Stevens, Aaron Mason, Brando Lodono, Jan Mikalisho, Hansa Senanayaki, Julia Angelhard, Ari Kallenberg, Giuseppe Montanari, Sam Turner, Erin Ortak, Faris Haroun, Murad Baranov, Floris Schenkenberg, Aaron Setti, Pierre Abdou Douan, Ray Harbour, Oliver Spencer, Leo Anya, and Jack Doe are the carts at the back of the field. Here we go then. We're about to go racing. The red lights will go out, and we are indeed going racing. Jaden Hidding down the inside, takes a great line through that corner. All of the field coming through there. A little bit of bumping and boring there as the carts trip over one another into the infield sections here of turns 4 and 5 there, straight into 6, the hairpin, and then out onto that little back stretch towards turn 7. Jaden Hidding controlling things very readily in the number 229. There's a little bit of a trip over from Connor Clancy there. In fact, that's not Connor Clancy. That is the number 249, which is Aaron Qureshi. Qureshi there, audaciously nudging the back end of Jaden Hidding, saying, come on, hurry up. The Mumbai Falcons driver down the inside to take the lead. It will be Qureshi that will show in the lead at this first lap. Here is the kartshop.me replay of that beautiful move there. He was clearly being held up, or felt he was being held up by Hidding. So it's Qureshi that leads towards turn 2. The bright orange livery of Mumbai Falcons, easy to pick out, and now we've got a 5-kart breakaway. This 5-kart breakaway of Qureshi, Hidding, Barakodi, Connor Clancy and Rivera are off and breaking away from the rest of the field. Qureshi, though, controlling the pace at the front, and Jaden Hidding not really able to get back onto that rear bumper. Down the inside has gone Clancy on Barakodi. Clancy into third, and Jaden Hidding becoming the meat in a Mumbai Falcons sandwich now. As we head on to the back straight, it's Qureshi that leads, Henry, down the back straight, and he's defending already on lap 2 of a 14-lap race.
Well, I mean, if you're Aaron Qureshi and you haven't won a race of this magnitude and you find yourself leading in the final, you don't want to give that up because maybe you're thinking, well, I don't know whether I'm going to get the lead back or not. And Jaden Hidding is now beginning to set about Aaron Qureshi with a little bit more of an aplomb, so to speak. Connor Clancy's right there in third. Rivera, Barakodi, Mason, Mitan Jain, then Stevens, Jan Mikhailzeko, Brandon Londono, Erin Ortak is there as well. We got a change for the lead.
Down the inside has gone Connor Clancy.
Second, sorry,
on Jaden Hidding. He's now got, that's the Oplet driver we're talking about there.
Yep.
He's gone down the inside there. Connor Clancy, we've seen him do this. Now we've got a Mumbai Falcons 1-2. He's saying to Jaden Hidding and Derek Rivera behind him, let's go and catch the leader. Oh, yeah, okay, mate. yeah, absolutely. The leader is his teammate, Arthan Qureshi. Are we going to see Connor Clancy show some respect to his teammate, or is he just going to waltz up to him and waltz by? I think it's the latter.
He'll waltz up to him, maybe push him for a couple of laps, and then waltz by. I've noticed that Faris Haroun, as I was walking back up here, we started this race a little bit early, and as I was running back up here, there was a huge audible gasp from the tribunes as Faris Haroun was turned round, and sadly Oliver Spencer was involved in that. It has not been a good day for Oliver Spencer, who is still running. He is down in 25th position of the 26 karts, still running.
Yeah, he's going to be on a damage limitation exercise in this final. No change as they go into 13 on lap 4. with Aaron Qureshi. He's now got his teammate. He'll be able to hear his teammate's engine. Behind them, we've got a stream of karts that are battling for the midfield positions. It's Derek Rivera in third place, Gabriele Barracordi. Mitansh Jain is coming back at him. Jaden Hidding down to 7th there. Not quite sure what happened there, but we've got Connor Clancy who's just lining up the lead from Qureshi as they go through 6 on that black stretch towards 7. When's he going to make his move, Henry? Because I think there it is.
Yes.
We knew it was coming.
Yep, that was Connor Clancy. I'll push my teammate away for a little bit. Give ourselves enough of a gap so that when I make my move for the win, here's your kartshop.me replay, mirror, signal, maneuver, lead, and Connor Clancy now is thinking, okay, Iron's not going to come back at me, not because he doesn't want to, just because I know that I'm quicker than him. I've got a huge lead over everybody else, and everybody else is led by Derek Rivera. So here's the battle.
No, it's not anymore.
It's
Mitansh Jain. We've got a Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3. Jain being urged on by Aaron Mason and Gabriele Barracordi. That's Barracordi on the blue and white kart, the third kart in that picture.
Yep,
but Jain, another orange liveried Mumbai Falcons kart at the lead of the train of karts we're going to follow. So that's 3rd, 4th and 5th there. Can Jain break away from these and join his teammates who are circulating together up in front? Connor Clancy in control now. That's where he likes to be, doesn't he?
Yep.
He likes to be at the head of the field. Is this 3rd, 4th, 5th place battle going to be joined in a moment by, is it back to Jaden Hidding, is it?
Hidding
is he coming back into it?
No,
it's Derek Rivera. He's the 4th kart joining the field.
Well, I think Connor Clancy has done, he has ensured that Mitansh Jain cannot catch the top 3. He pushed Aaron Qureshi away far enough so that, Iron is now safe in 2nd, unless, of course, he does something that he doesn't need to do. Mitansh Jain, he might pull away from the trio of George Gibbons motorsport karts that are chasing him, 4th, 5th and 6th. Aaron Mason in the 264, the 299 of Gabriele Barracordi and the 229 of Hidding. Hidding passes Barracordi. They are all now ahead of Harrison Stevens, who's 7th. Derek Rivera has dropped to 10th for the JNKD team.
Yeah, no, we're not sure really what happened to Derek. He was up there in the top 6, but him dropping out now as Hidding gets back on terms. Hidding, remember, was our pole sitter here going into this final. And he's dropped down the order, hasn't he? 6th place as Connor Clancy goes through. Aaron Qureshi goes through. Mitansh Jain in 3rd. Aaron Mason 4th. Jaden Hidding now back up to 5th. Gabriele Barracordi. Harrison Stevens, Brando Lodono. That's the way things are. And it looks like Jain is pulling out a cushion from Aaron Mason, who likewise is pulling out a cushion from Jaden Hidding. However, Jaden Hidding's got momentum, Henry, and the way that he got past Barracordi kind of indicates to me that he's soon going to be on the tail of Aaron Mason here. Still plenty of time. We're only at half distance.
Yeah, if the form book plays out like it should do, then Hidding will catch Mason. He's been a little bit quicker than his teammate most of the weekend, but of course that's most of the weekend. This is where it matters most. This is where every mechanic saves their best. It's where every driver saves their best. What has Aaron Mason got left in the tank? Because he is not allowing Mitansh Jain to pull away. This Mumbai Falcons podium clean sweep is not guaranteed, not by a long shot.
Not at all. Absolutely not. We know how quick Mitansh Jain can be. He was battling, remember, with his teammate Connor Clancy in yesterday's final. He ended up 2nd on the podium, and I remember you saying Mitansh needs to get his elbows out a bit more. I think we've seen elbows out this afternoon.
Just a bit,
I really
yes.
do think he's took that advice on board, and here he is. As we thought he wasn't pulling away from Aaron Mason. It's kind of been the same sort of gap, hasn't it? It's kind of stagnated. What I'm going to say disappointed in a little bit is Jaden Hidding not being able to close the gap to Aaron Mason and make this a really close battle. Are we playing a management game here with tyres beginning to get to the end of their life cycle here towards the end of the afternoon? We've got 5 laps remaining, in the whole of the afternoon on these tyres, and it may be that we're getting towards being a bit tired.
Well, yeah, quite literally. We're on lap 10 out of 14 as things stand. It's Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3, George Gibbons Motorsport 4, 5, 6, and then it's Brando Londono in P7 for Axel GP, ahead of all the drivers from Mateus Najem Motorsport, from JNKD, from Telios Motorscape, for GGM, Excel Motorsport, KAA, the new kids on the block in red, white and gold are making their presence felt in lots of classes.
They're finding their feet, aren't they? I think they're going to be a prominent feature going forward in this year's UAE RMC. Here we are then with 4 laps remaining. They're on lap 11. That's Mitanj Jain, who is very comfortable ahead there of Aaron Mason. We're still not seeing Jaden Hidding making any grounds. In fact, this is the most spaced out junior Rotax race I think we've seen all weekend, as the rest of the field come through the infield. Jain looking over his shoulder there as they went towards the kink at 7 through 8, now 9, getting towards the final 4 corners of this lap. There's the leader, Connor Clancy, within second place, Aaron Qureshi. That's the Mumbai Falcons 1 and 2. Just behind these will be the Mumbai Falcons number 3, the third place driver in that team. Is it going to be a Mumbai Falcons podium washout? Well, we've got 3 laps to find that out, Henry. And at the moment, I can't see that changing unless the gods make a play.
You say that. The rain is circling the circuit. So the gods may not be done with us yet, Joe. I think, though, to all intents and purposes, the top 6 positions are pretty much settled. It's been another fantastic drive for Connor Clancy. Well done, Arhan Qureshi as well. Qureshi, this battle for supremacy within the Mumbai Falcons team has been won, again, obviously, by Connor Clancy. But apart from Clancy, Arhan Qureshi emerges as favourite. Then we have Aaron Mason now at the head of the George Gibbons Motorsport train as we watch the race leader, Connor Clancy, calm, cool, collected.
So is there going to be a bit of inter-team relationship going on here with GGM there? They're circulating Aaron Mason, Jaden Hidding and Gabriel Barracordi there. They're following one another round. Do you think if they were battling with, do you think they've got the performance to do anything about it? Because, Jaden Hidding's tried to catch Jane. He can't. Now it's been taken up by Aaron Mason, who may be able to get the job done. Jaden Hidding just didn't have the pace to stay on terms, did he?
But more, I think, for George Gibbons Motorsport, the most pressing priority is going to be keeping Gabriel Barracordi in 6th position, because Brando Londono is right there in 7th, trying to spoil all the various bits of symmetry. 1, 2, 3 Mumbai Falcons, 4, 5, 6 at the moment. Or is it 4, 5, 6? Londono tries the move going into turn number 1.
It's 1 lap to go, though. We're going to follow Connor Clancy around this final lap. He's been absolutely formidable here. Took round 1.1 yesterday. Here he is at round 1.2. And he's about to take a victory here. He's got a few corners, half a lap of this L.A. Raceway to negotiate. And he's doing it in a very, very smooth and fine style. Here he goes towards turn 11. Through 11, accelerates through turn 12, using all of the curb on the exit there. And he really is the man to beat in junior Rotax here in the UAE RMC. Turns into the corner, and another victory for the Mumbai Falcons team. In fact, it's going to be, Henry, dare I say it, it's a podium washout in junior Rotax for Connor Clancy, Aaron Qureshi and Mitanj Jain, who will take 1st, 2nd and 3rd in this junior Rotax final.
And Brandon Londono spoils the symmetry by passing Gabriel Barracordi for 6th on the last lap. Mason fourth, hitting fifth, then Londono, Barraccodi, Savelli, Kogai, Derek Rivera, and that's the first time we've mentioned the following driver or race, Via Chopra, only 10th.
Great racing, as ever, and very composed racing from all of our junior Rotax fielders as they make their way in. Let's have a look at how the order finished down to the top 10 if we've got time. Conor Clancy took the win in fine style. Aaron Qureshi was second. Metanj Jain made it an all-three Mumbai Falcons podium for this round's 1.2. It was Aaron Mason and Jaden Hidding and Brando Londono who finished 4th, 5th and 6th. In 7th was Gabriele Barraccodi. Savali Kojai was next in the order in 8th. 9th was Derek Rivera, with Via Chopra ending up rounding off the top 10. Pierre Abu Dewan was 11th. Flori Schenkenberg was 12th. Leo Anya was in 13th. 14th was Harrison Stevens. Jan Michelecho was in 15th. Giuseppe Montanari was 16th. Samuel Turner, Ari Kallenberg, Aaron Ortak 19th. Ray Harbour, Jack Doe 21st. Julia Engelhard, Oliver Spencer. Murad Baramov was 24th. Our final finisher was Aran Seti. We lost Johansa Senana Yakai on lap 11, on lap 12 I should say, and Faris Haroon went out on that first lap incident there that took Faris out. 2 more races to go then. DD2's coming next. That's our gearbox class. The 2-speed gearbox of the DD2 Rotax Max. And then we will be rounding off things for the weekend with our Senior Max final. As Henry said, we've got heavy rain on the horizon there. However, it seems to be just skirting us. Dare I say it? I've said it now. Broken cloud above us. We've got a bit of a Disney rain cloud just to our left here, which is just behind us from that camera angle. We are, as ever, heading down to Parc Fermé. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Big thank you once again to Kart Shop Middle East, who are the exclusive distributor for the OTK family of karts. That's the Tony Kart, Cosmic, Esprit, EOS, Gillard, Red Speed, Lando Norris and Carlos Sainz 55. It's a 24-hour delivery service at kartshop.me, and it's not just about buying new karts and new chassis. It's all about your parts and all of your karting needs. To be honest, it's even they are suppliers of the AIM data acquisition and rapid logistics across the region. Anything you need, parts-wise, chain lube, you name it, all at kartshop.me. And with a 24-hour delivery service, you cannot go wrong with them. A big thank you to them for coming on board to be our replay partner. I would imagine it's going to be used more than once or twice going forward for the next 2 races. And just to remind everybody that the UAE RMC continues on up until April, where the championship will be concluded. 16th of November is the next round at Al Fassan. 13th and 14th of December, middle of December, is back here at Al Ain Raceway. And then just after the holiday period, we are off to the Dubai Cardrome for a 2-day rounds 4.1 and 4.2. That's the weekend before the Dubai O-Plate, actually. And Karting Live TV will be at both of those events, bringing you all of the action from the Dubai Cardrome for 2 consecutive weekends. 14th of February, we're back on track with the UAE RMC, and we're at the Yas Marina circuit, the one that everybody's looking forward to, out on the Formula 1 track up at the West Hairpin. We're back to the Dubai Cardrome for a 1-day event in early March, the 8th of March. At the end of March, we go back off to the Al Fassan circuit, and then in April, 11th and 12th of April, we round off the UAE RMC for 25-26, back here at the Al Ain Raceway with a 2-day event. 2 point-scoring race days for you there in April. But that's off into the future. We're very much in the present now with the DD2 final lining up in the collection area. Henry Baudet round there in Parc Fermé getting ready to take us through our interviews. Few people, few interested parties waiting around for the DD2s. But before that, let's head down to Henry.
Thank you very much. There's a big discussion going on down here amongst a lot of things. Number one, the first Mumbai Falcons podium clean sweep of the season. Number two, Conor Clancy has got these little cat claws in the back of his head. And number three, Conor Clancy's also got toothache.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just got a little toothache while I was driving, so yeah.
That kept you occupied whilst... So, tell us from the start, okay? So you got through the chaos. Was the plan the same pretty much as yesterday? Push your teammate away, sit there for a couple of laps, make the move, win?
Yeah, well, the plan's always the same, P1. So yeah, started second, not amazing outside, but start was all right. I think I got into third. Then got past Jaden, Arhan was in the lead, pushed for about a lap, got in front of Arhan, then me and him just drove off basically.
The move for the win was pretty simple?
Yeah, it was all right.
It was all right. Okay, who do you want to thank?
Mum and Dad, Gilly on the spanners, whole team at Mumbai Falcons. It was amazing this weekend. Setup was amazing. We finally found the sweet spot there. Yeah, everyone in England and Ireland, the dogs back home. Yeah, everyone.
I'm sure the dogs have been loving it. Well done, Conor. We'll let you go and we'll let you go and deal with your toothache because we need to get some extra space in here because the largest smile that we've seen so far, Arhan Qureshi, well done.
Thank you. Yeah.
Talk us through it. First of all, you find yourself leading a final.
Yeah, that was interesting. Like I saw the driver in front of me was closing the gap. I'm like, you know what? I'm second. Who cares? I'm going in. Make the move. So I was happy, and then I was just chilling. I look behind me. I see a menacing red bumper. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Yeah, so.
And that's Conor, by the way. The menacing red bumper's Conor.
Yeah, so once I saw him, when he overtook me, I was like, you know what? It's fine as long as no one's behind me. I look behind me, massive gap. So I was just trying to push to Conor, keep up with him the entire way. Did eventually, at one point, then slid off, but otherwise, really good result. I would like to thank my mother, my father, entire team of Mumbai Falcons, my mechanic Zayed, and most importantly, my brother, Ryan, who's been keeping me annoyed every single part of the way.
Okay, keeping him annoyed. Well done. I wasn't lying about the biggest smile, was I? Well, Mitan Shaheen, there you go. I tell you what, you carry on smiling over by there. Mitan Shaheen come in, the third member of the Mumbai Falcons. There goes Arhan. Arhan's in a world of his own. He's absolute. I've never seen a driver. Have you ever seen a driver happier with second place?
If it's Arhan, then yes.
Arhan is yes. I tell you what, the three of you I've got to say, you and Conor, at the end of that race, what you didn't see, you two were so pleased for Arhan. You were almost happier for him than you were for yourselves.
Yeah, definitely. I saw Mumbai 1, 2, 3. I'm like, let's go.
You had a bit of a hard drive to third place, though.
I mean, starting 8th, not great at all. Chances slim, but I had to make it work, and there was a scrap ahead of me. Got in the mix of it, went out in front. Saw those two in the lead, front two. Said, I have to finish this podium.
You have to finish, and you did. So you had to hold off. Did you know which George Gibbons kart you were holding off at the end?
Aaron Mason.
Yeah, but were you aware during the race that it was him behind? Did you think to yourself, okay, I've got this one, I can cover Aaron off?
No, it was like, I looked back almost every lap. It was so stressful. And then I saw Aaron always doing this. I'm like, okay, he's not going to go for a move this early. Last lap, saw him behind. There's enough of a gap not to defend, and that was the race.
There we go. Now, have Mumbai Falcons had a 1, 2, 3 podium clean sweep before in junior that you can remember?
Yeah, it was Nathan, William, and Arafat in Alpha-San.
There we go. Nathan Kaplan, William Van Leersum, and Arafat Sheikh in Alpha-San. But this is the first this year. Does it make it extra sweet?
Yeah, definitely. Especially because I'm in it.
Especially because you're in it. There we go. 3 very, very happy Mumbai Falcons.
What a tremendous result it was indeed for the Mumbai Falcons. And Tom and Cappan agrees as well. Well done, Mumbai Falcons. 1, 2, 3. Nice job, as he types into the live stream chat. Let's have a look at the grid then for what's coming next. We've got our DD2s. We are missing Bernardo del Castillo, who hasn't come out. So that's left us with a 7-card grid. Who's going to beat Tyler Harris? I have no idea, because this kid has been unbeatable this weekend. Moritz Canopes is going to have a try. He's leading the Masters as well, leading Masters on the front row of the grid. That's an achievement. Adam Malik shares row 2 with Hamza Ashisho. Sami Al-Assad is on row 3 with the Honolulu Racing's Greg Watt. And Kyle Blockley, who had a bit of a distraught pre-final, he's going to make ground, and he's going to be all out to improve on that 7th place grid start. So be aware that Kyle Blockley is going to be coming through the field. It's going to be down to Greg Watt, Sami Al-Assad, Hamza Rashisho and Adam Malik to stifle that progress of Kyle. We'll see how far he progresses. But at the front of this 14-lap DD2 Masters grid is Tyler Harris in his first race in DD2s. I'm pretty sure that's what Henry told me. Out of Rotax Max Racing, he's back right off with his racing. He said that he's only going to go racing once a month. He's back right off from a very hectic weekly schedule at the top end of karting here and in the UK. So all eyes on Tyler Harris, and we'll see if anyone can keep up. They are with the Mumbai Falcons team, those two at the front. Moritz Canopes looking for another overall podium as a DD2 Masters. It was Harris, Malik, Nopes that were on the front, or the first 3 steps of the podium yesterday as we get racing. And Moritz Nopes making it very hard, but through from that 3rd place is Adam Malik, who slots onto the back of Tyler Harris. Now remember, these drivers have got cold tyres, relatively cold tyres, even with a track temperature of what is cooling down to be about 40 degrees. We had a reading earlier on when there wasn't as much cloud about, and it was 45 degrees. Well, it'll be a bit cooler now with Tyler Harris there, just working the tyres, getting them up to operating temperature. He's going to be under pressure until he gets that kart balanced with those tyre pressures being where he wants them to be. And it's the whole field that go through turn number 12 now and head down that back straight towards the braking area, which it really is a braking area for these karts. Just to remind everyone, look at the kart sliding around there on these relatively cold tyres. Just to remind everybody, it's a gearbox kart, 2-ratio gearbox, as Tyler Harris comes under pressure from Adam Malik. Malik right on his bumper, and that's Ashisho slotting in as well. Ashisho alongside Malik. He's going to make the move for 2nd place. No, he has to slot back in. It's really hectic out there for DD2s, Henry.
I've said all day that Tyler Harris is susceptible to a move in the early stages. If you allow him to get into a rhythm, then he tends to be able to just gap the field to the point where he can sort of semi-relax. Adam Malik, though, pushing very, very hard. Didn't see Greg Watt. We see Greg Watt, sadly, has retired on the opening lap. He came in at the end of lap number 1. Hashisho is 3rd. Canopes 4th. Blockley has passed Samer Al-Assad for 5th. But this looks like it's going to be a head-to-head scrap now between Malik, Hashisho and Tyler Harris. Canopes wants to get involved. Oh, Blockley and Al-Assad there you see battling. This is close as Adam Malik has been. This could be Adam Malik's best chance this next lap or 2.
It's got to be the next lap, Henry. We've seen Tyler Harris every race this weekend. His tyres have come on lap 3, which is where we are now, and then he's checked out. If the other drivers have found a little bit of pace in their toolbox, they may be able to stay on terms. However, this is the point where we see Tyler Harris really turn it on. His tyres switch on, the kart turns in, the kart rotates to the degree that he asks it to do, and we start seeing lap times come in, and we start seeing that gap We're not seeing it quite yet, though, I've got to say. And this bodes very well going forward as they cross the line. 3 laps completed. Tyler Harris, Adam Malik, Hamza Rashisho, right there, nose to tail, and not that far out as Morris Knopp says.
Yeah, now, if I were... this is going to be really frustrating for Hamza Hashisho. But if he starts by... Here comes Morris Knoppers having a little nibble at the rear bumper of the number 444 cart. But if I were Hamza Hashisho, let Adam Malik attack Tyler Harris. I know that you're probably quick enough to pass your teammate. Don't do it right now. Allow Malik and Harris to battle, because then you might be able to pick up more than just one piece. Malik at the moment certainly looks like he's the driver capable. As I say that, now we get to lap number 4. Harris begins to edge away ever so slightly.
And it's the traction out of this corner here that will build the gap. That's the biggest gap we've seen since we started. They've just gone into lap 5 now. And there's a Shisha.
Oh, he's going to be careful.
He has to slot back in, doesn't he, towards 2. He had a look. He had another little nibble. Nibbles tend to slow you down. And if we get Adam Malik having to defend from a Shisha, that's going to just play into Tyler Harris's hands even more. He's already pulling a bigger gap than we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to put your hand in the cookie jar, you may as well eat the whole biscuit, not just take a nibble. You're going to be, and that's where, Hashisho, luckily Adam Malik didn't lose any ground coming out of turn number 2. Now Harris seems to be in the swing. Purple first sector for Tyler Harris. Malik responds with a personal best first sector, but it's still a 10th slower than Harris. Malik needs a great run coming out of this corner, and he gets on the curb, has to correct the steering.
Yeah.
That, I think, could be game over for the battle for the victory. Hashisho now pushing his teammate. Malik's best chance. Malik's now defending second place.
Yeah.
I think that could be game over in terms of the battle for the race victory.
Coming out onto the start-finish straight, Henry. He just got in on the curb and lost a bit of traction, didn't he? However, look at this. He's coming back. He did have to defend slightly, but he's found the pace to A, break free from Hamza Rashisho, and B, get back onto the rear bumper of Tyler Harris in a fashion. However, just look at the way that Harris drives this last bit of track here through 11 and 12.
Now,
he's just pulling the gap, isn't he?
We're about to experience a phenomenon that you, Nick and Joe, won't have experienced before. Our Karting Live TV UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube audience won't have experienced before. The mountains that were visible beyond turn number 11 are no longer visible. In fact, the grounds just beyond the perimeter of the circuit are now no longer visible. The wind has changed direction and is now blowing into the drivers' faces as they head down towards turn number 7. And that wind is dragging an awful lot of sand onto the circuit. As you will see there, you can see the circuit. And with that sand is also coming some rain.
So surely the rain will dampen the sand out of the air. We're going to see the phenomena. We commonly know that sort of thing as fog. It's not fog though, it's sand that has been picked up from the desert. We are on lap 7, lap 8 in fact. Time ticking by. This is going to be a factor because now that sand cloud is upon us at turns 11 and 12, as Henry described.
Yep, it is.
These drivers are going to be met very swiftly with a potential of a layer of sand that's going to cover the racing line. We're on the back straight here.
Already the lap times have dropped off by nearly a full second.
Good spot here. Here we go, towards the sand cloud. Towards the sand cloud now, through 10, up to 11. This is going to be very tricky, I think. Let's keep an eye on these karts and just how dusty that track has become. playing havoc with our cameras, isn't it? For the visibility.
It's playing havoc with Tyler Harris's nerves. I tell you what, because he's the first driver that approaches the different track conditions every single lap. It appears as though Marie Sheffield, the boss's boss, our boss's boss, was right when she said it was going to rain. Malik has caught Tyler Harris. Malik is now back with Harris. Harris having to defend. Harris is nervous because, of course, he's the first person to hit the very slippery track. Well, I say slippery, sandy track.
That cloud seems to have subdued, so there's not as much sand in the air now. And we did see just how cautious Tyler Harris was there on the brakes. We had Adam Malik and Hamza Ashisho absolutely tripping over him. This is the closest DD2 race we've had all weekend. Now Tyler Harris tries to break free out onto the back straight now, down towards turn 13. Tyler Harris has got a huge gap. He's Ashisho down the inside for second, but his teammate comes back at him. So no changes. Adam Malik swaps it back. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me. And Ashisho down the inside, but carries too much speed and just offline there. You saw how that kart snapped away, having to check the slide.
Well, you could see the different colour of the tarmac. You've got the black bit of tarmac, which is where all the rubber is. Everything else is now a sort of, it's a dusty yellow-orange type colour. And the sky has closed in around us. The beautiful blue skies have now been enveloped, and we are shrouded, not in mist, but within particles of the Abu Dhabi desert that are now swirling around us, around the paddock. And I'm looking at the parents and the families in the spectator area. Sunglasses are on, people squinting as the bits of grit and dirt gets into their eyes, and still Tyler Harris leads. This has not been an easy walk in the park. Lap times are 2 seconds off what they were at the start of this race.
Yeah, really having to be cautious. Cautious being the key word for Tyler Harris. However, now that he's found his feet and found his footing, quite literally, he is still pulling that gap. We've got an M&M inter-team battle for second and third. And who is this on the Mumbai Falcons orange liveried kart coming into play in fourth? It's the first of our Masters drivers. That's Maritz Knopses, who wants to be on that overall podium. We saw him on the overall podium yesterday. He wants to be back there again today, doesn't he? And here he is, now getting onto the tail of Malik, as Ashisho has made that move stick for second. And now Ashisho's job. Can he catch Tyler Harris? They're on lap 12 now. So 3 more laps, including this one, before we see any sight of a checkered flag. Yeah. And that sandstorm has blown through, Henry. I think we've got away with it.
Do you know something? It has just missed the circuit. I can see that on the highway outside the circuit, about, 500 to 600 yards away from the circuit exit down towards the Omani border, there's a fuel station that we have gone to get, fuel in ourselves. I can now see that fuel station again. You can see the driver training centre just behind us, the black and white curbings. That is a driver training centre here in Al Ain. That is now visible again. Can't see the mountains yet, but it does appear as though the thick wall of yellow sand is moving away from the circuit. Lap times are now only about a second off the pace what they were earlier on.
So that track is cleaning up. The sand that has just come is now being swept away by these DD2 and DD2 Masters runners. Still no change in the order though. And if anything, it looks like Ashisho and Malik and indeed Maritz Knopses coming back towards Tyler Harris. However, I do think there's an element of management here. We're on the penultimate lap here. It's going to be 13 laps completed, and then we'll see the last lap board. It's been a bit of a management game from our leader, Tyler Harris. The sandstorm came. It did cause the track to be affected. We saw that in the lap times, didn't we? 2 seconds increase in lap times from the lack of grip caused by the dust. And here we are now into the final lap, Henry. And right on his bumper has gone Ashisho. Where has that gap gone from Tyler Harris? I have no clue why he's lost so much ground. But now they're beginning to trip up behind them, and we're getting towards the checkered flag.
I think maybe, as you said, the sandstorm has moved part from one part of the circuit, but certainly at other areas, certainly down the run towards turns 1 and 2, it's still very, very slippery indeed. And of course, Harris is thinking, I don't want to throw it away. Don't want to throw it away. And into turn number 11 we go. Down towards turn 12, Harris, Hashisho, Malik. We're going to be going we're not going to do the interviews for this race right at the end. We're going to get going with the senior final. But Tyler Harris makes it 2 out of 2. Hamza Hashisho on the podium. Adam Malik third. Maurice Knyoppers runs fourth. So for the DD2 top 3 and the DD2 Masters drivers, if you can get the message to them, their interviews will be at the end of the senior final.
Just look at, we can see the sand just outside of our commentary box. Look at the sand being whipped up from the infield here on 11. Tyler Harris takes the win, maximum point score for the UAE RMC Championship. Then the Rotax Max Challenge here in the UAE, as far as DD2 is concerned, is very much the property. He's got a flag on it. He owns it, does Tyler Harris. But I've got to say, that is the most pressured race he's had all weekend long. And it's a round of applause to Hamza Hashisho and Adam Malik, and indeed Maritz Knopsis, who wasn't that far away from everybody, as we had Kyle Brockley, who had that terrible pre-final, started at the back, got through, and had undoubtedly a great drive, which he enjoyed. Sami Al-Hassad finished 6th. Greg Watt, I noticed, came in on lap, I think that was lap 13 for Greg. We are getting straight on with our senior Rotax final, as you heard. And it is no surprise to see George Nasser on the pole position then. It's Alexander Beachy on that disadvantaged outside line going towards turn 1. Second row of the grid, Nathan Kappen and Omar Ganoum. We've got Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Zain Al-Abasani on row 4. Jules Demont and Mohamed Meneme next up. Then we've got Andrea Remy and Faisal Nashko. Kian Cranbull with Oscar Lambert. Manaf Hijawi is alongside Alicia Kanaisa. Linus Volungevicius is alongside Antonius Haddad. Manaf Al-Belushi is alongside Ren Carouse. We've got Late Bominat alongside Enzo Tesluk, and then we've got Adish Mehta, Rayan Damadasa, Shivan Kartik, Alexis Alzaya, Krishe Gutta, Neyman Krujea, Arman Kanua, Zan Ziganagrov, I should say, and then Arman D1, Abdul Al-Qaita, Jagrid Detroiter, Abdul Raziz Akrashi, Oscar Backhouse, Ryan Qureshi, Lewis Hartman and Andrew Obaid.
We're already on the rolling lap. I just popped my head outside. There are people out there saying people from Europe out there saying they've never seen it like this before. You are literally chewing air. You are chewing air, and it tastes very, very gritty.
Yes, well, I'm going to be keeping my mouth shut then. When I go outside, I mean, I've got to keep my mouth open and shutting right now for the next 14 laps or so.
Amani Kanua getting more support from his family in Kenya. Hello to everybody in Kenya. How are you? Amani Kanua is due to start this one deep in the field, outside the top 20, but he has got the pace to come towards the front. We've got 30, I'm looking back, I think we've only got 35 drivers. I don't think we've got Andrew Obeid.
Right.
I don't think Andrew has gone out there.
I think he's come out. He hasn't come out. So Andrew obviously still smarting off that issue from that incident. Here we go. Who can beat George Nasser? We're going to find out as we get towards the start line. The lights go out. No, we've been given the go around.
No.
This is how the tension is mounting, Henry.
Yep. They wanted to get the race start underway very, very quickly.
We've never had a false start from these drivers all day long, and yet here we are, the tension beginning to mount. Yesterday, George Nasser won in commanding style. Mohamed Manei was second. Rian Darmadasa was third on the podium. Now, Darmadasa is starting way down the order, is Darmadasa. I'm trying to find out where he is exactly.
He's just behind Adish Mehta and in front of Shivan Kartik on about the 12th row of the grid after a retirement. And you can see there now, as you look in the gravel, you can see the wisps of wind. The wind is gale force outside. The wind has turned 90 degrees, is now blowing the exact opposite way that it was this morning.
So keep an eye on this. Fastest lap of the race yesterday was 55.469. That was from George Nasser. We're going to see what sort of lap times they are with this circuit constantly being covered in sand as these karts go around. We've lost somebody. Somebody's going to rejoin at the back of the grid, so that's good news.
Omar Ganoum.
Right, that's from
champion.
The second row of the grid as well. So somebody's been promoted because of that demise. He will start at the back. We get things underway. The lights will go out indeed. And George Nasser on the inside, down towards turn one. It's a bundle of karts. He gets it all sideways on the brakes there, hangs on to it. And it looks like the whole field are through turn one and heading towards turn two, getting very busy in the midfield area. But it's George Nasser who leads. Who is that? To Mumbai Falcons, that's Nathan Kappen, right on his bumper there as they head out onto the back straight.
Yeah, Kappen's made an excellent start down towards the back of the grid. Two drivers have come to grief, but both continue. Kappen now under pressure. Jeremy, is that the 334? It is. Jeremy Montgomery Swan up to P2 behind George Nasser. Kappen down to third. That looks like Alessandro Bigi in fourth position. And then it's Mohamed Manaim there, possibly. Oh, Kappen is run wide. And Nasser very, very slow and cautious through turn 13 and 14. And that caused a domino effect behind him. And you're going to see
he ended up in the desert almost, didn't he? He went in so quick. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, I don't know who he is actually gesticulating to, because George Nasser hasn't got eyes in the back of his head, so he won't be able to see that. I can only assume that Jeremy is talking to Alessandro Bigi and Mohamed Menai to not challenge. Let's keep with the leader. However, Jeremy, I'm pretty sure if you have a chance to get by, I think you should take it.
Well, I mean, maybe, but Jeremy's going to be very, very careful here because Nasser is understandably going to be extremely cautious into every corner because he's at the head of the train. If he runs wide, he gets shuffled back not one or two places, but about 5 or 6 places. Andrea Remy makes a move.
This is where we can see people tripping over one another. They're slowing each other down, coming out of the final turn there in the midfield. They're all stacking up. They're all stacking up the whole field as they get on with this. That was a lap of 59 seconds. That's 4 seconds off where we are potentially yesterday for a fastest lap when the track was completely rubbered in and clean of sand. The sand continues to blow across the track.
And you can see the slippery surface flags, all the marshals and every single marshal post now displaying the slippery surface flag. So this is, Nasser is going to be so nervous because he's thinking, okay, I might not outbrake myself, but there's about 20 drivers behind me.
And they've done it.
Who've done it,
Yeah, Jeremy Montgomery Swan down the inside 11. That's very rare that we see that. And going with him is Alessandro Bigi towards 13 now. We've got a JNKD driver in the form of Jeremy Montgomery Swan that will show in the lead of this race. Nasser has had a wake-up call. How is he coping with this slippery track surface because of the sand? We're going to find out how he responds to this as Montgomery Swan now leads. Bigi second, Nasser third, Remy, Mename, Dormont, Haddad, Kappen, Hamasani, Lambert is your top 10. Race on for sure as Jeremy Montgomery Swan. He's got a lot of experience out here in the UAE, hasn't he, Jeremy Montgomery Swan?
Oh, yeah, based out here, yeah.
Yeah, based out here, of course. This is not the sort of conditions that he's not that familiar with.
Yeah, no,
yes, it happens on occasion. But on saying that, how much sand is actually on the track? It's not like a wet track where it's wet or it's dry. This is a sand. You could have, how much sand have you got on there? It's continually blowing across, and it is a voyage of discovery. Every time you press that brake pedal.
It is indeed. Biji, Nassar, Remy, Mohamed Menene, Jules Dumont for Telios Racing is there in 6th position, just like he was in yesterday's final. Then Zain El Hamasani, Nathan Kaplan, Oscar Lambert, Manaf Al Balushi for Oman, and the Motorscape team up into the top 10. Great drive for Manaf.
Nasser down the inside of his M&M teammate there. Alexander Bici being caught napping there, coming out of turn number 6. I should say into turn number 6 there. And Bici being hung out to dry there as through has gone Remy and Menemene.
And it's raining. I'm going to say it, it's raining. There are huge blodges of rain now hitting the commentary box window. So in addition to sand, we've now got rain. What else can be thrown at the senior Rotax field? But you know what? Jeremy Montgomery Swan is just pulling away.
He is. George Nasser, he's gotten ahead of the train of karts that are chasing him down, but Jeremy Montgomery Swan, they're on slick tyres, remember. Now, this is a very, very warm track surface, so it's going to have to really pour down before it becomes wet, because as the rain droplets hit the hot tarmac, they basically heat up and dissipate straight away. So it's not like we're going to create a damp track, is it?
Well, what happens? You remember when you were a kid, or when you were taking your grandkids to the beach, and you put water and sand together?
Oh yeah, we're going to create mud, aren't we?
You get sludge.
Yes.
The track is going to get very sludgy.
We're going to have some very dirty karts in the Parc Fermé, I can assure you. Here we go then, still lots and lots of laps left as well. We have completed 6 laps. There are 8 laps remaining for our lead drivers. Jeremy Montgomery Swan has pulled out a 1.4 second gap here. George Nasser, he's pulled out a bit of a gap, and he's there in a very lonely second. This battle here, that's Andrea Remy at the front of this train of karts, and there down the inside has gone Mohamed Meneme, and he hasn't made it stick.
Nope.
He had Andrea Remy, the Swiss driver, has come back at him, and he's taken that 3rd place back. This is the final step of the podium, what this is all about.
So this is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and into 11th place. Kenya, are you watching? Amani Kinyua now makes a move. He's the driver with the white race suit and the turquoise blue sleeves, the plain white crash helmet. And it's getting a little bit touchy. It's getting more than touchy.
Right.
Watch for the Motorscape driver. There goes the Motorscape driver. Was that? It was Manaf Al Balushi and Amani Kinyua are now 7th and 8th.
Incredible racing this, and it's all very, very tricky driving. The rain continues. It's continuing to lash against our commentary box here. It's not looking like it's having a massive effect. I'm not seeing any drivers struggle for grip into the braking areas. We'll see one here through turn 7 into 8. No, still plenty of grip out there for Jeremy Montgomery Swan and George Nasser. Andrea Remy, still the driver that's chasing them down there in that 3rd spot, with Mohamed Menene and Nathan Kaplan now coming up onto the back of Menemene, with Oscar Lambert coming with him. Zain Al Hassani not that far behind. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, 8 laps completed, 6 laps to go.
Everything I know about karting has just been thrown out the window, because not only have we got a sandstorm, we've now got a sandstorm and a rainstorm, and Rayan Qureshi has just set the fastest lap of the race. No, Oscar Lambert has just set the fastest lap of the race.
It's still a second off, though, Henry.
Doesn't matter, but
it's still a second off yesterday's
Yeah,
time.
but it's
so we haven't got a perfect track still.
No, we haven't got a perfect
but
track.
they have proved us to be fools,
Yeah.
which is not a high benchmark in fairness. What a great race this is, all the way down the field there. Look at that train of karts going through the infield there. Beautiful shot from our cameramen there, going into the final stages of the weekend. We're at 2/3 distance then, as we get towards turn 11. And we've got a Mumbai Falcons kart that's gone ahead. It's Nathan Capon, I think that has gone in. Is that into third spot? No, it's not. Because third spot's broken away. The 3-4-5 of Andrea Remy. He's broken free. This is where the action is.
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Amani Kinua is now 8th and closing. He's got the white nose cone on his kart. And don't bet against the top 5 for Amani Kinua. I think a podium might be a little bit out of reach, but certainly this group, and he's now caught this group already.
Tremendous.
Capon, Menemne, Lambert, El Homasani, and Kinua.
Let's see how this... We've still got 5 laps, Henry. 5 laps of action where I would not be putting... I'm not a gambling man to start with. I wouldn't put my money anywhere on who's going to be where. What I can say is Jeremy Montgomery Swan, 1.9 seconds in the lead of this race for JNKD. It's M&M's George Nasser, yesterday's winner. A solid second, an equally solid third place. Not solid at all is Nathan Capon, Mohamed Menemne, Oscar Lambert, Zaid El Homasani. That's just to name a few of the drivers that are involved in this train chasing down the top 3.
But you know something, like Jeremy Montgomery Swan, 2 weeks ago, he showed us around the JNKD awning as sort of the de facto team leader. And then Win Godchok and his brother Zev Godchok turn up from Curaçao. They win in micro and mini. This week, it's been a bit of a slim pickings for the JNKD team, all things considered. They have a win? No, I don't think they've had a win at all. They've had a couple of pole positions. This is going to be really, really good for Jeremy Montgomery Swan and the JNKD team as a whole. You know, your de facto team leader comes away and in a really difficult race beats a quality field to end the weekend on a high. Oh, Alicia Canessa has just crashed in front of us alongside Manaf Al-Baluchi whilst fighting for a place in just outside the top 10. Alessandro Bigi has fallen down the order to 21st. So whilst we've been following the great scraps in and around the top 10, as we've been instructed to, by the way, Joe, other things have been going on even further back. But we're not just following the leaders, we're following the top 10 here like you wanted. They have not disappointed at all. Amani Kinua now ahead of Zain El Homasani, setting his sights on Oscar Lambert.
Right, well, we watch this train of karts. Absolutely splendid racing here. Jeremy Montgomery Swan goes through and trips the beam. 1.9 seconds, still the gap there. Andrea Remy. Then we've got Capon, Menemne, Oscar Lambert, Amani Kinua and Zain El Homasani. That's the drivers in this train here. Absolutely just nose to tail. So close you could pitch a tent over these drivers. Who is going to come out? There's 2 more laps remaining. At the end of this lap, it's going to be the last lap board for these drivers. That's when it's going to get dramatic, as we've got movers and shakers down the order. They all want a bash at getting past Nathan Capon, who's doing a great job just going fast enough that he can keep these karts behind him. The top 3, the first 3, are already on the back straight towards 13. They will be coming through 14 soon, and then they will see Jeremy Montgomery Swan, the first driver to see the last lap board, while Nathan Capon, he is absolutely defending, and there's a gap on a turn-off as Mohamed Menemne, he tried to squeeze down the inside. The Kartshop.me replay will show exactly what happened here. He tried to carry momentum onto the inside, and he just didn't. He just came into contact, and he's put out Capon and himself back down to the very back of the grid. Who was allowed? That's allowed Kinua through into 4th, Henry.
From 20th to 4th for Amani Kinua. And do you know something? If there are any difficulties for any of the top 3 in post-race scrutineering, then Amani Kinua is going to be on the podium. But remarkable drive.
Yeah, this is the boy. This is the boy that showed them a clean pair of heels in what was tricky conditions. Jeremy Montgomery Swan takes the top step of the podium and victory in the round 1.2 here at the Al Ain Raceway International Kart Circuit. George Nasser, he's had a 1-2 finish this weekend. He'll be happy with that, surely. Andrea Remy is in third, Amani Kanua fourth, fifth is Oscar Lambert, sixth is Zain El Homassani. Kian Cranbull was next, and then Jules Dumont was in eighth. Jagrad Detroit in ninth, and rounding off the top 10 was Linus Volunvicius.
Further back in the order, Laith Mumina finishes 11th, followed by Naman Kokrasia, Omar Ganoum 13th, Rian Damadasa and Rayan Qureshi. Alessandro Biji was next, followed by Adi Schmetter. Then we have Abdullah Al-Qaita, Louis Hartman and Rayan Kairouche, your top 20. Faisal Nashko, Oscar Backhouse, Krishay Gutta and Enzo Tesluk in 24th. We had Antonia Haddad, Armand Diwan, Shivan Kartik, Alexis Alzia, Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi, and sadly Nathan Kappen crawls across the line in 30th position ahead of Jan Zigarirov, Mohamed Manaim there, Manaf Hijawi, Manaf Al-Balushi, Alicia Canessa failed to finish. Andrew Obeid fails to start. Wow.
Wow, let's just catch our breath.
And now the rain intensifies.
And now the rain intensifies. So we are not sure whether, in fact, I can tell you now, Henry, information that we're not going to be able to carry out our post-race interviews in the area where we normally do. So we'll have to scratch that. We are going to stay live with that locked off shot from Al Ain Raceway.
Yep.
We are going to endeavour to bring you our podium presentation. Hopefully this rain will just sweep through. It's been a bit of a shower.
Yep.
Hopefully it will sweep through and we will be able to bring you Henry down on the podium. If
we are able to bring you the podium celebration, I will do my best, family members, friends, to interview the winners in DD2 Masters and Seniors on the podium. Nick Damon sighting.
There is Nick Damon. That is our producer, Nick Damon, there with the O2 on his back. That's his competition number for the running race. And that is a very rare sight, Nick Damon running. It's also a very rare sight for seeing Nick Damon in shorts, but when the temperature over here in the UAE has been 40 degrees 2 weeks ago and 39 degrees yesterday, he really had to change his character, yes.
Wow. So that's the plan, ladies and gentlemen. The podium presentation, we will include the winners' interviews for seniors, DD2s and DD2 Masters. May not be able to do the top three in every class because people have got to then make their way back home at the end of the weekend, but we will do our best to make sure that the winners get interviewed during the podium presentation. I believe that the wind sort of made some of the stuff a bit worried, and our cameras be moved into somewhere that will not get blown over.
I think the fence was about to be blown over.
I think the fence was about to get blown into the camera. Can I say a big, huge thank you to our camera crew out on circuit. I did, and this will please Nick very much so. Our cameraman down, camera 3 down the centre of the circuit, when the sand whipped up, when it started to rain, did he shelter behind it using his own high-vis? No. What did he do with his high-vis? He put it over the camera to make sure the camera didn't get damaged.
A true cameraman.
Absolute trooper.
Henry, that concludes the racing for the first weekend's round of the UAE RMC. It's been phenomenally good. The racing, the standard of racing has been very, very high. The standard of drama and controversy has been even higher, I would think. It's going to be you and I's turn to wind down here. Before we do, because we are going to come down to the podium presentation with you. I suppose it's down to you and I to just kind of wind up. I want to thank everybody who has been part of this. The cameramen, obviously, Nick Damon, our producer, our 3 cameramen. Have been absolutely stalwart, bringing you the pictures from out there in the on the circuit in the sandstorm and then the rainstorm conditions. I wouldn't have said that was going to happen out here. But
No,
there you
no,
go.
that was
Your
not
experience.
on our bingo
Wasn't on the
card.
script, no.
Wasn't on our bingo
A
card.
big thank you to everybody out there on the live chat on both of our live stream channels on YouTube. The next round is going to be at Alpha San on the 16th of November. We hope to bring you live pictures from that too. Keep an eye on our socials going forward for the times of that.
Yes, that would be, keep an eye on the Rotax, the UAE Rotax Max Challenge Facebook page, Instagram, and YouTube channel, and Karting Live TV's YouTube channel as well for information about the next round.
And our Facebook as well. Everybody's Facebook will be we'll have an announcement soon about details of the second round on the calendar. Henry, I'm going to let you head down to the podium and try and
make sense of something.
And make sense of something to see if we can indeed pull that back as Nick Damon brings in our camera from turn 1. I'll bid you farewell and good night. We'll see you down there on the podium, which I'm pretty sure we're going to bring you. The wind's dying down. Let's head down there for now. We'll just leave you with the pictures of the clear up here. And we thank you very much for being part of this event with us. And we look forward to the rest of the season in the UAE RMC.
Remove the camera. Too much speed, will be fell down. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചു അവരെന്താ പറയണമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല അപ്പോഴേക്കും ആ എൻ്റെ ഓഫായി പോയി ഓഫാവല്ല ഒന്നും ഇടയ്ക്ക് സ്റ്റക്കായി പോകുന്ന പരിപാടി ഉണ്ടല്ലോ സ്റ്റോപ്പാത്തിന് അപ്പോൾ അവനത് ഷോട്ട് വേണം അപ്പോൾ എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞ് ഇറങ്ങാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഞാനിത് വിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നല്ല താഴെ പോകും അങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത് പരിപാടിയൊന്നുമില്ല കഴിഞ്ഞു അവന് ഇതൊന്നൊരു ഷോട്ട് വേണം അവന് ലൈവിലേക്ക് സാധാരണ അവിടെ ഓണാക്കി വെച്ചിട്ട് പോകാറില്ലേ പതിവ് നമ്മൾ
Hello and welcome to Karting Live TV, back at Al Ain Raceway in Marbles, Abu Dhabi for round 1.2 of the UAE RMC. Great racing yesterday, and I'm sure we're going to get race racing today, and I'm going to have a quick chat with my very good friend, Mr. Joe Bradley. Now, Joe, the one thing we have to say is we're in the Emirates. It's very, very different from the UK. How does that affect, you think, the karting when we come here and see these different conditions?
Well, I've yet to see a set of wet tyres, Nick. It's a lot different to the karting that we usually see on Karting Live TV. The weather is less of a factor. Changeable weather's less of a factor, but the weather is still a factor. All right, it's cooled off since 2 weeks ago. We were here for the Invitational. It was 41 degrees on that Sunday. Well, it's cooled off to a balmy 38 degrees this weekend. However, look at the challenge that brings. Management of tyres, massive factor. They're on exactly the same tyres that we normally see on Rotax in Rotax racing. But then there's the human element, the element that we take for granted. The drivers, some of which are only 8 years old. And in this heat, the physicality of the Al Ain circuit, It's going to be a factor. It's not easy. There's a challenge there. If it was easy, you and I would still be doing it, Nick, and we're not. We're in our air-conditioned splendour, just chatting about it with Henry and I. Yesterday was fantastic. It is really a series that is really growing. I know Henry mentioned this yesterday, but today we're going to see exactly what we saw yesterday, which was very dramatic, intense and exciting racing.
Well, we've heard a lot of what Joe and Henry think about what's happening. We need to find out what the paddock, the teams and the drivers think was happening. So you go and find Henry and talk to them.
In the 1975 Spanish Grand Prix, the only female to win a World Championship Formula 1 point was Lella Lombardi driving a March. However, the 1 point became half a point when the race was stopped halfway. That's a long time ago. Why have we not got any Formula 1 drivers who are female? Well, I think it's going to change, and we may have a few years to wait, but this young lady here, Attica Meyer, Attica, I saw you race 2 weeks ago in the Invitational. I think your sights are set, aren't they? Is that what your dream would be, to race one day in Formula 1?
Yeah, my dream is to be in Formula 1, and I'll do whatever it takes to be there.
And so you have to race with predominantly boys, but that doesn't seem to faze you at all. You are absolutely at the front of this field, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really affect me when I'm driving. You don't really have time to think about that stuff.
So it's just drivers in helmets, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you get to know the drivers around you when you race with them? Do you get to know their personalities and perhaps how you're going to overtake one driver in comparison to another?
Every driver has a different standard of driving, but it honestly doesn't matter how you overtake them, because any driver you reach to, you should overtake.
So what is the plan? Are you maybe one day thinking about moving into cars and going in, what's the ladder now? It's Formula 4, isn't it?
Yeah, to get to Formula 1, you need to start from Formula 4, then Formula 3, Formula 2, then Formula 1. Some people take it a different way, maybe Formula Regional, or maybe they just start with FRECA or something. So I don't know.
Well, Attica, you know where it's mapped out. I'm going to ask you a question, Attica. Why do you think we have no women, we have no females in Formula 1 at the moment?
Well, I don't know really. I haven't really been there, maybe in Formula 2 or something yet. But I don't think anyone has really tried to actually race in these days. But I think if someone tried, then they would really know how it would be. And I think the stereotypes are more than that woman sitting in the car and driving.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a mixture of both.
Yeah. And I suppose if a driver's quick enough, it doesn't matter whether they're male or female. You get the job done. Is that your attitude?
Yeah.
So what's your attitude like for this? Here we are, rounds 1 and 2 of the UAE Karting Championships, the RMC, the Rotax Max Challenge. You've got a full season ahead of you. Here we are with a clean sheet of paper. What is your aims and objectives?
To possibly win all the races I can, and just keep improving and try to win the championship.
And does that start with the heats? You go out intending to win every single race, whether it's a heat, a pre-final, a final?
Well, obviously it's nice to win the final more than the heat, but any race I can win, I should win.
Yeah. The team around you, Axel Academy, they're a very busy team. Are they? They're obviously giving you a good car to drive.
Yeah, it's a great team. It's very supportive, and it gives me lots of support.
Yeah. And are you able to get advice on how to drive as well as how to set the car up?
Yeah, it's a team like every other team, so it gives you it has very good mechanics and coaches and stuff. So it's a great team.
So Monday morning, what will Attica Meyer be happy with from this weekend on Monday morning when she wakes up?
Honestly, if I get better.
Right, just that's it. Just get better. Well, if you get better, you're going to win everything because you're pretty quick.
Yeah.
That's the idea. Attica Meyer, I'm telling you, keep an eye out because this young lady is going to go far.
This year, one of the drivers I'm predicting to have a breakout season in Junior Rotax is Sava Kogai. Sava, this is going to be your first real full season in juniors. You've got a new look and a new sponsor.
Yeah, Wow Hydrate. It's my sponsor. It's a very good drink, actually. So I want to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Sava Kogai. I'm 13 years old and I race for GGM, and I'm from Russia.
But you've lived over here now for a couple of years. Last year, you did a few races in the UAE. This year, you're looking a lot quicker as well, aren't you? You're constantly in the top 5, but lack of experience. We're now working on just making those top 5s on lap 5 a top 5 when the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, and it's also a bit of a streak of bad luck, having crashes, unlucky moments like engine failures, and just it's bad luck. But I hope that I can improve, also just better myself with my coach, and I hope I can win some races and maybe even win the championship.
What would that mean to you to win the title? I mean, because obviously you've cottoned on, because you came over and said to me, you said, right, I've got my sponsor bottle ready. Yeah. You know, I didn't need to encourage you. So you've learned something very important about the business of motor racing as well. You can't do too much of it because you'll get indigestion on the track. But no, you learn. What else are you learning about the business side of motorsport?
You always have to kind of be on top just to get that little bit of sponsorship. You have to promote it. You have to actually like it, because you can't really, for example, if I didn't like my sponsor, it would be quite weird if I was drinking it. I actually like it. It's very good. It's just that you have to always try to promote it as much as possible to make it more well known.
Well, talk about what about promoting yourself now? Where do we come from? Why did we get into karting?
So my dad was a racing driver for GT3. He actually co-owns the team Ronaldo Racing. And when I was about 10, and I've always loved cars in my life. And when I was 10, I started rental karting, just more as fun than actual sportiness. And then it slowly transitioned to, I want to try owner karts. How does it feel? How is the speed? And it slowly transitioned into, that I actually want to race, that I actually want to have a future in motorsport. And now it's come to me racing professionally and even racing in Europe.
Okay, so I've seen you race over here the last year or so. Have you raced in Europe yet, or what is the plan for yourself this year?
So I would have been doing actually the World Cup, the OKN World Cup. I couldn't because I was sick, and I couldn't have done it because even if I wasn't sick, the Championship Future Academy program did not let me, or they would exclude me from the whole championship, and they have races in the UAE. I've also raced in Le Mans, Italian Championship. I've raced Championship Future, and I'm gonna race WSK soon.
Okay, but this weekend, so we're going to start off the new season. There's nearly 30 of you in the junior grid. You're probably one of the least experienced, not in terms of you were a junior last year, but in terms of how long you've been racing. How are you going to overcome that lack of experience, and what are your goals for the 2 rounds this weekend?
I'm just going to try to push as much as possible, not think about the fact that, I might have not as much experience as others, but that doesn't mean that I can't win. I think I have enough pace and enough battle experience from being in Europe, from racing here, just to get that inch of being on the top. My main probably struggle in the whole season is that I start to worry when I'm in the lead, because I start to make mistakes and I get caught up. And when somebody overtakes me, I get lost, and then more and more people overtake me.
Okay, now also I've noticed that this weekend there's a new look as well. So we got a new season and a new look. Tell us about the new look.
I got my hair cut recently, about 3 days ago. I've honestly felt quite well with it. And it's also easier because I don't have to wear a balaclava anymore. And it's less hot outside, so it's quite good.
Okay, so you learnt a lot, but of course, and you've got your Wow Hydrate to keep you hydrated as well. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
You may hear us often say at the end of a race, these results are provisional, and that the competitors have to get all of their carts put through an inspection, a tech. Well, here we are. Gary Walker here, who's our chief official Rotax technical inspector, and at the moment we're dealing with exhausts that have come off basically the Rotax field. Every exhaust, this is their final practice session, and every exhaust will be inspected by Gary and then sealed by his colleague Graham, which we'll see in a little while. But all of the exhaust dimensions, the measurements, how the exhaust behaves is all regulated, and Gary here has all the tools of the trade. Gary, I just want a quick word with you before we then have a look at what you do with the exhaust. Surely there's not that much performance enhancement in exhaust, for instance. I mean, I'm not even going to begin to start with engines, but exhaust here, why so important?
It's important because we've found lots of modifications through months of checking different things. One exhaust we found from a different country, we've got holes drilled from the opposite side, and we can only find that using a camera on the opposite side. The performance gain would be immense.
Right.
The gases wouldn't be passing through the actual wadding or the baffle, would be coming straight through. So it's like making the hole bigger at the bottom, which we've measured with the blade.
And in such a tight formula class like Intermax, Minimax, Micromax, where the engines mean a lot because of their restriction, any marginal gain would turn out to be huge on track.
Yeah, exactly. When you restrict something, it makes it more important to get everything correct. So if that measurement is exact as much as they can, that's what they're all looking for. And then the new wadding, everybody's the straight, same as the way, as they started in the beginning. There is no difference between each driver. They've got the same exhaust, same wadding.
And the thing about this UAE RMC Championship, the Rotax Max Challenge, is the consistency in the policing of these regulations. Because as a competitor, that's all competitors want to see. They want to see consistent inspections and consistent policing of all of the regulations, not just the technical ones, but the sporting as well.
Yeah, and the engines are obviously only built at Al-Ain Raceway. The engines are to tight tolerances and they're sealed twice. We'll show you probably later on in the day where the two seals come in. The rumour is that somebody was taking the seals off in a different country and refitting them after doing modifications. So now at Al-Ain Raceway we fit a different seal which is tamper-proof, cannot be removed.
Right. So that's just on rumour. You didn't really need the evidence. You went, right, we're going to implement measures.
We'll close the door.
Yes.
We'll close the door. If we're working on rumours, sometimes there's fact to it, but we haven't got facts. We can't prove it. So we may as well put another seal on, and then that does the rumour away.
Yeah, we don't want you with the UAE RMC. Go and race somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, wherever you want to race, you won't be coming here unless your engine's built here and sealed and checked with us. Yeah. That's it.
Thanks, Gary. I'm going to leave you to inspect that exhaust now. We'll get a look at it. Thank you, mate.
So this is an explanation of what we're measuring in an exhaust. I've cut an exhaust open so you can see the measurement here we'd never do with any other equipment. So we made a blade which goes down, which is 28 millimetres. So if you look in here, this is where the blade has to go or not go. So if it goes through, that makes the exhaust illegal. Obviously we can't cut a section out of every one exhaust, so we check them this way.
Yeah, you couldn't cut that little patch out, could you, to have a look?
They might get a bit upset.
So if that slides through there, that means the exhaust's too wide, and there's a performance advantage.
Yes. So we check every exhaust, we check the baffle, we check everything, and they have a new wadding every time. So every race meeting is a re-wadding and a check of the exhaust.
And I also noticed this template here.
So that checks whether the exhaust is 90 degrees. So the exhaust must be at 90 degrees.
So if it's got a shallower angle, again, the exhaust gas going to escape quicker.
No, not necessarily. There's a performance gain with it being a flatter line, so they can bend it and twist it. But there's also measurements on here. So there's a maximum and a minimum setting on the thing, so the exhaust can't be shortened in any way. So we check that as well.
By shortening the exhaust, getting the exhaust gas out quick, does that not affect back pressure? I'm beginning to disappear up my bottom here, aren't I?
So the issue is, like on TKM, they used to shorten and lengthen exhaust with the flex. So the same principle occurs. It's two-stroke, so you're adjusting it, so you get either performance lower or higher in the range. So that's why we check all the exhausts.
Right. So when Gary's happy with the exhaust, it's handed back to the team. Here we see some fresh wadding. He mentioned wadding, didn't he? Here it is, the fresh batch of wadding being pressed down to be able to get it in there, into that exhaust pipe, exhaust tube. And from this point, we move back to the scrutineer's desk when we've got that wadding in there. And there's a one to our left here, just coming to the point where he's bolting it up. And here we are, wrapping the internals of the exhaust tightly with that fresh wadding. And of course the wadding acts as a noise dampener as well as a power stifler, and that's why it's important to have the right amount of wadding in there, because by taking the wadding out, the exhaust gas would flow more readily, and it would increase the performance of the motor. So that's a regulation amount of wadding that we're seeing going in there. So we'll just leave this mechanic to finish off this little job, and then when he's ready to have it resealed, we'll head over to the scrutineer's desk and see that. So now we've got that exhaust all ready to be resealed. Graham Snook here, who's part of the technical team, will do that, because it's pointless inspecting these exhausts, taking them apart and then handing them back to the team, who could then go back to the awning and unbolt them and do anything they want with them, take the wadding out. So what Graham is about to do here is put a seal on the exhaust, which basically stops any kind of dismantling of the exhaust for any kind of performance enhancing innovative engineering to go on, because you pretty much can't get around the seal once it's on. Official Rotax seal, official UAE RMC seal to be exact, and Graham here will do that, and there it is, clamped together, impossible to get around. And that now is ready for race weekend.
One of the classes that I think is going to be one of the classes to watch here in the UAE this year is Intermax or Minimax, depending on your persuasion. Now, Oliver Butchard, you are going to be one of the contenders in Minimax this year, I'm sure. Tell us a little bit about how last season went and how you prepared for this year.
Well, last season wasn't really the best. I was aiming for third to get a trophy, or maybe even second or first. And this season, I really want to go for I really want to go for first and go to the grand finals to race for the grand champion.
Now, last year, the racing in Minimax was very close all the way through. Can you, from what you've seen so far this year, do you think it's going to be the same with a whole pack of you racing for the win all the time?
Yeah, probably. I'm probably expecting at the end like a 1 point difference like it was with Ben and Ava last year.
No, because in Micromax last year, Ben Karachkovich beat Ava Lawrence by 1 point. Ava's racing elsewhere this year. Ben's moved up with you. Is he your main title rival, do you think?
Probably, but if Wayne Gottschalk does it, then probably he will be one of my #1 targets to beat.
Your favourite track, is it Al Ain, or where do you like racing?
I like Al Ain, Yas Marina and Alphasan.
Now, you're with the Synergy team, so this is back where you started your career, isn't it?
Yeah.
What is it about Synergy that makes you feel at home?
They're just a great team. They always support me, and we got some pace.
Okay, well now, a lot of drivers use many different ways to stay relaxed in between races, but Oliver has got a very special skill indeed. What's one of the things that you do to keep yourself nice and relaxed between races?
Well, I usually like to play with cards and do some magic tricks with my friends over there.
So some magic tricks. Well, I tell you what, Oliver, let's try and work one of your magic tricks on me. Let's go.
Okay.
So here we are then in the Synergy Magic Circle, as it were. We've got Max and Cameron, our eagle-eyed spectators. Right, Oliver, talk us through what I need to do.
Well, all you have to do, I'm going to show you a card. You have to hold it, do not look at it. I'm going to pick a card, I'm going to hold it, and hopefully it changes.
Okay, so I'm not allowed to look at the card, no?
No, don't.
Are you allowed to show the camera the card?
Nope.
No? So no one's allowed to see the card. Fair enough. Okay.
Except from the table. The table can.
The table can see the card. Okay, the table can see the card. Right, okay, so there we go. So I'll take the card.
Okay, see the Queen of Clubs?
The Queen of...
Queen of Clubs. See it?
Yep, see the Queen of Clubs. There we go.
Hold it just like that.
I'm going to hold the Queen of Clubs just like this.
Do not even look at it.
I'm not looking at it.
See the Joker? Joker? I'm going to hold it like this. When we come together, like that, look at your card and show it to the camera. It's the Joker, and I got the Queen of Clubs.
Now that's impressive. Well done. Well, I tell you what, You made those cards switch places. How easy is it for you to make your go-kart switch places for you to take the lead this weekend?
Should be pretty easy.
Well, there we go. So there is Magician 101, Oliver Butchard.
Hello and welcome to Karting Live TV and welcome back to Al Ain in fantastic Abu Dhabi. We were here a few days ago for the Rotax Invitational. We are back for the official opening 2 rounds of the UAE RMC, confusingly called round 1.1 and 1.2. Today's round called Saturday, tomorrow's round tomorrow on Sunday. I might be confused by the round numbers. A man who's not confused about anything to do with UAE, RMC and karting in general, it's Henry Burdett. Henry, you are Mr. UAE RMC.
Thank you very much, Nick. I'm not sure about that, but I've been here for 3 years now, and obviously my association with the UAE Rotax Max Challenge goes all the way back to my time when I started with the Rotax well over a decade ago, and it just gives me a huge amount of pleasure to see the championship growing year on year in so many different ways.
And of course, you say it's growing, but also, of course, the teams are coming on and the drivers are improving. Are you seeing real material improvements?
Absolutely, absolutely. Number one, we've got world-class venues. Al Ain Raceway here, Dubai Kartdrome, Yas Marina, an actual Formula One circuit, and the Al Fassan Sports Club. They've always been here. Now you've got teams. You've obviously got teams from the UK and Europe that have come over, but there are now homegrown teams, Emirati teams, that are sprouting up, and they are doing so with European-style technology, European-style organisation, and they're bringing with them drivers that have competed on the world stage from around the world, which just makes it a lot better for the local drivers to compete. The competition in their home is higher.
Now, I think we need to hear from these teams and these drivers, but I think, to be honest, I can't send you on your own. No. I think you need to go and find Joe Bradley and deliver a paddock show for us.
There are 2 drivers for Ital Course Middle East who are novices. Felix Jebjerg, you're in your 2nd ever race, but Rafael Zagati in Minimax, this is your very, very first race.
Yes, correct.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll start with the youngest member of Ital Course Middle East, Felix. What did the Rotax Invitational teach you 2 weeks ago?
Drive smoother, be quicker basically, just improve everything and then try to beat everybody.
Try to beat everybody. Now, you've come back and you've had a bit of practice today. What have you learned? Are you quicker already now, today, than you were 2 weeks ago in the racing?
Yeah, I think so. Without the yellow flag, we could have been much faster. Maybe like a second, but it's fine.
Now, in Micromax, there are over 20 of you racing. Where do you think that you are going to end up come the final on Saturday and Sunday?
Well, I believe I'm the best novice, so I think P1 rookies.
P1 in the rookie class. Okay, well, we'll hold that thought for a minute. And now we'll move over to our Minimax driver. Okay, so, Raphael, first of all, tell us a little bit about what got you into karting and how this came about.
So it once started when one weekend I tell my dad, please, can we go try karting? He said, okay, I'll book you a session. We go to Dubai Autodrome and the indoor session. I start racing with 8 professionals and I get top 2. I'm like, ooh, this is very fun. So I keep going there almost every weekend, more and more. And then my dad tells me, oh, there's a karting school. You want to go there? Obviously I do, yes.
And then, up till now, I started going into professional karting, and it's been a long journey.
It has been a long journey, and you haven't even, done your first race yet.
Yes.
Are you excited about, this first weekend? Nervous? What are your emotions?
I feel a little bit nervous, but also very excited that I can see, compared to other drivers, what I can improve and how are my times.
Okay, but now, even though Felix by there is a younger, what has Felix been able to tell you about what a race meeting is actually like?
He told me all about the racing starts, also about the first lap, that there's a lot of people and you have to be very cautious of where you turn, and also be very aggressive.
Okay, so cautious at the start and then aggressive, is that right, Felix?
Yes, if you want to win, then you have to do that.
Now, if we're standing here now, this is at end of the day testing on Friday. Felix, if you could give Raphael one sentence or one word of advice that will help him this weekend, what would that one word or one sentence be?
Keep it flat.
Keep it flat. There we go. That's a true racer's answer. Keep it flat. Thank you, Felix. Good luck. We'll be looking out for you in Micromax. Raphael, in Minimax, you're driving the brand new Ital Course chassis, which is very unique as well. Now, as a driver starting their first ever meeting, you maybe don't understand how unique this is. That's why we got Luke Thompson, Ital Course Middle East team boss, who's going to come in, and he's going to show Joe Bradley a little bit around your go-kart. But, as a brand new kart, what is your aim this weekend?
Get top 10.
Get a top 10. There we go. Get a top 10. Well, there are the two Ital Course Middle East drivers. We'll now have a chat with the team owner to discuss just a little bit about what makes the new Ital Course chassis so unique.
I've had to snatch the microphone off Henry for this one. Luke Thompson here. Luke, I'm a bit of a geek because I'm a bit of a race engineer myself, and when I came across the Ital Course chassis, the thing that struck me was first the kind of sloped steering wheel, but more importantly, this geometry change that I can see here with regards to steering angle. I would imagine I'm trying to work it out, and I'm kind of failing. What are these adjustments here? These we can see here, Nick, the different segments and the different settings. Can you give us a few secrets as to what this Ital Course? What do you call that for a start?
Well, to start with, it's just the steering column mount.
Right,
but
okay.
The uniqueness of it is that it's movable. So the main benefit from it is the Ackerman and geometry setting. So usually we have our old chassis here that Felix is actually driving this weekend, and Raphael's on the new 2025 chassis. But the benefit from it is the quickness in how you can adjust the Ackerman and geometry.
Right.
So if you, say on the standard chassis, wanted to change the toe in, toe out, or just the general Ackerman setup of it, you'd have to get the alignment tools on and play with it and fiddle around with it. Whereas if you wanted to do quite a big step forward and back with the geometry, with the new steering column mount, it enables you to do that very quickly. All you got to do is loosen the screws and you just slide it around.
I would imagine that's really going to be beneficial everywhere else but in the UAE. when it goes wet to dry, that's a very simple process. But in the dry conditions, the consistently dry conditions we're going to see out here in the UAE, is that something that you play around with regards to getting it to the driver's liking?
Well, like I said, the benefit of being able to play with the setup like that, we are a new team here, and Ital courses only started in UAE this year in 2025. So, with tools like this, it makes it easier for us to find a more tuned up setup to each track,
And does it give you the opportunity to try things because of the speed of that setup change? You can try things perhaps where you wouldn't be able to with the longer process from the older system.
Yeah, exactly. Today we had, the boys just came from school, so they only got 2 sessions today. But between the 2 sessions, we had an hour break.
Right.
So, the setup change only took about 10 minutes, so we fiddled around with it a bit. And in the second session, we did find a little bit of performance with Raphael. So, yeah, for sure, there's quite a big benefit in how fast you can change the geometry of it.
And as we've spoken already to the drivers are pure novices, absolutely. So I would imagine their feedback is, they're learning the trade. But you mentioned their performance gains. That's how you would measure it, Luke.
Oh, how would I measure it? Sorry.
Yeah, that's how you would measure it. Performance gains, if you get your driver to go quicker.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the first session compared to the second, Raphael found 2 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Okay, a little bit in driving, but he also felt a bit more comfortable in the kart as well. So, for sure, there was some performance gain as well there for him. And like you said, him being a novice, he doesn't really have all that detailed feedback just yet.
Yeah.
But if he can feel that there's a little bit of an improvement, it's already a proof of concept.
And like I think you mentioned confidence there, and that is massively important in a young driver. He's got to have the confidence to turn into that corner without the rear end coming round and catching him out.
Exactly, yeah. And as Felix said earlier, try to keep it flat.
Yeah, keep it flat, absolutely. Well, Ital Corsa is going to try and keep it flat. I wish you all the very best of luck, Luke, and best of luck to your novice drivers as well. Thank you very much. Last season's Minimax champion, Ari Kallenberg here, has not able to retain and have a go at retaining his championship because, well, you grew up, didn't you? Yeah. And you became a junior. Yeah. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing.
Why?
Because it's faster and better.
Right, it's faster. I knew he was going to say that. Right. Wider, sticky tyres on a junior road tax, both front and back, and more importantly, much more power than that Minimax, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Tell me the major differences. Tell me, first time you ever got on a junior road tax, what did it feel like?
I was just feeling really short in the car.
Well, could you not manage to reach the pedals hardly?
Not really.
Right, what did you think about the performance?
Felt, I got quite tired on my first day, but I kept growing my stamina and I got better.
So what do you mean about tiredness? Where was it taking your energy? What was taking your energy so quickly?
My neck.
Your neck, and that's because of the grip level in these things?
No, because the G-force.
Right. From the grip?
Yeah.
Much more grippier than a Minimax?
Yeah.
Right. What about the power? Did that blow you away?
Not really.
Right.
Just a lot more bottom end.
What is it like to race with drivers that are a bit older than you, aren't you? I mean, are you 12 now?
I'm 11.
Oh, so you're still only 11, right? Yeah. So you could race with people who are 15 and stuff, can't you?
Yeah.
Right. Is there a different attitude, different personality from the older drivers?
No, they're all just numbers.
And that's the way you think? That's just a driver with a helmet on?
Yeah.
And is there anyone that you kind of thought, when you move up to the older class, there's people have reputations, don't they? Quick drivers. Do you consider that?
Not really.
So what? How do you get your head around that? What's the psychology of that?
I just think that everyone's the same.
Mm-hmm. Focus on hitting your braking points.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, have you got a chance of back-to-back titles in different classes?
No, because I can't score points.
Why is that?
I'm too young.
Right, that's what caught me out. That's why I thought you were 12. So when are you 12?
Next year.
Oh, so 2026, you're 12. Right, so can you score points when we go to the 2026 rounds of this championship?
Yeah, I can.
Right, so you're going to be on the back foot for, this one, Alpha San, and then the December round as well. You're going to lose a lot of points, aren't you?
Yeah, a lot of points.
So tell me, Ari, is this just a building exercise going forward to win a junior Rotax championship?
Yeah, pretty much. I've got 3 junior years. This is like preparing for my next years.
Right. And so, how's it going so far then?
It's going all right. Better than I expected.
Why is that? What did you expect?
I didn't expect to be as fast. I thought I'd be more of a mid-pack runner, but I'm like top 10-ish.
You must be pleased with that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of like you belong.
Kind of.
Only 11 and already at the front of the junior Rotax pack. That's pretty special. GGM's obviously giving you good kit in this class, yeah?
Yeah, they've been really good. When I joined them in December, they've helped me a lot until this point.
And does it help when you've got a team like GGM around you that you make that transition to the faster class?
Yeah, it was quite good. George helped me learn how to get better and learn how to drive the junior.
So it's not like you're just thrown into this kart, get on with it. You actually get coached and also I would imagine the team are helping you with understanding the dynamics of the handling and the setup, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how much input do you as a driver give to that process?
Quite a lot.
Yeah. Give me an idea. Think about people out there who don't understand the technicalities like you and I do. So what exactly would you be saying to your engineer after a race about things like setup?
Like, I'd tell them how the power felt, where I'm losing and where I'm gaining. I'd tell them what I think about the handling of the kart, like if there's too much front end or too little, and then ask them if they could change it a bit.
And are you at the stage now where you understand the kart, and are you asking for changes like give me a different tyre pressure, give me a different camber, or do you leave those decisions to your engineers?
I leave them to George and Bertie.
Right, so you basically feedback as the driver, they do the engineering.
Yeah.
Right, you much prefer that?
Yeah.
Just get on and overtake people.
Yeah.
Right. Harry, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Well done on last year's championship, and best of luck for the coming season. It's a shame that Harry, because of age, won't be scoring points, but I would imagine we're going to see him at the front of the junior Rotax field.
2 years ago, the Dojo Moto team morphed into one of the most impressive outfits in the entire UAE paddock, the Mumbai Falcons. They're some of the most recognisable karts on track, and the team have become one of the most successful off track as well. I'm here with team boss Anjum Sheikh. Anjum, thank you for showing us round your awning. First of all, tell us a little bit about how the Mumbai Falcons came to be.
Well, we were doing well as Dojo Moto, and I got a call from Mumbai Falcons and said they wanted a karting division, and they made us an offer, and then we said, let's do it, yeah. And now I still handle the whole team myself. It's just a different brand, and of course it's an arm of a F4 team, so we start from karting and then go into F4 and F3.
Now, obviously you're not India's national team, but you represent India in the karting world on a bigger scale than any other. So you're certainly India's most recognisable karting team, and now probably the only pathway for Indian drivers to go from karting into cars?
Yes, yeah, I would say so, because eventually we will go into India as well and have the karting team in India, and then from there we go into F4s and everything. But at this moment we are just starting as Mumbai Falcon for the last year and this year, and then graduate the drivers into F4 and then eventually into F3s and that kind of stuff.
So let's have a little look around your own, because you cater for all classes of kart. Now you've got Maurice Canyopas is coming back in DD2 Masters, a famous driver in these circles, a multiple champion before, coming back in after some time away.
Currently world champion electric now.
Yeah, and the reigning E20 Masters champion in Rotax. Over there, you've got your data thing. Now, Harry the Lion Hannum, a multiple champion, is here doing some driver coaching as well. Talk a little bit about the driver coaching side of it. How important is that been for you guys?
Well, it's very important because we have drivers coming from everywhere, and we have our local drivers as well. So it's always better to just have the champion that you've had before coach the drivers, and there's more respect and they know what they're doing. And Harry has driven in every single track in UAE and around the world as well. So it actually makes more sense, and the drivers take him more seriously. And his knowledge is, very important for us.
Okay, well let's keep having a little look around. So we've got Arhan Qureshi, Arhan Qureshi's kart. We've got Mitant Jain. Now Mitant was last year's runner-up in the junior championship. Nathan Kappen. Nathan was your first champion, wasn't he? He was the junior Rotax champion last year. He's now moved up to seniors. What was it like getting the Mumbai Falcons the name as a champion?
Well, I think if I'm not wrong, Harry was the champion first. Harry got the O-Plate championship, and then I think a few months later Nathan got his first. So yeah, it is pretty big for us because as a rebrand, as a complete different team, you need to have some sort of championship as well. And we were hoping for more, but at least we were happy to have 2.
And of course, Harry's an expat, but Nathan is an Indian driver. You can see the Indian flag next to his name. That must be something that's quite important, obviously, because, India is quite an underserved nation in terms of, karting. When the nation of India wakes up to the sport of karting, I've got a feeling there's going to be an awful lot of drivers wanting to join and get involved in karting, and this would be obviously their first port of call.
Yeah, 100%, because it actually opens the door for them, and then they know it's an Indian team internationally, and then Indian driver winning the championship, and we have about 5 drivers from India just flown in here just to do the race, to the championship actually. So yeah, it's paving the way, and it's actually good for the whole sport in India.
Okay, well, we'll keep moving down the order. Now, you had a really good Rotax Invitational, Oscar Lambert winning in seniors for you. We're going to try and find out one of your drivers as well. We'll keep going down through, again, the setup, the awning, very impressive. Did you take a lot of inspiration from European teams to make it look like this?
I mean, you always have to look up to people and, do better. We've got in fact, it was supposed to be 4 tents. We have 4 less drivers. Next race, there'll be 4 more drivers coming in, so we'll have to do another tent as well.
And you've got the hospitality unit by there for the mums and dads as well.
That's just keeping them out of us.
That's just keeping the parents out of the way. That's always a good tactic. Arav Diwan will come in. We've also got a grand final Rotax champion here, Scott Marsh, helping to do driver coaching. In fact, we'll try and peek in and see what Scott is saying there. But what are your hopes this year and beyond for the Mumbai Falcons karting team as we see one of your Micromax karts coming in behind us there as well? So really you're serving drivers from Micromax all the way up to DD2 Masters.
Yes, definitely. I mean, the hopes are still win every class, but we all know racing is not that easy. And but we keep trying, and we want to win everything we can, and we'll keep pushing for that.
All right, thank you very much, Anjum. Let's have a little look. As you can see, the data coaching, such an important part of modern day karting. You've got 2022 Rotax Grand Final Junior Champion Scott Marsh here. Several of the other drivers. Who have we got? So this is Nathan Capper. Nathan, last year's Junior Champion, now up into seniors. What's Scott teaching you, and what are you learning from all these data equipments here?
I'm learning how to improve as in pace wise, so hopefully if we get a good qualifying we could be at the front.
What does it mean as an Indian driver winning an international championship for an Indian team?
It means a lot, honestly, representing my country, so it feels quite good to be at the front representing India.
Yeah. This year, only 38 other seniors to deal with. How are you going to cope with that?
Just try to be quick so I could hopefully get into the lead and pull a gap and make an easy win.
Okay, well, easier said than done. But there is a look around one of the most impressive teams in the paddock and officially, India's #1 karting team, the Mumbai Falcons. Birrell Art Middle East is now called Motorscape Middle East. The team may be different colours, the drivers are largely the same, including Jack Doe in Junior Rotax. Jack, welcome to the UAE Rotax Challenge. You were at the Invitational, and I think it was fair to say it was a mixed weekend for you?
Yeah, correct.
How about this weekend? How is it shaping up?
Shaping up good. We have some decent pace in practice. We didn't go new tyres this morning and we didn't test yesterday, but at the moment it's looking good.
Now, talk a little bit about racing out here in the UAE, especially in Junior Rotax. How difficult is it? How aggressive is it? And how much do you need to learn very, very quickly?
It's definitely very aggressive, all the drivers. Most of them have got a lot of experience in Europe as well, which obviously makes it a lot harder to compete with, but overall it's a brilliant championship.
Now, last year you were racing for, is it 5 Motorsports as well, which was, I think, your own family-owned team, is that right? Now, is that still going to be waiting for you when you finish karting?
That is the plan, I think. But yeah, it's not done, I don't think yet.
It's not done yet. It's not done yet. So tell us a little bit about your kart this weekend, who's running it, and what your plans are, what your hopes are this weekend.
Yeah, so it's a Birrell, obviously. I have Mark and Sanad. Sanad's the engine guy and Marky's the chassis guy. I hope a top 5 would be a decent result, I think.
Who are your main rivals this weekend? If you had to handpick a couple that you're going to have to beat, based on practice times, but also based on last year's championship results.
I think the goal is definitely 219 Veer, and Connor Clancy is obviously a good competitor. He's won a lot in Europe and here, but so I think there'd be good rivals.
Okay, no problems at all. Well, final thoughts. So, what rounds you've got here? You've got Dubai Kartdrome, Alpha San. You've got what are the tracks that you think are going to be? And Yaz, what are the tracks that are going to favour you the most this year?
I think Alpha San is going to be the best one for me. It's very physical, and I like the track a lot. And I think I'm adapted and suited as a driver to it very well. And I think that'll be a good one.
You say very physical. What do you do in terms of fitness-wise to keep yourself in shape for karting?
So Monday, obviously I have school. I don't train that day because I've driven all weekend. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the gym, and then school after, and then sim work a lot.
So sim work. So it's a combination of staying in school, obviously, but then going to the gym and being on the sim when you're not actually in the seat.
Yeah, correct. My school is actually online. It's called Minerva, which helps a lot because it's flexible. So I can do sim work and also be at the track and do school.
There we go. So you've been doing school today?
No, I skipped it today.
Skipped it today for testing. Well, there we go. Never mind. But Minerva is your online school, yeah? Do you find a lot of the drivers use that now?
I think there's 1 or 2 on the grid that use it, but it's definitely growing in the Middle East, yeah.
Okay, well, there we go. That's Jack Doe, driver 205, one to watch in Junior Rotax. Well, hello everybody. Welcome to the podium presentation for round 1.2 of the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge. A huge thank you once again to all the drivers, the teams, their families, supporters, as well as the always incredibly hard-working staff here at Al Ain Raceway. We have the results for all 5 of our finals, and we may also be able to bring you the provisional team results, although the senior Rotax finals remain provisional. The top 3 won't change, but there are still some judicials going on for some of the lower positions, which will affect the team points standings at the end of this round. So, without further ado, let's get underway with Minimax. And coming home as the best novice in Minimax, 16th place overall, it's Ahmed Al Maina. This is Micromax, sorry, Micromax, I do apologise. So our leading novice in Micromax, it is Ahmed Al Maina, 16th overall, who appears not to be here. So, well done anyway. He didn't race yesterday, but came today and won Best Novice. On to the top 3 in Micromax. Sorry. In finishing in 3rd position for XL Motorsport, yesterday's winner, Adam Al-Sheikh. Finishing in 2nd position, just 700ths of a second behind the winner, driving for Mateus Najem Motorsport, it's Samar Chopra. But your winner, his first win in the main Rotax Max Challenge for George Gibbons Motorsport, Liam O'Hanlon. So, drivers, trophies in the air. No need to make sure you smile. You're all big smiles. Trophies in the air, please. And if we could have all 3 of you on the top step of the podium. And members of the media and the press, if you need to come in front of the camera to take your podium shots, that is fine. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, your top 3 in Micromax. Well done, drivers. Thank you very much. We now move on to Minimax. Got that one right, 2nd time of asking. And your top novice finishing 12th overall, Gleb Abukov. Okay, Gleb can't make it. But the top 3, again, a very exciting top 3, changing on the last lap, finishing in 3rd position for JNKD. It's Austin Gray. Finishing as the runner-up for Synergy, Oliver Bouchard. But your winner, Driving for Axel GP, it's Attica Mia. First win for Attica here in the Rotax Max Challenge. First win in their first Rotax race for Axel GP. Drivers, if we can have you on the top step of the podium. Big smile, Austin. Come on, you were smiling more than that in Parc Ferme afterwards. Trophies in the air, please. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 in Minimax. Thank you very much, drivers. Okay, we now move on to Junior Rotax, finishing in 3rd position for the Mumbai Falcons, Mitan Jain. And now, a career best result for another of the Mumbai Falcons, finishing P2, Arhan Qureshi. But your winner today, completing the podium clean sweep for the Mumbai Falcons, Connor Clancy. Okay, drivers, trophies in the air. And now, if you could all step on the top step of the podium. And ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, your Junior Rotax top 3. 3 Mumbai Falcons, Connor Clancy, Mitan Jain and Arhan Qureshi. Congratulations, drivers. Now we move on to DD2 Masters. Finishing in 3rd position, Greg Watt. Finishing as the runner-up. Unfortunate to get taken out in an incident in the pre-final, or else it could have been a lot closer. Your runner-up is Kyle Blockley for Kart Advisor Academy. But your winner, completing the weekend double for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Maurice Knoppers. And because we weren't able to do the winners' interviews after the finals, we'll do so now. Maurice, congratulations. You were chasing the leaders down, but then I think settled into a comfortable win.
Yeah, I settled. I thought, why take the risk? The boys were doing great, and Kyle's certainly keeping me on my toes. So we look forward to a great season, and we couldn't have wished for a better start of the season with the Mumbai Falcons. Thanks.
Exactly. Congratulations. Well done, Maurice Knoppers. Your DD2 Masters podium, ladies and gentlemen. All on the top step. Congratulations, well done. Now we move on to the main DD2 category. Finishing in third position for Matthias Niger Motorsport, it's Adam Malik. And Adam, very quickly, a great battle with your teammates.
Yeah, 100%.
Happy with third or a bit disappointed?
I felt like I could have fought a bit harder to overtake Hamza and maybe even Tyler, but I'm quite happy with it. So.
Quite happy with third position. Thank you, Adam. Finishing in second position, also for Matthias Niger Motorsport, Hamza Hashisho. And we'll do a quick word with the top three in DD2 and seniors. Hamza, congratulations. That was a really, really strong battle with your teammate Adam.
Yeah, it was.
Happy with second place?
I mean, yeah, we definitely could have secured the win if I just locked in a bit more, but we'll see what we can do next round.
See what you can do next round. Thank you very much, Hamza. But your winner, completing a weekend clean sweep on his debut in the class for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Tyler Harris. Tyler will get his winner's trophy, and we'll have a quick chat with Tyler. We weren't able to at the end of the final. Tyler, in that final, that is when the sandstorm begun. Did that make things very nervous for you because you were the first driver every lap to see the changing conditions?
Yeah, it was very sketchy. I would go down the main straight and see sand blowing across the track, so I'd have to think, where am I going to brake for turn one? And a lot of the times I kind of got it wrong.
Well, you got it right enough to keep Adam and Hamza behind you, but not by much. They were clawing right all over the back bumper of you.
Yeah, I had to get straight on that white line.
Straight on the white line, indeed. Any of you like to thank?
Yeah, all of Mumbai Falcons, particularly Harry Hannum, and of course my mum and my dad.
Excellent, congratulations, well done. Your winner in DD2, Tyler Harris. Your top three in DD2, ladies and gentlemen. Just like the kids, trophies in the air. Just, Tyler, stop adjusting your fringe. Trophies in the air, please. They've done me. Can you at least try and smile for the cameras? Sort of. Okay. Do you want to step on the top step together like everybody else? Oh, go on then. They'll do that for me. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, your DD2 podium. Well done. Thank you, drivers. Thank you. Oh, Adam, if you showed a bit more fight like that on the track, you might have won the race. Now, come on then. Off we go. We got one more class to go, then everyone's got to go home. Okay, senior Rotax. Like I said, below third place, results are still provisional, but the top three are confirmed. Finishing in third position, driving for JNKD, it's Andrea Remy. Andrea, we'll have a quick chat. That was a very, very strong fighting drive in the worst conditions.
No, it was a really good race. I want to thank the team. All the credit goes to them. Paul, Ash, Fonzie, Hoppy, Hamdan, Bobby, my parents, really everyone. So really good first race of the season. We look forward to more.
Well, thank you very much. Well done, Andrea Remy. Finishing in second position for Matthias Niger Motorsport, it's George Nassar. And we'll come over, we'll have a quick chat with George. George, at the start of the race, you had the lead. Was the fact that they were starting to rain, there was a bit of sandstorm. Did that did you be a little bit cautious at the start, not wanting to throw it off after winning yesterday?
Yeah, it was a bit calm, but I almost got
pushed out as well on the start, so everything was trying to keep it cool.
You just had to try and keep it cool. You said the kart was ripping yesterday. How would you describe it today?
Still rips in the good conditions, but not for the final.
No, it didn't quite rip in the final. Never mind, but well done, George Nassar. But the winner, who took advantage, came over to the UK to try some wet weather testing, and in the final, that experience certainly paid off. Your winner today, driving for JNKD, Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Right, well, Jeremy, okay, whereas George was a little bit cautious when the conditions were at their worst, you seem to just be able to read the track a little bit better, would you say that?
Yeah, you could say. Just had to push a bit more to increase the gap, but it's not too bad.
Now, while you were out there, were you at all worried? Was the track conditions changing lap after lap with a bit of rain, bit of sand? You know, what was it like to drive?
Obviously, it was pretty challenging, but because I was in the UK over summer, I got a bit of practice, so it wasn't very hard.
Was very hard. Anyone you'd like to thank for this, your first win for the JNKD team in Rotax?
I would like to thank everyone in the team for making this possible, and my parents.
And your parents, Lee, well done. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, your senior Rotax winner, everybody. Now, you guys aren't going to mess about like the DD2 lot. Are we going to have our trophies in the air? Yes, of course we are. In the air. Come on. That's better, everybody. Well done. And are we going to stand at the top step of the podium, everybody? Yes. Jeremy, where's your crash helmet? Jeremy's... Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, the only driver not to bring his crash helmet to the podium. We'll let him get away with it. Ladies and gentlemen, your senior Rotax top three, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, George Nassar and Andrea Remy. Okay, right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. One more award to give out. This is for the team award. Now, even though the senior Rotax race is still being finalised below the top three, I can give you the top three teams in the team's trophy. Finishing third in the team's trophy today with 347 points, it's JNKD. Finishing second in the points with 383 points, Mateus Najem Motorsport. Which means for the second day running, with 424 points, the team winners are the Mumbai Falcons. So our trio of junior podium finishers, we've got Nathan Kaplan, we got Oscar Lambert, we got Scott Marsh, who's been here helping them out, Tyler the Lion, Harry Hannam, Anjum Saith is there as well, Lee Murray. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time for your team's winner here at round 1.2 of the 2025-26 UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Well, as you look at some of the members of the most successful team we've had here at Al Ain Raceway today, can I just say, we'll let them have their photographs. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. thank you so much for joining us. We had viewers quite literally from all over the world join us on Karting Live TV and via the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel. The next round of the championship is at Al Fassan in November. Please stay tuned to the Karting Live TV Facebook page, the UAE Rotax Max Challenge Facebook page for all the information about coverage for that event coming right up. Good night. Thank you for joining us.